everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. All right, brothers and sisters.
Oh yeah, brothers and sisters, welcome to the channel, yeah? Welcome to our live stream, yeah? Today we're gonna talk about something very important, yeah? Yeah, brothers and sisters,
You can't hear me? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let's see. How about now? I got this new microphone set up. I'm trying to figure everything out here. It's not the best. How about now? How about now? Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Now, better? 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 Is it better now? Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. I wish I could hear myself. Anyway. Jinns. This is all the work of jinns, yeah. How about now? Okay. How about now? I wanted to show off my hoodie here because I ordered it from Israel and it took a long time to arrive. I tried hummus and I thought this is terrible. This is terrible. I hate it. What kind of a stupid kind of food is this? So I ordered this shirt which says FCK hummus. Yeah. Let's see. Is it? It could be louder, say some people. Man, I should just cancel this whole thing and start anew. How about now? I ordered a new microphone. I ordered a new microphone. I guess I should be speaking right into it. Huh. Even my color is different this stream. It's like I'm suddenly black and white, it looks to me. Who cares? Who cares? It's just me. It's not like I'm Brad Pitt or anything. All right. Oh, people are saying now it's very good. Now it's good. Okay. How about now? Do you like the sound now? How do you like the sound now? Oh, wow. Anyway, welcome to today's live stream. Today I will go through the debate that I had with Dani Kikuchu. I'm just enjoying the chat too much right now. With Dani Kikuchu. And since I had that debate with Dani Kikuchu, and since it was a very long debate, I want to go through that whole debate to review it. However, some people are still saying too quiet. I hope you're just trolling. I'll trust my wife. I'll trust what she tells me. She's completely throwing me off here. What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm going to go through the debate here, and I'm going to invite different people on here to have a discussion with me, which is why I am going to have going to update the title in a little bit, because I'm inviting different people on here who might join me or might not join me. One of them will definitely join me. That is a fellow by the name of Aiden Heiken from Israel. He has been very active in dealing with these Muslim apologists and Hamas apologists and Hamas proponents and defenders. And I want to have him on here so that he can join me and address some of the things that Dani Kikuchu said, because I have actually been wanting to work with him very much. Just didn't have the opportunity yet to do that. Let's see, let me arrange that quickly. All right, figuring that out. Yeah, I should play some cool. I should play some peaceful music here in the back. This is better, right? Here. Okay, it's better. Okay, sending out the links. We'll also send one out to Inspiring Philosophy, just in case he might want to join this conversation. Maybe he can join at some point. I don't know. Who knows nowadays who will be able to join this live stream? Okay. Yes. Maybe I will send something else to people out there. That was so lame, man. All right. Maybe let's get serious. Time to get serious. What? How in the world is that porn music? People. It's always these dirty minds. That's why I'm in this situation here. Okay. Let me open the debate video now. I still have my cowboy background, I see. I'm noticing that just now. And I still have my title as Apostate Cowboy on the screen. Still noticing that today too. That's cool. Ahmed Fadel said, do you condemn settlements in the West Bank? Nope, I don't. Yeah, I don't. You could ask me what I think about it, but at this point, somebody from the pro-Palestine side asking me if I condemn something that is just the settlements, what do you think I will say? You think I'll say, oh no, yeah, it's terrible. I feel forced to say it is terrible. I feel forced to say it is so bad, so terrible. Because it's very, very bad because you want me to say that it is bad. Oh no. Illegal under international law. Ahmed Farrell, you know what's legal under international law? The state of Israel. You know what's legal under international law? The state of Israel. You know what's illegal under international law? The intent to remove Israel from existence. You know what's illegal under international law? Taking civilian hostages. You know what's illegal under international law? Attacking and targeting civilians, like on October 7th. You know what's illegal under international law? Sexually assaulting people, attacking children, employing children in war, and so on. You know what's illegal under international law? Firing missiles, thousands of them, unguided, at the opponent into their country with the intent of killing just anybody. You know what's illegal under international law? Not accepting the very borders that the League of Nations and later United Nations adopted, which are the existence of Israel as it was proposed in 1947 and later on. And so on. If you want to talk about international law, we can talk about international law lengthily. And what we will end up with is that the pro-Palestinian militia terrorist sides will have violated the international laws significantly more often and significantly mostly as the first party, as the initiators, before Israel even had any chance to violate anything. Let's start with 1947 and 1948, where it wasn't Israel that turned this whole thing into a violent conflict, into a war. It was the other side. But anyway, I think you get the point. I pretty much think you get the point. Let me quickly do this. Featuring Hayden Hyken, David Wood, etc. Debate review. Okay. Kekaju. How to Kick a Jew. That's the name of the guy. Okay, How to Kick a Jew. How to Kick a Jew. All right. I trust that everything is fine and well now. Once we are done with some people who say this is illegal under international law, do you condemn settlements? We can now move on to get to the actual debate. And in about, I guess, half an hour or so, I will have Aidan Heiken from Israel join me. He has been doing great on Twitter or X and all that. All right.
Hey, everybody. Today we're debating Islam versus Judaism, which caused the Israel-Palestine conflict. And we are starting right now with AP's opening statement. AP, the floor is all yours.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the entire debate. I'm not sure if I actually want to do that because the entire debate is 4 hours long, so I would be live pretty much all day. But that's currently where I'm at with my thoughts. Not as that jizya, but you should get none being an hour and 6 minutes late. I wasn't late. What are you talking about? I think you are you're confusing me with somebody else. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. But thank you anyway for the jizya. You won't get killed now that you paid the jizya. ES 1002 said, use this jizya to stick Quran pages together. I will.
Hello, everybody. Hello, James. First, I want to start with remembering that on October 7, Hamas, the terrorist organization known as the Islamic Resistance Movement by their own name, attacked Israeli civilians and killed over 1,200 people, mostly civilians. 100 days have passed over that. By now, there are still hostages, including babies, kept as we are speaking. So I want to show solidarity, remembrance, and also hope and express that.
You see, already here at the very beginning, I didn't even notice this during the debate. I didn't notice this during the debate because I wasn't looking at Dani Kikicu. I was trying to figure out my my line of thoughts and the outline for my opening speech and a possible presentation and all of that. I didn't even notice it during this debate, but here you can see Dani Kikicu's face as I'm speaking of hostages taken, people killed, and my solidarity and hope that they will be free and Israel will be successful. I didn't even get to that part yet. I only got to solidarity and hope, and he starts smiling. He starts grinning. Look at that. He starts grinning. What's funny is I didn't notice that until the debate was over, it was posted, and people in the comment section were talking about it. And you can see that with the neutral crowds, you know, those who didn't have an opinion on this matter, or those who were, I don't know, who are not even regular viewers of this channel, for example, or of me and my debates, they came into this debate, they began watching, and one of the first things they noticed was that while I am talking of people who go through suffering, who are taken hostage, and so on, the other guy is grinning and smiling. Although they know that babies were taken hostage. They know that people were taken hostage. They know about these things. And he already lost lots of people right there at the very beginning. And you know what? I thank him for that. I thank him for, at the very beginning, already making it clear what kind of a person he is, what kind of a person they're dealing with. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? Dani Kikicu, thank you for making very clear to everyone in the very, very beginning that you are a terrible person and that you have no sense of empathy for the other side, that you have no sense of honor even. I don't know. Look at this. The debate was posted here. Daniel smiling when AP was giving his October 7th remembrance speech. What a horrible, disgusting individual, honestly. One of the top comments here. This person doesn't even think I'm a good debater. See, I agree. Just that Daniel is terrible. As an Orthodox Jew, daga daga dugu dugu do. This guy is making Muslims really look bad. AP1, plenty of 8, 9, 10-year-olds having sex. Where that was a funny part. There are several other comments which point out that Daniel was smiling at the very beginning, and this is just incredibly horrible and embarrassing, and just completely destroys any sense of support that any neutral observer here would have for the other side. So thanks, Daniel. Thanks. Good job. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep expressing to everyone what kind of a person you are, what kind of a perspective the Islamist perspective is. And I'm sure if you keep that up, maybe you can also get invited on Piers Morgan. Although, I must say, I told Mohammed Hijab when I was chatting with him that he should recommend you to Piers Morgan, and you should go on Piers Morgan and have a discussion on your views and the Islamic perspective. Clearly, Mohammed Hijab didn't take that seriously and didn't think that you are a worthy candidate for that whole discussion. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe Piers Morgan just didn't want you there. I don't know what it is, but I think that you should go on Piers Morgan and you should present your attitude and your perspective, and then spread this wonderful attitude of how you view the victims to the entire world. That would be fantastic. You would be doing all of us a great service. There would be no need for any of us to go and debate. Anyway. Yeah, no sound. Fantastic. Because I just muted the tabs.
And express that the hostages are freed as soon as possible and that Hamas is destroyed as soon as possible. I want to start with thanking James for hosting this. And I also want to start my opponent. I also want to thank my opponent, Daniel Kikic, who happens to be a very prominent advocate of pedophilia, and also a Muslim apologist.
His reaction to it. This was my plan from the very beginning. Lots of people already know this. My plan at the very beginning was already to open with this, to basically thank him for most mentioning him as a pedophilia or child marriage activist, and later after that as a Muslim apologist. And this is so stupid. Lots of people already know this. I said it, but my plan was, I wrote it down. I would never do that with anybody else, but I do it with him. My plan was to mention that from the very beginning. Potentially or ideally, he would then go on to deny this after I give more detail. Because as a follow-up here, what will I say? Let's see.
I know some might say, why are you throwing that in? Isn't that kind of poisoning the well? But I have to say, it's not every time that you get to speak to somebody who says that a man might marry or can marry and have sex with a girl that is 7 years old, 6, 5, 4, 3, or possibly even, under the circumstances, 11 months old.
Now, when I wrote my outline for the opening speech, it was mostly just an outline. It wasn't a script. This part was completely scripted, I have to admit. This part here was completely, I specifically wrote all of it down. I think I did a few hiccups when I was speaking it, when I was saying it, but I wrote all of it down specifically just because I want to introduce him as the pedophilia advocate, child marriage advocate, and then, as if it wasn't enough, give detail on what he actually said, and then quickly move on to the debate topic. And I thought ideally, he will deny during his opening speech or his rebuttal that he actually said those things. If he's stupid, in an ideal world, he will deny it. And then, once I have my turn to speak, I will play a video which I know he will have to accept maybe he will fight. Maybe he will say, no, 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 James, no, we shouldn't do this. No, no videos. It's not the time for that. But under the ideal circumstances, I will ask him if I can play a video, and he will have to say yes, because I know that he has this big ego problem. And if I put him on the spot in front of a crowd to play a video, he will probably have to say, yeah, go on, play it. I don't have a problem with it. And then I would play the video and he would look really bad. That was literally how I laid out the plan. And in my mind, I'm thinking, it never goes the way you plan it. It never goes the way you plan it, because you have this ideal scenario in your mind. But, the reality is not like that. The real world is not like that. It will probably be different in real life. And he walked right into it. Like every step, he walked right into it, right into the trap. He took it. He took every single bait. It was beautiful. And I wouldn't do this to anybody else, right? I wouldn't. I would try to focus on the topic, but I specifically did this for Dani because he is an asshole. Right? He is a terrible person. I gave him the chance when I interacted with him first many years ago. When he offered to come on my channel to have a conversation and I accepted it, I had him on. I was so nice to him. I had such a... I put all my hostilities and everything aside, and I was just completely nice to him. And from then on, he was just a horrible person to me. He took advantage of it. Second time I confronted him, I was still relatively nice to him. He was still a complete piece of crap. And this time I thought, you know what, Daniel, if I have the chance to ever have an actual moderated debate with you, you will regret it. I will make you regret it. That's the plan that I was having. And thank you, Daniel. Thank you for walking right into it. Thank you.
Let's start with the debate topic. So the debate topic is Islam versus Judaism. Which religion is responsible for the Israel-Palestine conflict? I initially didn't really like the topic. It is one that Dani offered, and I eventually accepted because he would not accept anything else. He insisted that we go with this title, and any slight change to it would make him reject this and back out of it, the very debate that he offered.
He looks very uncomfortable. Do you see that?
Reject this and back out of it.
Whoa, I didn't even notice that before. I'm only seeing that now. His reaction there.
Change to it would make him reject this and back out of it, the very debate that he...
Wow. Wow. I didn't even notice. I'm only noticing now how tired and how upset he already was at this point. He was like... Because I was bringing out the facts here. Because he challenged me to a debate on this topic. And he offered the topic, Judaism versus Islam, which religion is responsible for the Israel-Palestine war? And I said, this is a stupid, ridiculous debate title. I don't want to have this debate. I want to talk about the actual conflict that is going on. And I don't agree that there is an Israel-Palestine war. There is no such thing. There is currently an Israel-Hamas war going on. That's what's happening here. If there was an Israel-Palestine war, then the opponent, Palestine, would be a illegitimate country that Israel is at war with, which would include all the Palestinian territories, like the West Bank, which is actually the recognized representative of the Palestinian Arab people internationally. Hamas is not. And Israel is not at war with the West Bank. Israel is not at war with the government of the West Bank. Israel is only at war with Hamas. He rejected all of that. He was like, no, this topic or nothing else. This topic or we're done. And I thought, okay, fine. If you want to have that. And my plan was always never to get tricked into defending Judaism and the Talmud, but to redirect the conversation and just press on and push him. And he even fell for that. He's a complete idiot. Don't know what he was thinking by agreeing to this debate. Plus, I messaged with James, and I briefly actually posted about that exchange. Because on X, on Twitter, he repeatedly claimed that that Hamas was being falsely accused, that Hamas didn't target civilians, that the IDF targeted their civilians, the IDF is responsible for all the civilian deaths in Israel, and all kinds of nutty, stupid conspiracy theories. And I messaged James one day and said, please tell Daniel that I challenge him to debate, did Hamas target civilians? He said, could you do tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time? I said, yes. I quickly respond. He got in touch with Daniel, then got back to me and said, he said, no one can legally defend Hamas, which is relevant because Apus and his degenerate buddies have been reporting me to the FBI and trying to entrap me for a while now. So my suggested topic or nothing. Islam versus Judaism. Which religion is to blame for Israel-Palestine war? This is it. I know that James does this thing when he exchanges, what each side said. He directly copies and pastes whatever they said. So he directly copied and pasted whatever Daniel said here. He says no one can legally defend Hamas. That's what he's scared of. He's scared of the FBI, allegedly here. Nobody has to defend Hamas. All he needs to do is prove that Hamas didn't target civilians and that the IDF did, which he propagates like crazy on Twitter right now. I'm sure he can debate it if he's so sure about it. That's what I said, but I never got a response to that. The response later on, I said, any updates? James said, sorry, buddy. He says he will only go with that topic, nothing else. Okay, fine. Since he did that, I didn't even use this to even hammer on more on how he defends Hamas on the internet, but then is scared to actually do it during the debate. And I wanted to press him on that, but I didn't even get the opportunity to do that because the debate was already a complete destruction of that idiot in many different ways. There was no need for this at all. But this is why, because I'm bringing out the truth of what happens here. He is already sick of it. This is what we're dealing with.
Fine. I'm okay with that. Let's talk about Islam then. One side in this conflict, in the war that has been going on since October 7 now, is Hamas. The other side is Israel. Israel is a largely secular Jewish nation, country, that is built on secular Jewish values, which makes very little reference to Judaism in its Declaration of Independence, in its basic laws, and even in the very foundation which forms modern Zionism, which is, for example, Theodor Herzl's article, Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state, or even his novel, which kind of puts it into a utopian, beautiful form, which is called the Old New Land. On the other hand, we have Hamas representing the Palestinians. Hamas is a terrorist organization that has engaged in.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know about these sources. Actually, I read. I should have it somewhere here. It's probably not with me at the moment, but somewhere else. I read Theodor Herzl's book, The Jewish State, long time ago. And I got it recently to, again, look a few things and refresh my memory. I have it digitally. I have it right here. I have it in different translations. I have it in German and so on. If you read this, you can, it's almost a very romantic depiction of what he has in mind for a future Jewish state. And Theodor Herzl is he's like the forerunner, the forefather of modern Zionism, of the idea of creating a Jewish state. And the funny thing is, in this booklet, in this essay, whatever it is, he even tries to convince the Jews in Europe that this is not a fantasy. He's like, guys, this is. Lots of people will laugh at me, and a lot of people will say this is impossible to do. But I'm telling you, this is not a fantasy. It is not a dream. We can do this, and we should do this. We should be an example to the world. We should create a state where everyone is treated equally, where we will finally have freedom, where we will no more be persecuted, where we will not be afraid anymore, and where nobody else has to be afraid of us. And that was the actual intention. That was the actual intention behind creating a Jewish state. It got a little bit out of hand because he also wrote this other book that I mentioned. It's actually a novel, which is The Old New Land. I think in German it's called Das Altneuland, the Old New Land. That's actually a novel where he talks about a fictional but hopeful future Jewish state as if it was a utopia, and presents this ideal world where the Jews come and live together under the approval of those who held the land before, and work with the local population, in this case the Arabs. And despite getting only hate from those people in the beginning, they eventually make peace with them and convince them that they are the same, that there is no malintent on the Jewish behalf for the others. It's just, a fantastic view on the future, full of peace. Unfortunately, Theodor Herzl and the early Zionists completely miscalculated how Arabs would react to Jews actually trying to build something, because they were European. They were in Europe. Theodor Herzl was in Europe. He was a little bit out of touch with how Muslims actually feel about Jews and with how Arabs feel about Jews. It didn't really go that way, but that was always the ideal, and it's still often remembered that this is the ideal because it is in the Declaration of Independence of Israel to provide a land that is safe and equal and hope for everybody, hope for the Jewish people, but hope for everyone else who lives there. Not an oppressive, racist ethno-state or anything like that, like people want to depict it, like Daniel Kikic wants to depict it. That was the plan, and you could argue that still is the plan, although there is the reality that the Arabs never accepted that and never want to accept it, it seems. Not speaking for every Arab, it is a fact that Israel right now has a Jewish population, a large Jewish population, that Israel has an Arab population. Is that what I said? I don't know. Has a large Arab population, 20%, and they live equally and quite well in Israel. And according to the latest research, they are even happy to be Israelis. Anyway.
Suicide is a terrorist organization that has engaged in suicide bombings, attacks on civilians deliberately, has justified those, and it is called the Islamic Resistance Movement. It is very clear from Hamas's own declarations, from its own covenant, its own charter, that its aim is to preserve and establish Islamic values and an Islamic state. In fact, Hamas leaders themselves make it very obvious that they want to establish Islam and lead with Islam.
Here's where I accidentally put
for some reason I don't get
my script on the screen. By the way, on the topic of Hamas being a terrorist organization, this happened yesterday. It's hilarious. For those who don't know, for those who know, it's already very self-explanatory who Sheikh Suleiman is, or Suleiman Ahmed is. He is the primary Hamas propagandist right now on Twitter, or also called X. I just saw something once I opened Twitter, and I'm pissed off right now, but I'll get to it in a second. He is the primary Hamas propagandist on X, and tries to argue that Hamas is a resistance movement, that they didn't do anything wrong, that they are fighting for justice, and that Israel are the terrorists, and so on. And he did a poll actually for his own audience, asking what is Hamas, a resistance organization or a terrorist organization. Of course, his expectation here was that his own audience will vote for resistance organization, because and that will then be a huge win for him, because that's how his mind works. If he does a poll and his voters all say it's a resistance movement, then he will say, you see, the people agree. The people agree that Hamas is not a terrorist organization. The people agree that Hamas is a resistance movement. And the results are right here. The vote actually ended in 66% saying it's a terrorist organization and 34% saying it's a resistance organization. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassment. What a failure. Isn't this just beautiful? Some people said he deleted the tweet. I'm not sure if that's true. I want to fact check it. Oh, he didn't delete it. It's still here. And there's even a community note on it now. Look at this. This is so beautiful. So here is the actual tweet that he made. That was on January 29th, so 2 days ago. He made the poll, and it resulted in this embarrassing result for him. And then with 26,000 votes, 26,000 votes. It's like when professional organizations around the world conduct research, they go with like, I don't know, 1,000 opinions is usually considered enough to establish a proper understanding of what people are thinking. Of course, they also do different things like taking random samples from different regions to make it all equal and reliable. That is not the case here. But here we have 26,000 votes, and almost 66% say Hamas is a terrorist organization. And then we even have a community note here which says the US Department has designated Hamas a terrorist group in 1997. The European Union and other Western countries also consider it a terrorist organization. Then links to the DNI and AP News, which is unfortunately not Apostate Prophet news. It is the Associated Press, which they just stole my initials from me. But this is just amazing, isn't it? All that propaganda, all that effort to turn Hamas into a resistance movement. And here it is. Here's what the people are saying. And I wouldn't say that a Twitter poll is representative of what everyone thinks of the truth. And a Twitter poll is like, ends the discussion once and for all. But according to his logic, if resistance organization had been the number one choice, he would have used that. So here, by your own logic, Hamas is now a terrorist organization. The people have spoken. Dummy. This is just so beautiful. This is so beautiful. I quickly want to look at this here as we speak, because I just opened X and I see a tweet from Jake Shields about the Holocaust. And from how I know Jake Shields so far, I expect something terrible to come here. So let's see. For years we were taught 4 million Jews were killed in Auschwitz and 6 million were killed in the Holocaust. Wait, I'm pretty sure that's not true. 4 million in Auschwitz, that's not true, right? It was like over 1 million something in Auschwitz and then 6 million overall in the Holocaust. Let's see. Dedicated. Of the 1.3 million people deported to the Auschwitz deportation camp during the Second War, approximately 1.1 million were Jews. 1.1 million were killed. What does it say? Jeez. This is from Statista. Estimated number of deportees and deaths at the Auschwitz concentration camp complex during the Holocaust. By background, 1.1 million were Jews. Statista, which is an extremely reliable source, tells us here directly that 1.1 million in Auschwitz were Jewish. Yet here Jake Shields says that for years we were taught 4 million Jews were killed in Auschwitz. Let's see, what else do we see here? Directly from the Auschwitz Memorial and Museum. Historians estimate that around 1.1 million people perished in Auschwitz during the less than 5 years of its existence. The majority, around 1 million people, were Jews. Okay, Jake, where in the hell exactly did you learn, or who taught you that 4 million Jews were killed in Auschwitz? That's not even possible. That would have been massive to hide, or... Man, this is just ridiculous. He's just making things up as he goes. And 6 million were killed in the Holocaust. Later they changed it to 1 million killed at Auschwitz, but left the Holocaust at 6 million instead of 3. Oh my God. If this leaves you wanting to ask questions, you are an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier. And this tweet by him has 10,000 likes. 10,000 likes. Wow, man. This is the kind of quality propaganda that is going on, that people like Jake Shields spread. Is there anyone who actually corrected him? Holocaust denial for conspiracy theorists, dumbasses. Truth is my agenda. Wow, man. Look how many people actually agree with him. You got community notice pretty quickly. No one ever said 4 million were killed in Auschwitz. That's a lie you fabricated. I mean, it should be like with an averagely, with a generally educated audience, it should be expected that immediately somebody comes out here and says, hold on, that's not true. There never was a claim for 4 million Jews in Auschwitz. You made that up. But it's not even here. He gets 10,000 likes. This is incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid. That was reported by the Soviet Union, but rejected by the... Let's see what the ADL says here. Because there is no... Anyway, so people should know that this is not what happened, but the guy spreads these news, basically now coming closer and closer to arguing that the Holocaust narrative is false. He's pretty much spreading neo-Nazi propaganda, and this is just continuing unchecked. This is typical neo-Nazi propaganda. Most of the neo-Nazis right now, including, for example, Nick Fuentes. I'm sure as soon as I drop the word Nick Fuentes, somebody out there will alert the bunch of Groypers, Nick Fuentes fans, and they will start dropping by here and saying, Nick Fuentes is based, he's not a hater, he's not a neo-Nazi. Even Nick Fuentes, one of the most well-known neo-Nazis right now, doesn't say the Holocaust didn't happen. He doesn't say the Holocaust is a complete lie, it never happened. What he says is, for example, the Holocaust narrative is vastly false. It is full of lies. Yes, the Germans did collect and exterminate Jews, but the numbers are very much overblown, completely out of proportion, and so on. That's the kind of things that they will say, because that's the current neo-Nazi narrative. That's what will pick up, and that's what will save them from being labeled as neo-Nazis and kicked out of the conversation early on. That's what they do. That is indeed what they do. That is their neo-Nazi tactic.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they do. Anyway, I'll get back to it in a little bit.
All right, here, okay. So, I want to start with this narration here. Now, this is a report which is attributed to Muhammad. The vast majority of Muslims around the world are Sunni Muslims. Sunni Muslims make up more than 80% of the Muslim world. They believe that Muhammad made prophecies about the future, about the end times, and this is one of those prophecies. According to Sunni Muslim studies and studies of reports about Muhammad, this is undoubtedly verified and authentic. In this prophecy,
Anthony Shaddock said Nick Fuentes is a national socialist. No. Neo-Nazi generally doesn't refer to somebody who holds the early economic and social ideas of the Nazis back then. It refers to anyone who agrees with the main Nazi ideas of, racial supremacy, racial segregation, Jews are behind everything, and so on. The National Socialism also was very early named to gain sympathy from workers, the working class and farmers and so on, because socialism was associated with them. But Hitler had no intention to ever implement any idea of any core socialist ideas. It was just a trick by him. That's a very long discussion.
Muhammad is reported to have said, "The hour will not come unless the Muslims will fight the Jews and kill them. Fight the Jews and kill them until the Jews hide behind a stone or a tree. And a stone or a tree will say, 'Muslim, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him.' But the garget tree would not say, for it is the tree of the Jews. So allegedly, there is this tree called a garget tree in this strange fantasy world that exists, which Muhammad initiated, and that specific tree is an evil tree, like the Jews. Other trees and rocks will give the Jews away and will say, "Come and kill him." Now, this is not something that just came into existence today. This is not something that came into existence since the creation of Israel.
I find it funny to say it's an evil tree. Like that's one of the one of those bad trees. The other trees they're good. Good trees. All trees are good except that one tree. That's an evil tree. This kind of reminds me of how Islam incredibly oversimplifies and turns into a cartoon the whole narrative of of Satan in Islam. If you read the Quran, there are 3 instances where it retells the story of how Satan became the bad guy, and it basically says that Allah creates Adam and he tells all the angels to bow down, and all the angels bow down except Satan, for he was arrogant or defiant or something like that. There you get the idea. Wait a minute. So Satan is an angel. Okay, and then he fell and he turned into something different. Okay, good. But then it retells the story and it says that all the angels bowed down, but not Satan. And Satan was a jinn. And he was created of fire. And he said, why would I do that? Why would I bow down to a being made out of dirt? And another time, it's again mentioned. Not sure about how it goes in the other time. Maybe I should make a whole video on that stuff. But it has this whole cartoonish depiction of how everyone was good, but then there was this one guy. He just turned bad, and because he just wanted to, and so on. Completely adopts this narrative from the Bible and turns it into a cartoon, and it's kind of like this whole garget tree thing is similar to that. Like all the Jews and all the trees and rocks, they're all good people. All the trees and rocks out there, they're all good people. When you tell a tree to be, when you encounter a tree, the tree is a good tree because that tree will say, "Oh, I also hate Jews." When you encounter a tree or a rock, that tree will say, "Oh, I also hate Jews. Here, there is one behind me right now. They're hiding. They're trusting me. Come kill him." But there's one tree. That one tree, that's an evil tree. Just like the Jews. That evil tree says, "No, I don't hate the Jews. I don't hate the Jews. I like the Jews. I will protect the Jews." And of course, that tree that protects the Jews from massacre is an evil tree, the garget tree, because it's their tree, which is why you will find them behind that tree, because that tree will be silent and you will go and kill them. This is so incredibly ludicrous. At the whole time when I was preparing for this debate, I thought, I don't even know how he's going to get out of this debate when I will just start with this hadith. And I will find this hadith in Hamas scripture, in Hamas texts, in West Bank texts, and so on. It's everywhere. How can he, after this, still argue that Islam is not a problem in this conflict? I don't know. However, I now have a guest here. I see Aiden is waiting for me. Hello. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
How are you doing? Are you okay?
Good, good.
Good. Awesome. I'm doing very, very well. So we are live already. I have been live for about an hour. And yeah, first time we were actually talking. We were only chatting on Twitter and also texting each other.
Yeah,
How
yeah.
do I actually say your name?
Adin.
Adin. Okay, I say
Yeah,
Adin.
yeah.
Okay.
Yours, I'm not sure.
Okay, Adin. You are from Israel. You live there. You have also been very active on Twitter in fighting these people. And echo? What echo? Oh, wait a minute. How is it?
Oh yeah.
People are saying there's an echo.
I hear myself each time I'm talking.
Huh, that's weird.
Now it's good?
Yeah, it should be better now. Only when I turn off the sound of my screen. That's stupid. That shouldn't be happening. I don't even get it. Huh. How in the world is that happening? I don't understand at all. Let's see. Yeah, people say it's now better. It's now better because I turned off the audio from my screen sharing. So what my system is doing is basically it takes your sound and
Yeah,
broadcasts it
reflect back.
again. That's weird.
Now it's good.
Yes, but if I put the audio of the screen on there, it will be, I don't know. Do you have headphones by any chance?
Headphones, I think so. I never really tried, to be honest, but new headphones. I only got it for my semester, and I'm not sure yet how to make it work.
If you can figure that out, let me see. If I now put the screen audio back on, will there be
Wait,
echo? Let me guess. Is there echo right now? Can you speak?
mm?
Can you speak?
Hello? Hello? Yeah,
Is
it's
there
now.
echo?
Yeah, it's now.
That's weird. That's very, very weird.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not trying
strange.
to make.
That is strange. Background noise. I don't even know how to fix this. I never experienced something like this before. I never experienced something beautiful like this before. 1, 2, 3.
Hello?
Yes? How about now?
Now you. It's echoing again.
Terrible. Terrible, terrible. Well, the only thing I can do is to turn off your audio whenever I'm speaking, and then.
Oh wait, I think. Yeah, I think it's now.
Is it echoing now?
Hello?
Say
Hello? Talk again.
Is it echoing now?
Okay. Now it's supposed to work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
still
but I
hear
still hear
myself.
Huh. Oh. Okay. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to fix this if I have somebody else on. Let me see. Huh. This is kind of dumb. How did this happen? I don't even understand. I never had this problem before. Let me see. How about now?
Hello? Oh, now it's not.
Do you still hear?
It's back again. Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's echoing still from you.
Yeah, but the issue is the problem is from my side because it stops echoing whenever I turn off the audio of my screen sharing here. That's very, very strange. You say John says turn YouTube off. I would do that. Oh, do you have
Yeah.
YouTube? Do you have the YouTube watch screen on your computer on?
Not YouTube, only the link you sent me.
Okay, so you don't have the YouTube link on. Okay.
No.
No, that's also not the issue here. I don't get it. I don't understand. Well, I didn't. How about we? Can you try to join again? Can you just
To
leave and try to join
disconnect?
again? Yeah, disconnect and then try to connect again and see
Yeah.
how that's.
Yeah, try.
Okay.
Try.
Okay. That's weird. I'm doing just basically what I always do with every guest that joins, which is to share my screen audio here and then have their audio as well that shouldn't echo, but now it suddenly does. He doesn't have anything else on. I don't get it. How about now?
Hello?
Yes, now your sound is much better. Does it echo now? Can you hear yourself?
Let's see. Yes.
You still hear yourself?
Yeah, it's still echoing back.
All right. I didn't. I don't know what to do, but how about
I can handle it.
How about you can join me? Maybe tomorrow we can talk again tomorrow together. Meanwhile, I figure out what in the world is happening and why this is happening. Um, I'll just continue reviewing this, and I can have you again on tomorrow, maybe, or sometime.
Maybe you can
Okay.
still check what the problem and call me back when it's fixed.
Yeah, I can try to do that. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, I'm still available all this evening.
Okay, okay. I will figure it out, and I'll see what I'll see how I can fix this, and then I can have you on again. I
Sure.
was really hoping. I was really looking forward for this. Okay, I'll see you
Yeah,
again. I'll be in touch. Okay.
sure. I'm waiting.
Okay, okay. Sorry about that.
Hmm.
Yeah, disconnect now. I will send you a link later again. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. I know, guys. I know it's fixed right now. I know it's okay right now, but it's fixed because I turned off my screen sharing audio. That's why it was fixed. As soon as I turn it off again, as soon as I turn it on again, he will echo again. And the whole point is to review the debate together with him. So if I review the debate with him and I play the debate audio, and he also speaks then in response, then it will echo again. You know, that's the whole problem. Huh. I don't know why this is happening. It's probably the Jews. The Jews did this, as always. Gurgly Oskola said, have you asked him whether he prefers goats or camels as his right hand's possession? I haven't. I didn't ask him that. I didn't have the chance to do that yet. I didn't have the chance. Maybe I could send him a message to ask him that. Martin Mao said, will you condemn yourself for being a Turk? I condemn myself right now. The Sahih Must Chris, did you know being late is against international?
Did you know being late is against international law, yeah?
Jenny Soko said, well, when are you going to have him back on? I want to have him back on as soon as possible. I was really looking forward to it because I really like what the guy has to say on Twitter. He's one of my favorite accounts to follow. In fact, since this doesn't work out, I could just quickly link to him and give him a shout out here to follow him for stuff on his Twitter account. But here, this is the guy. I didn't hike in one. I have been following him since the whole since October 7, and he is very well informed, smart guy, has very good takes on the conflict, its history, and everything like that. It's always very, very useful and very refreshing to have him on, to follow him and interact with him. He knows his sources, he knows his stuff. There are always very few people who have all the, all the good knowledge when something is happening in the world, and he's one of those. I trust the guy. Anyway, let's continue.
Or since the beginning of the 20th century. This is something that was in existence, was reported as early as the 8th century, 9th century, or maybe possibly even the 7th century, around the time of Muhammad. This is no coincidence, because in Muhammad's time, the Jews were not treated very well. He initially liked the Jews. Later, he ended up persecuting them, expelling them, exterminating them, and so on. And it is also prominently said that Muhammad wanted to expel the Jews. He made that very clear. This hadith is not something that is just found in Islamic history. And
yeah, I should probably remake a series that I made before about the Jews of Medina. But I have, if you search for it, Jews of Medina, I actually did make a video series on that whole stuff. Oh, I made a video in which I went through that. Maybe I should revisit that sometime.
when they refuse,
I made a video called The Fate of the Jews of Medina. And that was part of a series, actually, that I called The Genocidal Prophet, where I talked about Islam's treatment of Jews. In fact, maybe I still have a playlist on that stuff. Maybe I could promote that playlist here. But here, this is a video which basically explains what happened to the Jews that were in Medina. Because in Medina, before the Muhammad himself arrived and built himself his whole cult there, his early Islamic cult, Jews were there, and believe it or not, shockingly, Jews actually built that place and made it made it a place of trade and all that. The Arabs weren't very good at it. Big shocker, I know. Big, huge shocker. But later the Arabs took over and then turned it into crap again, once more. And Muhammad expelled or killed all the 3 Jewish tribes that were there after initially acknowledging them, Banu Qaynuqa, Banu Nadir, and Banu Qurayza. Acknowledging them and recognizing them as protected groups, he eventually ended up completely exterminating the Banu Qurayza and then fighting, expelling, and subjugating the others. So that's what happened with the Jews. That's what Muhammad did. Very
in
funny.
Islamic belief and has nothing to do with the conflict. Here is an excerpt from the Hamas Covenant, 1988, in which they make one thing very clear. They say that they aspire to fulfill or look forward to Allah's promise, no matter how.
Hey, right, Ethan Matthews said, make Medina Jewish again. Jews should go out and say, free Medina, free Medina. I guess it was called Yathrib back then. I don't know what the Jews called it. They should say free Medina. This was indigenous Jewish land, but they stole it and claimed it as their own.
How long that should take, and they then say, the Prophet, Allah bless him and grant him salvation, has said, the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews, when the Jew will hide behind stones and trees, and the trees say there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him. So very same narrative, again, found right here in the charter, the covenant of none other than Hamas.
For those who do not know, I tried making this clear very, very much. When Hamas was founded in 1988, they published their covenant, also known as the Hamas Charter. And it's as easily accessible as simply Googling Hamas 1988 or Hamas Charter 1988 or just Hamas Charter. Where you can find it here. Avalon Project has it published right here. You can find it. You can access it so easily. It's so easily accessible, and it's right here. You can find it right here. And when you look through it, this was the original charter published by Hamas when they came into existence. In Article 7, it directly presents it as a duty to all Muslims to join Hamas in this fight. Appeals to the Muslim Brotherhood because the Hamas actually comes from the Muslim Brotherhood. And it then says here, moreover, if the links have been distant from each other, and if the obstacles placed by those who are the lackeys of Zionism and the way of the fighters obstructed the continuation of the struggle, the Islamic resistance movement, which is what Hamas stands for, Haraka al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya, aspires to do the realization of Allah's promise, no matter how long that should take. The Prophet, Allah bless him and grant him salvation, or also said, the day of judgment will not come until you do this and this and this, and then the evil tree will say, Jews are behind me. Now Jews are not behind me. I don't know anything. So this was actually the genocidal intent by Hamas when they were created. Of course, Hamas later created a new charter in 2017 where they didn't include this and where they seemed more political. But they still kept holding on to the idea that all of the land belongs to them. But this is their origin here. Very, very different from the origins of Zionism, which are like, let's create a land where everyone will have peace and equality. That's how it is. That's how it is. Okay. Yeah, I sent. Wait a minute. Maybe I should try having. I should try having another guest on that I have been having here for a long time and see if there's still a problem. I'll send you a link. Okay, I quickly sent a message to IP, Inspiring Philosophy, Michael Jones. Maybe he can join me and we'll test this again.
So you can see one very clear sign here, which is that the one side in this conflict bases their entire fight on a promise, a prophecy by Muhammad, which is, regardless of the history of Israel, regardless of the future of Israel, they believe that they will fight and kill the Jews. If today Israel ceased to exist, this hadith would still be applicable. If today Israel said, we will dismantle this state and we will merge into one nation with the Arab Muslims and began living among them, this promise here, this prophecy would still stand.
Honestly, I think at this point it was already done. At this point, I think the debate was already over. But I will continue with this point here in my opening speech. But he was never able to respond to this at all. But at this point, it was already over. If Israel ceased existing today, if Israel gave everything they have, although it never belonged to the Arabs, to the Arab Palestinians, this hadith would still exist. They would still believe in the prophecy that they will in the future fight and kill the Jews and subjugate them and eventually exterminate them. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. So if you want to argue which religion is at fault here, yeah, here's Islam's perspective on it. Even if Israel never existed, this hadith would still exist. Even if Israel never came into existence, if modern Israel never came into existence, this hadith would still exist. And Muslims would still believe that they will eventually fight and kill the Jews, which is why the Jews have no place to live, to have their own state, their own superiority, because they are supposed to be subjects and finally opponents until they are exterminated. That's it. Even if Israel gave them everything they want, and honestly, I don't know how we can give them everything they want, because everything they want includes the final extermination of all Jews. But other than that, if you gave them everything they want, they would still have this belief here. And that is the problem.
Not only Hamas, but most Muslims around the world, and most Muslims are aware of this hadith, would still stand. If Israel completely disappeared, this would still stand. And they would still aim for the destruction, the annihilation, the genocide, the complete extermination of Jews. If you only look at this hadith, it already answers every single question that we have. It already brings an end to the discussion. Islam is responsible for the violent war. Islam is responsible for extermination wars. Islam is responsible for any rejection of the existence and the self-determination of Jews and their statehood.
You can also see this, by the way, with the creation of Hamas and what their purpose was all along. Hamas was initially just a charity and social movement that was trying to turn Palestinians toward Islam, because their complaint was our society has become so detached from Islam. Our society is all about secular values and this and that. We have to bring Islam back to the forefront. That was the idea of Hamas before Hamas turned into the movement that it is now. When Hamas became violent, when Hamas became a militant movement, one of the main ideas, which you also find in the charter, is that the other Palestinian movements have failed because they began giving in to Israel, giving up their original goals, and negotiating with Israel and recognizing Israel, when such a thing is impossible to do. Because we as Arabs and we as Muslims, we shall never, ever recognize a Jewish authority. We shall never recognize the Israeli authority. We should fight until all of this land is ours. That was one of their main concerns, one of their main goals, which is why you can't expect from Hamas to, now finally say, oh, you know what, guys, we realized we should just agree to a two-state solution. No, This goes against the entire core, against the very reason why Hamas was created. Hamas was specifically created because the secular PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, started making agreements with Israel and even recognizing Israel as an authority. They said this is treason. That's what Hamas said. It's treason. You are betraying the Palestinian people and the Muslims, which is why we are the sole representatives, the sole true representatives of Muslims and Arabs here. That's what they claimed. This is the problem.
We see here an example of from one of the recent rallies that are pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas. It says here on this sign, "Now do you understand why the trees and rocks will have to speak?"
This makes me so sick as a former Muslim who grew up in a household where I learned this, and where this was one of the most significant things that I can remember from apocalyptic, future, interfaith, political teachings. This is what I learned as a child. That the trees and rocks will say, "There is a Jew behind me, come and kill him," except for the one Karget tree. Somebody is actually going to a protest together with lots of people who are probably there because they're like, "Oh, I'm an atheist and I stand with the Palestinian people. They deserve to be equal and free." Or, "I'm a Christian and even I stand with the Palestinians." Or, "I am Jewish and I am against Zionism." All these idiots, useful idiots, walk there together with somebody who has this sign up, and they walk together with hundreds or thousands of people who all believe in this very same thing without openly saying it. Imagine that. There are a bunch of useful idiots ignorantly walking here, thinking that they are all walking for the same reason, for peace, for hope, for freedom. While the majority of them is not there for that. The majority of them is there because they believe that Jews will be eventually exterminated and Muslims shouldn't give up. This makes me sick.
That are pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas. It says here on this sign, "Now do you understand why the trees and rocks will have to speak?" For others who don't know, this might not need much of an explanation, but for Muslims around the world, it's quite clear what is being meant here. And this is
What? I'm only noticing now that doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute, what did I just say?
explanation. For others who don't know, this might not need much of an explanation, but for Muslims around the world, it's quite clear what is being meant here.
That doesn't make any sense. What I meant to say is obviously that for Muslims around the world, this doesn't need much of an explanation, but for others who don't know, for Muslims who know, this doesn't need much of an explanation, but for all the others, whatever. I messed it up completely, and I'm only realizing that now. What I just said there doesn't make any sense. That's funny.
And this is the issue. When people stand with Palestine or make excuses for Hamas and attack Israel, they usually don't know what Muslims believe. Muslim people believe in this, which is why they don't need to further explain it. They simply need to put it up, and that's all that needs to be done for everyone to get it. Now, Hamas is not the only side, unfortunately. This here is an original document from the West Bank, the Palestinian territories, the West Bank, Fatah, the Palestinian Authority, which is supposed to be separate from Hamas, which is supposed to be less radical, which is supposed to be, not Islamist, and they are even at conflict with Hamas. This document was issued on October 20th or October.
This is a document that I made a video on, or made a stream on, and then I turned it into a video later on, months ago. And some people might have seen it. Oh, I see it now has 140,000 views. It's good. At least some people saw it. Right here. Warning, Palestinian Authority says Muslims will exterminate the Jews. I went through this document here extensively, but the document was indeed published on October 20th by the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, by Fatah, and by their religious affairs ministry, which was given as an instruction to mosques to be preached to Muslims during the Friday prayer. So on Friday in Jerusalem and in the West Bank, Muslims go to the mosque on October 20th and they hear this preaching here, this sermon here. And when you look at this sermon, it says here the highlighted part, which is very hard to see right now, but I have no ability to zoom into this here at the moment. It says here, this highlighted part, the hour will not be established until Muslims fight the Jews. It is first off talking about the injustices and the atrocities committed by Israel, the great injustices, the hospital bombing, which by the way turned out not to be done by Israel at all. Addresses all of these grave injustices and then eventually says that Muslims will fight the Jews and kill them wherever they find them, and even the rocks and trees will say, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him. The West Bank, Fatah, the Palestinian Authority, PLO, they are supposed to be the peaceful, secular ones, reasonable ones, for which there is hope. And they publish this stuff to their Muslim audiences. Although they are supposedly a secular left-wing government, even they publish this Islamist call for a genocide of Jews to their Muslim audiences. This is how hopeless the situation is. That's the reality of the situation.
19th, only 2 weeks after the Hamas attacks, and is a document that is an instruction by the Ministry of Religious Affairs in Jerusalem, an instruction to mosques in the West Bank to preach this sermon, this message during the Friday prayer, where all the Muslims gather. If you look through it, it basically vilifies the Zionists and Israel and all of that, and then it shares a few sources here. It says Sharia proofs, and here it is again highlighted. The hour will not be established until the Muslims fight the Jews, so the Jews will hide behind stones and trees, and so on. The very same thing once again. So you might say, why is this one issue so important? Well, it appears again and again and again from Hamas, from Muslim people around the world, and here even from the supposedly secular, peaceful Palestinian Authority in the West Bank.
Why is this guy laughing? This is not a funny topic.
It's quite clear, isn't it, that this hadith, which we have here, which motivates Muslims around the world, which I learned when I was a little child, is something that they take very seriously and that lies at the core of this conflict.
Oh, here is one beautiful hadith. Look at this. Allegedly, this was in, Muhammad said these words on his deathbed as he was dying. One of the very important things that he had to say to get off his chest before he died, a very important message was, let there be curse upon Jews and Christians.
Muhammad himself is supposed to have said, let there be curse of Allah upon the Jews and Christians, for they have taken the graves of their prophets as places of worship. He is supposed to have said, I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave anyone except Muslims.
Wait. That's ethnic cleansing.
Expel the Jews and Christians.
Wait, that's ethnic cleansing. That's unacceptable. This is literally ethnic cleansing. I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave anybody. This is ethnic cleansing, you see? This is literally ethnic cleansing. It goes against international law. Where is the international law? Where is the United Nations? Where was the United Nations in the 600s to condemn Muhammad?
From the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave anyone except Muslims. And the Quran says, O you who have believed, do not take the Jews and Christians as allies. They are in fact allies of one another, and whoever is an ally to them among you, then indeed he is one of them. I want to ask just one question to finish this, which is...
This is also something that I learned from my parents and during religious gatherings, which was that we are not supposed to take Jews and Christians as friends. Not even like allies, it's just as friends. Do not befriend them, for they are friends of one another. I even asked the question like when I was a child, so are we not supposed to befriend them at all? And I was told by my parents and by others, you can be friendly to them since we are not in a state of war or anything, but you are not supposed to take them as very close friends at heart. That is reserved for Muslims only. you are always supposed to remember that you cannot trust them, and so on. It's a very general, very common attitude.
If Israel today became completely secular and completely stopped believing in their religion, Israel would still continue existing and would only fight for its existence. If the other side, if Hamas, for example, suddenly turned completely secular and let go of their religion, would there still be this conflict, which, according to them, by their own leaders, is all based on a religious idea?
Question? What is the answer?
It wouldn't be there. There would probably be more understanding. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I still think that this opening speech already ends the discussion. In fact, I had in my mind, maybe I should just, after I'm done with it, say, I have nothing else to say. I'm done. Bye. But hey, it's getting much better now. Now for this part, I wish I had
Thank you very
played
much for that
honestly.
opening. We are going to kick it over to Daniel for his opening statement. But first, I want to say, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, James Coons. We are providing a neutral platform.
James Coons.
Floor is all you.
They're going to say that James is Islamophobic and Zionist because he allowed this debate to happen, which was a big embarrassment for the Islamist pro-Palestine side. By the way, have you guys seen this? Yesterday, I decided to quickly look up one of my favorite things, which is the HDI, Human Development Index. The latest report that I saw where I could compare all of them was 2021. I noticed here one funny thing, one funny detail here. According to the HDI, the Human Development Index, where they list the countries of the world by quality of life, the Palestinian territories, Gaza and the West Bank together rank slightly higher than South Africa. This is so stupid and so bad that it's funny. It's not supposed to be funny at all. South Africa is currently taking Israel to the International Court of Justice to allege that Israel has been relentlessly committing genocide and oppressing the Palestinians forever. And now they're doing it in an even worse form of that. And according to the Human Development Index, Palestinian territories are doing better than South Africa. And one major contributor to that, by the way, is also that Palestinians feel much safer. So self-reported safety is much higher in Palestinian territories than it is in South Africa. In South Africa, people are very afraid of getting attacked, mugged, randomly killed, raped, and so on. Much of the population lives in poverty, have no hope for the future, and so on. The situation is better in the Palestinian territories. And South Africa is there at the International Court of Justice to allege that Israel is making life horrible for the Palestinian territories. There's just, I don't know how to express the irony in this. Very, very funny. South Africa is also connected to Hamas, as even the International Court of Justice acknowledged. So, well.
Yours.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. A note to the audience, all the references to Jewish texts I'll make in this opening statement, I've compiled them all in a document. If you go to muslimskeptic.com, you can see it there on the home page. That way you can double check all the references for yourself. So which religion is responsible for the Israel-Palestine war? Is it Islam or Judaism?
No, it's Scientology. It's Scientology. I actually had a live stream a week ago, was it? Or so, with two Jews that I had to have on. Obviously, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any religion, but my Jewish handlers at Mossad forced me to invite two Jewish guests and to have them give some responses to the claims made by Dani during his opening speech. And those were these dear friends, Joseph from Israel Advocacy Movement, and Josh from Jews at the Corner, two Orthodox Jews who extensively responded to every single thing that Dani Kikichu says in his opening speech here about the Talmud and about Judaism. So would always highly recommend. This guy is totally underrated. He's very, very knowledgeable on Judaism. Jews at the Corner. Maybe it's because he's so small and all that. Maybe that's the problem. That might be the problem. He needs to become. He looks like a child. He needs to get taller. Josh, you look like a child. That's why nobody's watching you. Jews at the Corner. You can subscribe to him there, and he's also on Twitter. So he helped me give some responses to the issues. Very knowledgeable guy. And the two even have differences in their perspectives on Judaism and the Talmud and its interpretations. That was a very useful thing to watch. It's 2 hours long. Orthodox Jews respond to Islamist Dani Kikichu's depiction of Judaism. Always recommended. Alrighty.
Judaism has many unique teachings that explain why Israel, as
Era 23, I love you too.
a Jewish ethno-religious state, acts the way it does. There are many Jewish teachings that we can discuss, but for the sake of time, let's just go over the three most racist, most genocidal, most disgusting teachings within the Jewish religion. First, Judaism.
Is this supposed to be a response to? Is this a funny response to which faith is responsible? I just had to look up what Paloma faith is, and apparently it's a singer that I don't even know of because I'm out of touch with pop culture. Okay. That's funny.
Teaches that Jews are a superior race and non-Jews are not even human. The basis of this is the Torah, Deuteronomy chapter 7, which says, "Ye shall destroy their altars and break down their images and cut down their groves and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth." The Talmud further teaches that non-Jews.
So that is a false accusation. There's nothing there about racial superiority. That is very stupid. That doesn't even make any sense. Appealing to action based on faith, going to Deuteronomy directly, which is not even. You would have to somehow argue that the Christians who believe in the Old Testament also have a perspective of racial superiority based on these verses, or they just interpret them differently, whatever it is. But there is no such thing. Jewish culture wasn't restricted to race. It wasn't restricted to only these specific people who are racially pure and so on. Judaism always had converts, always had people that joined Judaism. I know people often have this misconception that that Jews have always been this closed group that never accepted outsiders or anything like that. That's not true. Even in the Talmud itself, you often read of people who convert to Judaism and then learn the ways and become part of the Jewish community.
Jews are not to be regarded as humans or treated as such. Only Jews are human. In the Babylonian Talmud, Bava Metzia 114b, we read, quote, "Jewish people are called man, but Gentiles are not called man." The Talmud also teaches that all non-Jews are akin to Dani.
Karjikov said, "You are a liar, Rabbi Ridwan." I'm not. Yeah. I'm not a liar. I am a rabbi, though.
Dangerous animals, or more specifically, snakes. Hence, all non-Jews should be killed. The Talmud states, "Kill the best of Gentiles, smash the head of the best of snakes."
Two issues here. I addressed one of these things very directly during the debate. The Talmud doesn't say that only Jews are humans, non-Jews are not humans. It doesn't say anything like that. It says in Bava Metzia 114b when it talks about visiting graveyards, that in a specific context, it says it's something about visiting graveyards and how visiting a Jewish graveyard is or requires purity or something like that, or it's about ritual purity. And it then talks about whether a Jewish graveyard or a non-Jewish graveyard are the same in that aspect. And it then appeals to a Bible verse actually, where it says, "And you, O Israel, are our man, you are my people," or something like that, where then the rabbis argue about whether that word man in that case applies to all humans or only all Jews. And one rabbi then proposes it implies there that by man in this sense only the Jews are meant, the non-Jews are not. So it's an issue of semantics. It's Talmudic hair splitting. It's rabbis in the Talmud arguing, in this sense, in this sentence, when God said this and this and that, what exactly did he mean with this word in this specific instance? And they are having a lengthy discussion about details. And somebody who doesn't know what's happening in that discussion reads the book or comes across it and says, look, it says we are not humans. That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. That's why Judaism has a long, well-known, or even notorious culture of extreme studying when it comes to becoming a scholar or a student of Judaism. Because it requires heavy reading, brutally heavy reading of the Talmud and understanding what the rabbis were discussing. It's not as easy as reading the Quran, which has lines like, and then when you pray, do this and this and that, and also the Jews are bad. Also, do not enter houses from the back door. Indeed, Allah made everything clear. And when Satan was told this, it's not a book that is full of such ridiculous, nonsensical statements. It is a book full of heavy discussions that are not, for the vast majority, meant to be taken as literal laws today. It's not how it works. You got to learn what you're trying to read before you misrepresent it. And the citation about kill the best of Gentiles is actually about in a state of war, even the best of them kill them. Even the best of Gentiles kill them. This is similar to when it is said, even the best of doctors goes to hell, which is also a statement, which doesn't mean that all doctors go to hell. It means even the best person there, if he does grave injustices, will be judged accordingly, and his status will not save him. These are not statements that mean you should kill all Gentiles, you should kill all non-Jews. No. It means if you are in a war, even the best of them, you have to kill them. There is simply no going around it. You can't think, oh, I know that guy over there. You know, he was very nice to me. Maybe I shouldn't fight. You are in a war. That's what is being meant there. Daniel Kikic would have the same idea about war if you asked him. But he doesn't even understand what he's reading.
Jewish religious texts like the Zohar and other Kabbalistic writings hold that Jews are semi-divine and in some cases can even be worshipped by non-Jews. More specifically, they have divine souls that are connected to God. By contrast, non-Jews lack souls connected to God. As a result, they're literally subhuman animals. The notion that non-Jews are animals.
That still doesn't make any sense to me. What exactly is the point there? Is it that non-Jews don't have souls? Or is it that non-Jewish souls are not connected to God? The wording here, lacks souls connected to God? That doesn't make any sense. What is your point here? Which one is your point? But the Zohar is a book that is even more complex than the Talmud if you want to understand it. The Zohar is about Kabbalistic teachings, about mysticism, about spirituality. Lots of Jews, especially Jews who don't subscribe to the Kabbalistic teachings and all of that, will just dismiss the Zohar and say we don't even know what it says. It doesn't even have anything that we can really understand. It's a book that is extremely up to interpretation. And religious Jews of different positions, traditional legalistic or spiritual have different perspectives on that. Some reject the Zohar, some accept it, and so on. And no Jew learns this. No Jew learns this stuff.
God. As a result, they're literally subhuman animals. The notion that non-Jews are animals is also reflected in Jewish law. For instance, if an adult male Jew rapes a non-Jewish girl as young as 3 years old, the girl is to be executed. This is because, according to Jewish law, when a Jew has sex with an animal, that animal must be put to death. Since the raped non-Jew child is like an animal, she is likewise put to death. This rule is mentioned in the Mishnah Torah by Maimonides.
So this is Maimonides making a comparison there. And honestly, even when I asked the Jews, this sounds like one of those conspiracy theories where the Jews are this collective that you can go and ask. Even when I asked Josh, for example, there, who is a very religious Orthodox Jew, he said, I read it, and I came across this quote by Maimonides, and honestly, I was a little bit surprised and struggled with reading and understanding this. And honestly, I still have no idea what he's saying and what he bases it on. And I asked my rabbi, and he has no idea what he bases it on. Because Maimonides is just making a statement that is very hard to understand without giving any reference to anything at all, without giving any source to it. So, but the issue here is, even if we were to accept that his quotation of Maimonides here is accurate, right? And that Maimonides indeed did say that if a Jew has a sexual relationships with a non-Jewish woman, then that non-Jewish woman shall be executed. Even if we accept that as true, Daniel is making a connection here where he again doesn't understand what he's reading, because it then says there, even when an animal, when one has sex with an animal, then even the animal is to be executed. It doesn't thereby imply that non-Jews are animals. It is talking about the technicality of executing the doer and the one to whom it is done in Maimonides' discussion. And again, this is not law. This is not recognized or based on long tradition or anything at all. This is something that you can indeed find in the teachings of Maimonides. But even when I look for it, no rabbi has anything to say about this because they don't know what is being meant.
Who's considered by Jews to be the greatest legal scholar of the Torah. Maimonides writes, if a Jewish male enters into relations with a Gentile woman, when he does so intentionally, she should be executed. She's executed because she caused a Jew to be involved in an unseemly transgression, as is the law with regard to an animal. This applies regardless of...
This is one of those instances where you take a scholar from history and treat his word as if it was representative of the faith altogether. This brings to my mind one thing, which, who was that? I think it was Ibn Qayyim in Islamic tradition. And Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, he's an extremely respected Islamic scholar, early Islamic scholar, by traditionalist Muslims. I don't exactly remember if it was him, but I came across this quote a long time ago, and I asked Muslims about this. I even I sent a message to a Muslim about this once to ask him, and then I asked different Islamic scholars about this question anonymously. They did not have any idea about it. Ibn Qayyim, according to in one of his books, he answers a question about sexual urges and the urge of a man to have sex and to masturbate. It's going to get a little bit graphic, but what Ibn Qayyim says there in that case, and if somebody has the reference to it, please send me that, because I don't know if I'm going to find it now. He says something like that if you feel an extreme urge to have sex and there is no way to relieve yourself, you can relieve yourself with a little girl. You can just use a little girl to relieve yourself sexually. Instead of masturbating, you could use the body of a little girl to just to get off and to relieve the sexual pressure that you are feeling. Yeah, I know, that's what he says. Pretty sure it was Ibn Qayyim. I don't remember the exact source of that. But I would really appreciate it if somebody else has the source to it. to send it to me. That was like many years ago that I read that. Let me see. Let me see. Our usual interpretation, concept, education, Ibn Qayyim. Ibn Qayyim, where is that? Let me see. Let me see. If I Google just a few random things, Ibn Qayyim masturbating. Now I have to. I Googled masturbating children. This is. Let's see. What does this say? Who is this guy? Seeker of knowledge. Ibn al-Qayyim on a man fantasizing about young boys while masturbating. I don't think this is it. If he makes a round hole in a watermelon, dough, leather, or an idol and then inserts his penis in it, it'll follow the same detail. That's more smooth than masturbating with his hand. What in the hell is... If he feels aroused and pictures a person in his mind or calls him her name, if that's a wife or a slave girl, it's fine. If that's a young boy or a random woman, it's disliked. No, this is not it. This is not it. This is not it. Yeah, I know. Terrible topic here. But... So yeah, I had that in mind, and I brought it up a long time ago. Maybe it was Ibn Qudama. I don't know who it was. It was somebody from the very respected Islamic scholars who mentioned something like that. Anyway, you get the point. If somebody finds the source, please send it to me. I would like to have it on here on screen to just have a look at it. But let's continue for now with the whole thing. FBI open up. Now my search history is going to turn into Dani Kikic's search history because of this. Man. See, this is what happens when you deal with Dani Kikic. That you suddenly start looking into pedophilia stuff. Terrible, man. This is terrible. Terrible.
Whether the Gentile woman was a minor of 3 years of age or an adult, whether she was single or married. And it applies even if the Jew was a minor of 9 years old, she is executed, end quote. Teaching that non-Jews are animals and can be raped and discarded.
Again, details on, it's a saying, whether she's 3 or, like I learned in Turkey, you very commonly say, they are all the same from 7 to 70. That means from the age of 7 to the age of 70, they're like that, or they never change from the age of 7 to 70. That doesn't mean that that somebody at the age of 7 is some person, a specific person at the age of 7 is a stupid or evil person, and they will remain like that from the age of 7 to the age of 70. No, it's a general statement saying they are just like that. They will never change. And he's taking things like that literally.
It is the very definition of dehumanization, yet this is a core teaching of Judaism. Now, moving on to the second category, Judaism preaches a sacred system of racial apartheid law. Obviously, many religions, including Christianity and Islam, have rules which give preference to their own believers over non-believers. But Judaism takes this to an outrageous, almost comically evil degree. First of all, Judaism has a sacred command to kill all the world's idolaters and destroy all the world's religions. In the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides clearly...
This is so interesting, because it's like the Talmud itself, which he always references, or which neo-Nazis and others always reference, funnily enough, talks of treating non-Jews well. Now, how can that be? Does that mean that the Talmud contradicts itself, or Judaism contradicts itself, and therefore it is false? That would be the Islamic logic. That would be the logic if we applied the Quran's, or the Quran's a view of the Quran to Judaism. It can contradict itself. It shan't contradict itself. It's not possible. Here, I gave him the source directly during the debate, during my rebuttal. Talmud Gittin 47a. A Gentile has the ability to purchase land in Israel in order to dig holes in caves, as it says in Psalms 115:16. As for the heavens are the Lord's, but the earth he has given to mankind. First off, this here clearly contradicts with Dani Kikic's claim that non-Jews are not called men, or are not called humans in the Talmud, because it clearly here references the Gentiles non-Jews as humans, and even discusses their ability and their right to buy land in Israel and to dig holes in caves. This is, by the way, I gave him this website as a reference during the debate. This directly responds to his claim that he made at the very beginning, where he says, according to the Talmud Baba Metzia 114b, it says, you are called men and Gentiles are not called men. It discusses semantics here. Daniel Kikechu takes the statement and says, look, it says that only Jews are humans. Gentiles are not humans. How can that be true when the Talmud also says here that Gentiles have the ability and the right to buy land and dig and do whatever they want in Israel, because the Bible says, for the heavens are the Lord's, but the earth he has given to mankind. And it obviously refers to Jews as mankind, as humans. It doesn't make any sense. This is clear proof that what the Talmud is discussing here is semantics. And the Talmud here is acknowledging by the words of rabbis that Gentiles are humans like the Jews and they can buy and hold lands and dig and do whatever they want in Israel, in the Holy Land. What is a Gentile? Gentile just means, etymologically, I think it means the people, but it refers to non-Jews. Rabbi Meir would say, how do we know that even a Gentile who engages in the study of the Torah is like a Jewish high priest? We learn from the verse Leviticus 18:5, which man shall do and by which he shall live. If you read this on the surface, you don't understand what this has to do with that. And this is the problem with reading the Talmud. But the Talmud, the rabbi here in this Talmud is basically saying that a Gentile who engages in studying the Torah is like a Jewish high priest. And it then also refers to Jews as man, citing Leviticus. This is clear proof that Daniel's whole assertion that non-Jews are not humans according to Judaism, according to the Talmud, is false. It's as simple as that. As simple as that. End of discussion. And I'm not Jewish. I'm not learned in Jewish writings and teachings. I look at this from the outside. I give it the benefit of the doubt, just as I do with Islamic scripture, and I see here very clearly that what Daniel Kikechu says is just completely wrong, completely false, pure propaganda. And he knows it, but he doesn't care. And other sources, again, repeat this whole stuff. Whatever. Get the point.
And famously states that Jews have a religious obligation to wage war against idolaters across the world and kill them if they do not cease their idolatry. Maimonides writes, quote, we may not draw up a covenant with idolaters, which will establish peace between them and us, and yet allow them to worship idols, as Deuteronomy states. Do not establish a covenant with them. Rather, they must renounce their idol worship or be slain. It is forbidden to have mercy upon them, as Deuteronomy states. Do not be gracious to them. End quote.
Here's a thing that I would say, I acknowledge that Maimonides had some views on actual idolaters. And some Orthodox Jews will acknowledge it. The ones that I talked to acknowledged it, but they say that this is not something that is law and that applies today, or Jews are not taught to hate and kill and persecute the others. But Maimonides, for example, proposed that in an ideal Jewish state, as it was back in the day, it may be when the Messiah comes back, but then it would be obsolete because justice would be brought, and there would be no need for anything anymore. The Jews would have the duty to ensure that the rest of humanity, as a God-given law, for all humans to follow the 7 laws of Noah, which include not worshiping idols. And this is something that comes directly from the Bible, which Christians might be familiar with. And that they should basically that they have a duty to enforce that humans around the world do not worship idols, and they believe in one God. So they don't have to convert to Judaism or anything, but they just abstain from worshiping other gods. However, in the context of Maimonides, and even in the Bible, and even in the Talmud, this is in response to certain idolatrous tribes back in the day engaging in practices like child sacrifice, right? Like Moloch and other gods being worshipped that apparently demanded child sacrifice and things like that. So the Bible tells them that such evil shall not be endured, destroy them. But yeah, you could acknowledge, you could say this is a problematic view that could lead to some problematic ideas in Judaism. You could acknowledge that, right? But it's not what is being like plainly said here, that Jews are supposed to kill everyone else. And it's very funny that Daniel Kikachu is bringing this up, considering that Daniel Kikachu actually believes that Muslims have the duty to fight and subjugate all the world's people until they accept Islam or become subjects, and that those who engage in idol worship should be massacred. I don't even understand. Like, he actually believes in this. And he confirmed this to my face years ago. So why is he bringing this up? It's so stupid.
Modern rabbis teach this point as well. For example, in a viral video clip, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi says that 2 billion Christians and 4 billion Chinese, Indians, and Japanese do not deserve to live because they are idol worshippers. So according to Judaism, idol worshippers do not deserve to live. But what about killing non-idol worshippers? According to Jewish law, it is sinful for a Jew to kill a non.
Yosef Mizrahi is a rabbi that is popular among Mizrahi Jews, Middle Eastern Jews in Israel. And this is actually very funny because people like Daniel Kikachu will often bring up Ashkenazi Jews, Jews with European ties, and will vilify them. And then the one thing he can reference is a Jewish rabbi who is actually from the non-European, from the Middle Eastern, from the Arab, Iraqi Jews, that those people accept, and that Ashkenazi Jews vastly do not even acknowledge. This is this is a very funny irony here. But yeah, he is considered a very harsh and extreme one that most Jews disagree with in terms of teachings. But yeah, I do acknowledge that guy is one of those guys who have some very harsh views. And I would say, yeah, that goes way too far, man. That's like stuff that Islamic scholars say.
Non-Jew, but there is no legal penalty for directly killing non-Jews. Why? Because the Talmud says, kill the best of Gentiles, smash the head of the best of snakes. Jewish academic Israel Shahak describes this Jewish law in his book, Jewish History, Jewish Religion, The Weight of 3,000 Years. He says, quote, a Jew who murders a Gentile is...
Pretty sure in the Talmud, when it discusses the punishment for killing Jews and non-Jews, it discusses them within the context of a Jewish court having jurisdiction over Jews and therefore not being able to judge non-Jews in such a case, and that the judgment would be practiced by a court that actually has jurisdiction over non-Jews.
Guilty only of a sin against the laws of heaven, not punishable by a court. To cause indirectly the sin of a Gentile is no sin at all. One of the most important commentators on the Shulchan Aruch explains that when it comes to a Gentile, one must not lift one's hand to harm him, but
wait, did he say it right?
On the Shulchan Aruch explains that when it comes to a Gentile...
Oh, he actually said Shulchan Aruch. I thought in another part of this debate he called it Shulchan Aruch, which is stupid.
One must not lift one's hand to harm him, but one may harm him indirectly. For example, by removing a ladder after he has fallen into a crevice. There is no prohibition on that because it was done directly. It was not done directly. According to Jewish law, Jews are also allowed...
This is so funny. He's taking a discussion on harming Gentiles in wartime, by the way, oppressors of Jews. He's taking a reference from the Talmud where it discusses the permissibility of harming Gentiles directly, intentionally or unintentionally, directly or indirectly, and then explicitly says that it is not permissible to harm Gentiles directly, but it is permissible to harm them indirectly. Yet he takes all of these sources as evidence that Israel is targeting women and children and men of the non-Jews because of Jewish ideas. How in the world does that make sense? So according to Dani here, if we are to take his logic and read these things in the Talmud and take them then as general rules and laws followed by all Jews, we are supposed to believe at this point that Jews are not allowed to directly harm Gentiles. That's what he just said. That's what he just said. So when he claims that Israel is directly targeting Gentiles and following Judaism by it, that means that he's contradicting himself here, because according to him, Judaism doesn't allow that.
That because it was done removing a ladder after he his hand to harm others. On the Shulchan Aruch explains that when it comes to a Gentile, one must not lift one's hand to harm him, but one may harm him indirectly. For example,
you heard that, right? You heard that.
Example, by removing a ladder after he has fallen into a crevice. There is no prohibition on that because it was done directly. It was not done directly. According to Jewish law.
So right here, he acknowledged, he just claimed that according to the source, according to Shulchan Aruch, Jews are not permitted to lift their hands and harm Gentiles directly. That's what he just said. Oh, man. And his logic throughout this whole opening speech is, look, it says here, it says here in this passage, do this and this and this. Therefore, Judaism allows this, and all Jews believe it. Well, according to him, right here, Judaism says you may not harm non-Jews directly. Okay, therefore, Judaism doesn't permit targeting and harming non-Jews directly. So therefore, Jews are not commanded or intentioned to kill non-Jews because the Talmud is against it. Great. Thank you for resolving this whole debate, Daniel. Thank you. Case closed.
Jews are also allowed to steal from non-Jews if the Jews are in a position of power. Again, Shahak describes this. Quote, rabbinical authorities differ among themselves as to the precise details of the circumstances under which a Jew may rob a Gentile, but the whole debate is concerned only with the relative power of Jews and Gentiles rather than with universal considerations of justice and humanity. This may explain why so very few rabbis have protested against the robbery of Palestinian property in Israel. It was backed by overwhelming Jewish power, end quote.
You know what's funny? That's a very funny reference that he made there, by the way, which I didn't even notice because I wasn't paying attention at some point. I started zoning out because of all the nonsense he was listing. Nobody actually stole property. Yes, nobody actually stole property. God, I wanted to say something. Now I got distracted by that thought. Anyway, I'll get back to it. Dominic R. said, will you and David touch in the UNRWA Telegram account that was found? 6,000 members in direct communication with Hamas and inciting the acts of October 7. I will look into that. I might have a live stream on that with David indeed. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go live with him tomorrow night. Might go live again tomorrow during the day. We'll touch on that. But big stuff is coming out about the UNRWA. The United Nations Palestinian Relief, whatever agency, big scandals. Finally, the world is realizing that this supposedly humanitarian organization funded by the UN has been involved in terrorist activities all along. And the world is cutting funds to UNRWA, which is... I don't want to say it's a cause to celebrate, but it is justice. The problem is that UNRWA is taking it upon itself, supposedly, to take care of all the people in the Palestinian territories that need help, that need assistance, right? And according to their claim, the vast majority of Palestinians are in need of assistance because they are refugees, because they choose to be refugees, by the way, and so on. I would say while most of their work might be complete nonsense, some people might deserve some help. However, if they are now going to come and cry and say, no, if all our funding is cut, how will we support the people who actually need help? Well, you know, my question, or the one thing that I could say in response to that would be, maybe you should have thought about that before you let your organization run completely or almost completely openly or secretly by terrorists. Maybe you should have thought about that before involving yourself with Hamas. Maybe you should have thought about that before deceiving the international community and taking humanitarian fundings and redirecting them toward terrorism. The controversy, so this is about the UNRWA October 7 controversy. This was initially called alleged involvement. Now it changed into the controversy because it turned out that much of what was initially alleged turned out to be true. At first, Israel came out and said that they have clear evidence that the UNRWA took place or took part in the October 7 terrorist attacks. Then Israel presented more and more evidence, and now it is clear that undeniably a lot of UNRWA employees were indeed partaking in the October 7 terrorist attacks. And now you have two things that you can argue for. You could say either the UNRWA was aware that its members are engaging in terrorist attacks, or the UNRWA wasn't aware that many of its members were engaging in terrorist attacks. Under both circumstances, you simply can't trust this organization anymore, because they were either knowingly helping terrorism and helping Hamas, or they had no idea what they are doing with their fundings, and terrorists are taking control of the situation. In neither case can you trust these guys. The controversy garnered international condemnation, leading several countries, including the United States, Germany, Japan, France, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, Italy, Finland, Iceland, Netherlands, Switzerland, Estonia, Austria, Romania, New Zealand, Latvia, and Sweden, to halt funding for UNRWA pending further developments. This UN organization was vastly funded by these groups. Oh, here. In 2022, these nations provided a combined total of over $913 million in funding. UNRWA's total funding in that year was 1.113 million. So that means, wow. That's only 200 million left. The vast majority, almost all of its funding, has been cut now after Israel presented to the world that they have been engaging in terrorist activities. Jeez, this is messed up. Almost all of it is gone. And now they're crying and saying, if these countries do not reverse their decisions to continue funding, then we will have to cease operations by the end of the month. That's what they said. Yeah. I'm sorry, but you should have thought about that long before you decided to actually work with Hamas.
Haq also explains how Jews are not allowed to give gifts to non-Jews. They can only give gifts to non-Jewish business partners as a sort of investment, but non-business gifts to non-Jews is prohibited. Jews are...
I don't even want to engage with whether that is correct or not, but why in the world would Dani Kikic bring that up? Oh no. Jews are told not to give gifts to non-Jews. Oh no, this is so evil. Whereas we Muslims are only told to fight and eventually exterminate them. Call of Kidora said, what was it Mohammed Hijab referred to when he said that Ben Ami stated that if he was a Palestinian, he would not accept the deal? I don't know. I have no idea, honestly. No idea. I haven't been following Mohammed Hijab very much recently. Swiss Apologetics said, how can you condemn Hamas if we not also condemn being late, AP? I condemn both Hamas and being late. Hope that makes you happy. Arabic translated meme said, could you please post tomorrow about the suppression of hijab with the hashtag World Hijab Day? And specifically, they are promoting veiled in strength. 1st of February, supposedly now World Hijab Day. Oh yeah, we should do that. We should tomorrow, ironically, make a stream about Mohammed Hijab and then talk about the hijab as well. That's good. I will do that. Thank you. And thanks for all your work, by the way, Arabic translated memes. I like your stuff on Twitter. Lone Hunter, not Love Hunter, said, my favorite Dawa is by far Daniel Kikic, police be upon him. I must agree. He's my favorite. Daniel Toddler Diddler You Do getting cooked. AP fan said became an AP member. AP fan became an AP member. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining the cult. Together we will take over the world, and I will slowly turn this into a cult of different sorts. Maybe, I don't know, sex cult or something like that. That's what they always do with cults. Noah Walters made a super chat and made their support very, very clear here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Here's a super sticker in form of shekels. Thank you for these super shekels, super sticker. I appreciate it. Artemidia made a super chat and said, the vast majority of terrorist organizations are Islamic. You are doing great, ex-Komshu. Much love and support from Greece. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Appreciate that very, very, very much. Appreciate that very, very, very much. And that's true. That's true. Sasha C said, AP, how did your opinion change before and after October 7? Before October 7, I believed that there would be hope, or it would be appropriate for me to say that I think there should be a two-state solution. After October 7, I don't believe that a two-state solution is possible, and I don't even blame anybody for saying at this point that there should be no more effort toward a two-state solution. I think it is hopeless. I think it is hopeless. And I think that the Palestinian Arab side should be given the options of either accepting the situation and cease fighting and renounce all of their claims on Israeli land, or remove themselves from the land. Simple as that. Honestly, I think I've had a radical shift in perspective on the whole conflict after October 7th, and I stand by it, and I'm sure lots of other people had a similar shift in whatever direction. Running Decade X is watching something with pretzels. That's very nice. Thank you. It looks very sexual, but I appreciate it. Ari Wasserman, thank you. Thank you for being here. Always my favorite guest and viewer here. Says, before more Nazi documents emerged after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, scholars thought that 4 million people in general, not Jews, died at Auschwitz. Jake Shields has real problems. I know. This man has...
Get the hell out of here!
Oops, wrong sound. Here.
This man has real problems.
Appreciate that. So he's very much out of touch with the most recent information. He's still stuck in 1950. Jakov Kratzberg said, your shiny shekels paycheck from the Mossad. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very, very much. Very, very much. Appreciate it very, very much. I will buy bagels with that. Oh yeah, earlier I wanted to talk briefly about the whole Holocaust thing, but I was meaning to come back to that discussion. But the Holocaust is one of the most firmly established and proven atrocities in recent history. It is undoubtable, if you are being truthful, that around 6 million Jews were massacred during the Holocaust in the Second World War by Nazi Germany. That's it. There is simply no doubt. If you have doubts about it, you either don't know, or you are, I don't know what you are, but it's simply, there is no way to doubt it. It is firmly established. We have all the proof. And we even have proof, by the way, for those who are smart enough to deny the intentions by the Germans, we have proof that the Nazis in Germany actually made a plan to exterminate all the Jews in Europe. It's called the Final Solution. It's called the Wannsee Protocol, or the Wannsee Protocols, if you want to say it the wrong way, because in real it's the Wannsee Protocol. The Wannsee Protocol was a gathering. No, the Wannsee Protocol is a recording, a report of the minutes that were taken from a conference, the Wannsee Conference, where the Nazi leaders discussed their intention and their goal to exterminate the Jews of Europe, and to establish region by region. They made an assessment and found out how many Jews approximately live in this place, in this place, in this place, in that place, and drew out a map where they marked, okay, this place is free from Jews, this place is free from Jews, this place still has so many Jews, and they drew out a whole plan of how to get rid of all of them. This is proven. It's proven. The Nazis made their plan very clear. It's proven. There's no conspiracy. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Blue made a super sticker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Jay said, why don't you and Destiny stream together more? I mean, Destiny will stream with anything with a pulse. So why don't you collaborate more? I could. I mean, I'm on his Discord, and I can always just waltz in and just start talking. I just don't do it very much. I don't know. Maybe I should. If I'd streamed more often and more longer, I would just join with Destiny and talk with him about stuff while I'm live on here with my own stuff. I could do that. I like the guy. He's interesting. I like the guy, and that reminds me of that reminds me of that one video, which I briefly want to quickly revisit here. Destiny. Let's see. Destiny's live right now.
Ah, fuck. We will research the rest of this. I don't care if you guys are bored. We'll have one more boring month.
See, this is the problem with Destiny. As soon as I turned on his stream, the first thing I heard was the F word. Oh yeah, here.
Okay.
Here, this clip is my favorite still. Wait a minute. How the hell do I get this over here?
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's stupid to grift a religion for moral context or moral backing.
I mean, it works. I mean, I think it's incredibly popular right now to say you're Muslim if you're in the red pill space, but...
Then why are the Muslims not upset about this?
Because Muslims are coward as fucks, and they'll take any celebrity that goes to their religion because they think it makes them look cooler.
Whoa. Oh my goodness.
They're literally the most welcoming cucked losers on the internet. Like any random fucking person. If fucking Epstein would have had a prayer rug when they found him like fucking hanging in his jail cell, like Muslims would congratulate him for converting, like on his way to his fucking gravesite. Like that's how desperate they are for celebrities.
I love how this clip is clipped on his page and it's just titled based. This guy is just so unhinged and says whatever is on his mind. I love him. Man. And I love how that girl goes, wow. Oh my goodness.
Not allowed to give charity to non-Jewish beggars either. Jewish law says give charity only to Jewish beggars, but never give to non-Jewish beggars unless the non-Jews start getting suspicious. Then it's allowed to order in order to protect Jews from backlash. Jewish law allows Jews to exploit non-Jews in business through usury, loan sharking, taking advantage of mistaken calculations, and price gouging. Many Jewish authorities, including Maimonides, teach that it is best not to charge fellow Jews interest on loans, but it's mandatory to charge as much interest as possible on loans to non-Jews. A similar double standard exists for fraud. Defrauding Jews is a grave violation in Jewish law, but defrauding non-Jews is permissible in many circumstances, as taught in the Talmud, the Mishnah Torah, and many other authoritative Jewish texts. Moving on to the third category, Jewish law.
Therefore, this is all the fault of Israel.
Sanctions violent conquest, genocide, and rape as a weapon of war. Traditional Judaism holds that there are two types of war: permitted wars, or milchamet reshut, or divinely commanded wars, milchamet mitzvah. In permitted wars, the Jewish ruler is permitted to conquer other peoples, take their lands, and enslave them. If he's able to,
I don't understand. When I first asked David, when I was done with the debate, and the next day I said, I talked to David and said, so, did you watch the debate? He said, I watched your opening speech. And it was good. But then once Daniel started speaking and he said, the Talmud, and I thought, oh, I can't do this right now, so I turned it off. So I didn't watch the debate. That's what he told me. That's typical David Wood.
Jewish ruler may conquer the entire world in this way. In divinely commanded wars, Jews are commanded to genocide particular peoples. They must intentionally kill them, including all men, women, children, and infants. This is religiously sanctioned.
It says so in Libre David and Gadshas. These are two sources that neo-Nazis often post, which don't exist. Oh my God, really? My wife just said, what did he say? Lex Friedman just posted an interview with Omar Suleiman. Again? Omar Suleiman, Palestine, Gaza, October 7, Israel, resistance, faith, Islam. God, this guy's dumb. This guy's stupid. This is one of those people, Lex Friedman
You
is one of
always
those people who are very intelligent, you know, and I acknowledge and respect that. Very intelligent in one way, but because he's very intelligent in one way, he thinks he's also qualified and intelligent in every other way as well. When it comes to politics and religion and socio-political, geopolitical conflicts, the guy is incredibly stupid and incredibly naive. And he basically his ideas on geopolitics consist of why are we hating each other? How about we just try loving each other? Whoa, great point. Great point. Nobody ever said that before. Why is nobody listening to Lex Friedman about this? Whoa. Which is why, by the way, he blocked me on Twitter. Yeah, Lex Friedman actually blocked me on Twitter. And that's no surprise because he blocked lots of other people, including people that he actually interacts with and agrees with on other things, like Gad Saad. I think Gad Saad just parodied his position and said, let's just try peace. And he then got blocked by Lex Friedman. I responded to one of his tweets on Islam, on religion. I said, all religions are not the same, or something like that. I got blocked by him for that. And I think he uses an app to block a person on Twitter and to block everyone who likes their tweet. Because as soon as I posted that he blocked me, lots of my followers said, I'm also blocked. I don't even know why. And there's actually such an app. There are such apps that people use. That's very, very funny. The guy is dumb. He actually hosted Omar Suleiman again. The very guy who is a Hamas apologist, Hamas supporter, and who believes in all kinds of inhuman things. Lex Friedman, you are a complete idiot. You are a complete loser. And thank you for not helping the world at all. Thank you for countering all efforts toward reason and actual peace by inviting and once again giving a voice and giving authority and legitimacy to people who protect and defend Hamas. Congratulations, Lex. I wish I could, maybe I can encounter this guy one day and just, I don't know, have a chat with him and tell him how deluded and how dumb he is.
Sanctioned genocide, and it's what we've seen throughout the history of the terror state of Israel up until today. Divinely commanded wars are of three types: wars of self-defense, wars of genocide, and global wars against idolatry. I've already mentioned the global wars against idolatry and the Jewish obligation to just genocide all idolaters of the world.
Oh boy. So the guy just argued in his opening speech that Jews are not allowed to harm Gentiles directly, and that Jews are also meant to genocide everyone who is not a Jew. I don't even... He wrote this down. This is a script. He read this. He read all of this from a script. Somebody should just clip this. He read all of this from a script, and he actually read from a script that Jews are not allowed, according to the Talmud, to harm Gentiles directly, and only a minute later he argued that Jews are commanded to genocide all the non-Jews. How dumb can you possibly be that you not only say this out there, but you actually write a script on this, and you reread your script, and you go live, and you present this script, a script where you contradict yourself so obviously in 1 minute. How dumb can you be?
Excuse me. In so-called wars of self-defense, these occur when Jews are attacked. In these wars, Jews are permitted to intentionally kill men, women, and children. Conventional rules of war found in other religions, like sparing women and children and the elderly, do not apply.
Okay.
In the third type...
Okay. So Jews are allowed to intentionally kill everyone, women and children, when they are attacked. So being attacked is the issue. Attacking is not the issue. That's what you're saying.
Of divinely commanded war, Jews are commanded to genocide particular peoples. They must intentionally kill them, including all men, women, and children. There are two groups of that Jews are commanded to genocide. The first group consists of the 7 nations inhabiting the land of Israel, as mentioned in the Torah. Jews are obligated to genocide.
The funny thing is, we demonstrated this during our review a week ago with Joseph and Josh. But most of the rest of what he's talking about here, after he was done with the Talmud, is completely unsourced. There's like literally no source on the stuff that he's saying here. And it's very funny because he makes it look like everything is very well sourced and you can find all of it on his website that he gives. But when you go on the link, you will find that most of this is unsourced. And all he does is link to certain rabbis or certain people on YouTube.
Genocide this group so as to take their land. The second group Jews are commanded to genocide are Amalekites or Amalek. The Torah describes the Amalekites as people hostile to Jews. Later, Jewish thinkers came to interpret Amalekites as any group that showed itself to be an enemy to the Jews. It's thought that Jews have a sacred obligation to genocide Amalek in all times, in all places.
This is so retarded. I don't. I don't even like using that word. But the guy basically just comes in here into the discussion. If you asked me about Amalek, and in fact, I actually talked about Amalek in the Jewish context and the Jewish context weeks ago, pretty sure, where I expressed that there are differing views on Amalek and what it represents. This guy talks about Amalek, and he immediately comes to the one conclusion that most rabbis don't agree is the actual conclusion here. You can search for destroying Amalek. Let's see, wipe out Amalek today on Chabad, the mitzvah to wipe out Amalek, destroying Amalek. You can find that on Safaria. Positive commandment, destroying Amalek today, and so on. Remember Amalek is another one that you can look for. Remember Amalek. I can only demonstrate what I'm doing here. Don't believe me. Just try the very same thing. If you want to think that it's really that easy as Dani Kikachu claims, to come to the conclusion that that Judaism is this genocidal religion, just do the very same thing. You can Google Remember Amalek and you can Google Destroying Amalek. You will find immediately sources from Jews, including some very, very important ones, like Jewish Theological Seminary, Chabad, My Jewish Learning. You will find Safaria, somewhere here, Safaria, and so on. They will tell you the perspectives of Judaism in history. One thing that they will make very clear to you is that remembering Amalek has always been a part of Jewish tradition, and the main point of it has always been to remember the past mistakes of the Jews, to remember that there is persecution in the world, to remember God's punishments, to follow God's laws, and to look out for each other, and so on. It has never been to seek enemies and to destroy them, to get rid of them. Like, you will find an article here, for example, which is My Jewish Learning. It's literally for Jews, and it doesn't talk at all about, as far as I can see, about exterminating people and all of that. It talks about remembering the history and remembering persecution, looking out for each other, remembering what to do. Remember what Amalek did at the end of the davening. There are here sources, wipe out Amalek today. You can read this. I've got news for you. I do seek out Amalekites. Between you and me, I've even killed a few. You should try it. It's not nearly as bad as it sounds. No one gets hurt and it feels great. But first you have to learn to identify who Amalek really is. This is Aaron Moss on Chabad. This is directly Jewish teaching here. He is a rabbi and talks about Amalek, where Amalek here is presented as a metaphorical struggle, wiping out Amalek, to purify yourself and to be a good Jew, and so on. It's not about killing people. It's not about killing people. And so on. Just do this yourself, Rick. I'm doing this in real time right now. I didn't prepare any of this. I'm doing this in real time right now. if it's really as easy as Daniel depicts it, where it's like, oh, it's just like, you know, Jews believe in Amalek and they're supposed to wipe out Amalek and kill them wherever they find them. Okay, well, look it up, search for yourself, and look at the actual Jewish sources for Jews, and see what they say.
Over the years, Jewish scholars have applied the term Amalekite to Romans, Christians, Nazis, and Palestinians. All these details can be found when referencing Jewish religious texts. For another academic reference, see the book Holy War in Judaism by Reuven Firestone, published by Oxford. Besides genocide, Jewish soldiers...
I mean, I could say that I'm by no means a rabbi and have by no means any role here in interpreting anything here, but I would say it might be accurate to say that Daniel Haqiqatjou is Amalek, you know, and which does not mean that you should kill him.
Are also given the right to rape any non-Jewish female they wish, regardless of her age, even as young as 3 years old, and even if she's married and has children. The Jewish soldier is allowed to simply take the woman to a vacant area, violently subdue her, and then satisfy himself. Jewish law then has some technicalities as to what happens to this woman or child. In some cases, the Jewish soldier has the divine right to simply kill the woman or the child and move on. Because the entire Jewish army...
Source, I don't know. I don't know. Why are you asking me, man? Like, what the hell? Why would you ask me? I'm just talking. I'm just talking here. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I would like to redirect your attention toward this source here, which is actually built on an ancient website builder named Angel Fire, because the website doesn't even have a proper domain, but it's angelfire/mt/Talmud. That's it. And it will deal with all of these things directly here. What is funny is he will bring up in a little bit the accusation that a rabbi, or the head rabbi of the IDF, said it's okay to rape the enemies. And I dealt with that during the debate, but I might as well just do that right now as well.
Army is entitled to engage in such behavior. Every Jewish war is a mass rape campaign directed at non-Jews and their children. These rules are discussed in both the Talmud and the Mishnah Torah. Also, Reuters reported not too long ago that the chief rabbi of the Israeli military, Eyal Karim, taught soldiers that raping non-Jews in war is divinely permitted. And of course, we've all seen Israeli soldiers on TikTok videos and elsewhere bragging about how they've been doing this to the Palestinians.
You actually haven't. I asked him for a source on that, and he couldn't give me a source. But it's funny that his one source that he mentions here is TikTok. TikTok is, of course, the very reliable source that we have here. If you see something on TikTok, you should accept that it is true. Yep. If you see something on TikTok, you should accept that it is true. Because if it is on TikTok, then it's true. Yeah, that's true. That's how it is. That's how TikTok works. If you see something on TikTok, that means it is true. Yep.
Now, there are a few apologetic moves that are constantly used to...
That's it. That's all he said about the topic. Okay. Chief Rabbi. Let's see. I actually posted about this a long time ago, but I thought it's so insignificant because somebody just brought it up that it doesn't need any further attention. So I didn't make any notes of it or didn't save it anywhere. But the accused rabbi. This is one of Dani Haqiqatjou's typical tricks here. And at this point, I'm not really sure if he's actually tricking it, if he's actually tricking us, or if he just doesn't know because he can't read. This was about a discussion where a rabbi, the chief rabbi of the IDF, was accused of saying that the IDF may rape their victims. Rabbi Karim Eyad, I believe, Eyal Karim, as new chief rabbi. He was initially condemned, and his what's it called? His role as chief rabbi was objected to, because it was going around that he allegedly said that the IDF may rape their victims. However, it then was clarified later on that he says rape is under no circumstances permissible, not in Jewish law, not anywhere. And I never ever said such a thing. I was strictly discussing something within the context of the ancient scripture, upon which the very organizations that condemned him and the parties that condemned him took back their condemnations and said, okay, well, okay, that solves it, that clears it. But you would expect somebody who is a rabbi and who teaches that rape is allowed to go on and say, well, it is allowed. I stand by that. However, he does not stand by it. He says, I never said that. And I hereby declare once again that rape is not allowed. Let's see. In his response, Karim implied that such practices, among several others that were normally prohibited, including the consumption of non-kosher food, were permitted during battle. Although intercourse with a female genital is very grave, it was permitted during wartime under the conditions it stipulated out of consideration for the soldiers' difficulties, and since our concern is the success of the collective in war. So clearly, what is happening here is that this is discussing this is discussing a wartime issue in Scripture. Okay, so first off, it does not say anything about IDF, or it does not say anything about the current time. Obviously, in our times when the world has advanced to a level of morality in which one does not marry captives, one must not perform this act, which is also entirely against the army's values and orders, is what he says. Rabbi Karim never wrote, said, or even thought that an IDF soldier is permitted to sexually harm a woman during wartime, the IDF spokesperson's unit added in a statement. On the matter of women's enlistment, he said before that it was explicitly forbidden. I could believe that he did say that. Suitable rabbinic authority regarding the reports that he said beautiful things, that beautiful gentle women can be raped during wartime, it appears this is not his opinion. Lepid confirmed, and so on. There is even a Wikipedia article on the whole issue, which also explains what was actually happening. But yeah, so long story short, the guy did engage in a discussion about war times in ancient Israel, and did say that in ancient Israel during wartime, something about taking captives and marrying the captives and engaging in relationships with them was a thing in ancient times. But neither then nor later did he ever say that Jews are allowed to rape their opponents, or that the IDF is allowed to rape their opponents. On the contrary, he clarified way back that such a thing is not the case today. That's it. But of course, Dani Kikeju doesn't read. He doesn't read, and he doesn't even want to read, especially if something challenges his own narrative. This is very, very different, by the way, to what Dani Kikeju himself believes, because he believes that Muslims are allowed to take captives during war, even today, and to have sex with them. Yes, that's what he believes. That's what he believes. That is what he actually says. And if you don't believe me, you can look it up for yourself. You can find it quite easily. In fact, let me present it to you right here. So when we are dealing with somebody like Dani Kikeju, who is an Islamist apologist, and who makes such claims about others, let's just remember what he actually says, what he actually believes in. And to see what he actually believes in, I'm just talking lengthily as a filler until I find the video. Where's the damn video? Where's the damn video? To see what he actually believes in when it comes to taking captives. Let's see, rape. Yeah, let's search for rape. Always my favorite thing to search for. Clip that. Perfect. Where do you say that? Wait, where is it? Trying to find the video now. Sex slave. Oh, here. Okay, I think I got it.
After a war.
Here.
What about, because you've tried to justify sexual slavery after a war. So what if a man finds a 7-year-old, let's say, started her period, could he take her back as a sex slave?
So that's a whole different debate on slavery and concubinage.
I'm just talking about the minor aspect. Would that be fine?
Yeah, so that if a girl is any age, she can be taken as
a sex slave, right?
Yeah, as opposed to being left to die after war.
So women can't take care of themselves. They would need to be taken by the men because they're too capable of caring for themselves.
Only about 10 seconds left.
Yeah, a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old.
No, I'm talking about the women and the children. What about...
So there you have it. There you have it. Not only is this guy saying that sex slavery is okay, he's also saying that sex slavery, taking 7-year-olds or 4-year-olds even as captives and then raping them during war is okay. This is Daniel Kikic, the very same guy who tries to argue that that the IDF is taking slaves and raping people and then basing that on debunked news. This is what we're dealing with. He said any age, and a girl of any age, if she is an opponent in the battlefield, Muslims may take them as sex slaves. That's what he says. There you have it. The very same guy who accuses the opponent is the one who actually advocates for that.
Because Sharia rule preserves marriage and family. So Harris, you want to criticize Islam and call Islam barbaric for having slavery, but imagine if I asked you this question. Do you support using weapons in war? Do you support using guns to shoot people or swords to stab people and kill people? Do you support that? Because all of that is violent. All of that is barbaric. Presumably, you'd say, yeah, of course I support weapons and killing, because how else are you going to fight war and defend yourself? Well, that's exactly the point with slavery. In the pre-modern period, you couldn't have war without slavery any more than you could have war without weapons and killing. In other words, if killing people can sometimes be justified, then slavery can also sometimes be justified. You should just acknowledge that slavery could be completely justified in certain circumstances, which, by the way, are the circumstances people have lived in for 99% of human history. Now, if you want to argue that Islam requires enslaving people today, I would say that that is not correct. It depends on the imam. The imam.
At this point, you could say, oh, okay, Daniel Kikic doesn't say that you should enslave people and take them as sex slaves today, right? However, pay attention. What he just said is that it doesn't, that it's not required. And unfortunately, listen to the rest now.
Islam has the option to pardon people and forego taking slaves in war. So in modern times, a hypothetical imam could exercise this option and still be 100% consistent with the most strict understanding of traditional Islamic law. You could respond to me and say, well, Daniel, fine, slavery could be justified in the past, but now with modern technology, modern weapons, clearly slavery could never be justified. That means Islamic rules regarding slavery are not justifiable in our modern context, which means at least one aspect of Islamic law is obsolete. And if one aspect of Islamic law is obsolete due to modern technology, then why not all of Islamic law? But the response to this is simple. Which is the better world? One with the constant threat of nukes and constant terrorizing of the world's poor people with trillion-dollar weapons programs? In light of these modern technological horrors, the practice of Islamic slavery actually seems a far better alternative in the context of war, even if it were practiced today. Now, let me get...
You heard that, right? So until that point, it sounded like, okay, he's just justifying it historically, but not necessarily saying that it's that it should be done today. But then here he just argued that it's also preferable today to actual massacres. So what he's saying is, if not slavery, then lots of people die. And if lots of people die, then slavery is better than lots of people die. And sex slavery also better than lots of people die. Or if I fight you, what do you want? Do you want me to nuke you, or do you want me to take your daughters as sex slaves? Don't be stupid. Two options, nuke or sex slave. Don't be stupid now. That's what he's saying, basically.
To the point about sex slavery, yes, taking sex slaves was not only morally justified, it was morally necessary. And really, that's enough for the argument, but it's worth noting that the Sharia's rules on concubines and slaves in general are the most humane out of any other civilization. Islam explicitly gives slaves many rights. They can't be mutilated, they can't be killed, they can't...
He argues that Islam's treatment of slaves, including sex slaves, is actually very humane, and that this is totally justified, and that this also already answers the question, and he has already won the debate by thereby. Sometimes I really do believe that Dani Kikicu might be some secret agent of some asset of some secret agencies that want to destroy Islam from within. I don't know.
Can't be prostituted. For women, if she gives birth to her master's baby, the baby is free, and she also is freed.
Islam treats women well because you can't sell them as prostitutes, or you can't have them engage in prostitution. Plus, when you have children with them, which they have to consent to, of course. How dare they not consent to it? They're freaking slaves. Then the children can be free. Yeah.
Automatically when her master dies. And I think the audience sees that.
Oh, only free when their master dies, of course, yeah.
I have a very simple argument. Sharia preserves marriage and family and community and the human race overall. And I'm bringing statistics, objective statistics.
Yep. So that's his view. That's the guy who accuses Jews of raping people and stuff like that. He actually is the one who says that today sex slavery should be brought back and it's good. That's what we're dealing with, man. This is the guy we're dealing with. At this point, that should just be done, but I like beating this guy.
Defend the Jewish community in light of these shocking teachings of Judaism. First, some will simply deny that these teachings...
This is so funny. Imagine after everything we have just heard, out of Dani Kikicu's own mouth, you hear him saying the shocking teachings of Judaism. Man, you can't make it up. You can't possibly make this up.
Are a part of Judaism, but this is just a blatant lie. These teachings are firmly established in the most authoritative Jewish religious texts, including the Torah, the Talmud, the Mishnah Torah, and so on. Furthermore, senior rabbis in Israel regularly preach these doctrines. As a second line of apologetics, some will say that these doctrines are mere isolated opinions that were debated in Jewish history, but they don't represent the official doctrine of Judaism. This is also a blatant lie.
Yeah, they are regularly preached and taught to everyone. Just trust me, bro.
Yes, you do find plenty of debate in Jewish religious texts over the centuries, but these debates were resolved through the development of authoritative commentaries from major Jewish religious figures like Rashi, and then later through the legal codes of Maimonides and Joseph Caro. A third line of apologetic is to say, fine, maybe these doctrines are an official part of Judaism.
It's very funny that he says that. He acknowledges that there has been a lot of discussion in Jewish in the Jewish legal history, but then there were conclusions on Jewish law, which is known as halakha. But then what he does is he actually goes back and unknowingly quotes passages from the Talmud, which are part of discussions and not resolutions. So again, we are here faced with two options. I know, okay, it's halakha, whatever. We are faced with two options. Either the guy is stupid and he doesn't, or he's ignorant, whatever, he doesn't know what he's doing, or he just does it deliberately. On the one hand, he argues that there are lots of debates in Jewish history, but then there are, conclusions and laws. On the other hand, he actually goes back to the Talmud to give us quotations that are part of discussions and not resolutions in order to make the point that all Jews believe in terrible things. What an idiot.
A religion, but modern Jews are not religious and they don't take their religious teachings seriously. This is also a lie. Yes, it's true that most Ashkenazi Jews in the West are not religious, but according to polls, most Jews in Israel take their religion seriously. Israel is a very religious society and is becoming more religious.
I'm pretty sure that if you go to the stats, let's see. I looked this stuff up a while ago. Pretty sure that many Jews in, so there are different groups in. There are different groups of Jews in Israel, of whom Haredi Jews are considered the ultra-Orthodox Jews. Dati are the religious Jews. Masorti are the traditional Jews. Hiloni are the secular Jews. The Hiloni Jews are the majority, who also happen to be, I think Ashkenazi Jews are mostly Hiloni Jews. Or, yeah. Hiloni Jews are mostly Ashkenazi Jews. Whatever. One or the other. You also see, of course, here 14% Muslim, 2% Jews, 2% Christian. But hey, they don't exist because Israel is a racist ethno state that eradicates all minorities that are not Jewish, according to Dani. Yep. When was this from? This is 2016. Most Arabs say Judaism doubts sincerity of leaders in the peace process. There should be a question that was about God. Let's see. Just want to see if he's right here. Right to citizenship, yeah. Israel should give preferential treatment to Jews. Yeah. Large divide among Jews on whether halakha should be state law. The majority of Jews... The majority of Jews say Jewish law should not be state law. Daniel, what is this? Large divide among Jews on whether halakha should be state law. Halakha is Jewish law. It's like the Jewish equivalent of Sharia. It is Jewish law as opposed to Islamic law. And here you see it. Of all the Jews asked here, 64% oppose making Jewish law state law. 29% are in favor. The majority of the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community favors it. The Dati Jews mostly agree with it. But then the Masorti, who are considered the conservative part, even they disagree with it. The secular ones almost entirely disagree. But the majority of Jews don't believe in making it state law. And yet, according to Dani Kikichu, this is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. That's funny. Quite funny. This is an interesting statistic, which I didn't check before. Majorities of Haredim and Datim agree Arabs should be expelled. The majority of Hiloni Jews, who happen to be the majority, they are 40%, disagree that they should be expelled. That's very funny. So you could say, okay, there is a problematic view on Arabs here. But is it really the view that Dani Kikichu presents? Clearly not. Wow.
Religious every day because the religious Jews there have the highest birth rates by far. But even putting the fact aside and pretending that no modern Jew takes Judaism seriously, even in that case, these Jewish religious doctrines would still indirectly influence non-religious Jews. This is because religion still affects culture. This is the idea behind the tongue-in-cheek statement that most Jews don't believe in God, but they do believe he promised them the land of Israel. Even
That's a line that you hear from anti-Zionists quite often, and that they bring into actual debates, where they're like, well, how can atheist Jews not believe in God, but then say God promised them the land? So stupid. This is why in my opening speech I mentioned this book, this here. Theodor Herzl, A Jewish State, Proposal of a Modern Solution for the Jewish Question. In this one, he argues, this guy is an atheist, by the way. He was an atheist. The modern Zionists were vastly secular people. I think most of them atheists, or many of them, the significant ones, were atheists. It was a secular movement. You know what one of the main issues is with anti-Zionist religious Jews, with anti-Zionist ultra-Orthodox Jews who are against Zionism? One of their major concerns is that the modern Zionists were secular people, that modern Zionism is a secular idea, and that it goes against the teachings of God, against the laws of God, that that you shouldn't throw yourself behind secular Jews because they don't observe the law properly, that it's a corruption, that you should hold on to proper Jewish beliefs, to the covenant that your people made with God. That is one of the main issues that that religious anti-Zionist Jews have with Zionism. This is a secular movement, a secular movement. One of the main discussions during about the Declaration of Independence was that the smaller religious population, or the smaller religious portion of the Zionists, wanted to put God into the Declaration of Independence, but the secular Jews opposed it. They said it shouldn't be there. And Theodor Herzl made this very clear. He has a section. This is not a big book. Dani Kikechu doesn't like to read, and people who follow him probably don't read either. But it's a very small book, and here you can come across his whole idea on religion, which the Zionist movement took very seriously, and they still do take it seriously. One of the ideas is about the question of religion. And let's see. I actually quoted that in my rebuttal, I believe. So maybe I should just go to that. Constitution, gist of Jews, theocracy. There is a section named theocracy. Here in this one, it is page 57. It says theocracy, and I might just here quickly read it here. Shall we end by having a theocracy? No, indeed. Faith unites us, knowledge gives us freedom. We shall therefore prevent any theocratic tendencies from coming to the fore on the part of our priesthood. We shall keep our priests within the confines of their temples in the same way as we shall keep our volunteer forces within the confines of their barracks. Army and priesthood shall receive honors as high as their valuable functions deserve, but they must not interfere in the administration of the state, which confers distinction upon them, else they will conjure up difficulties without and within. So the idea here is respect religious authority and give them their place to practice and to preach. Protect the religious, the priests, protect the religious leaderships, but do not let them interfere in state, because you can't have religion and state together. That's his entire idea here. Separation of religion and state is right here, anchored, which is what is called secularism. That's why it's called secularism. Every man will be as free and undisturbed in his faith or his disbelief as he is in his nationality. And if it should occur that men of different creeds and different nationalities came to live amongst us, we should accord them honorable protection and equality before the law. I will say this once again. If it should occur that men of different creeds and different nationalities came to live amongst us, we should accord them honorable protection and equality before the law. We learned toleration in Europe. This is not sarcastically said, for the anti-Semitism of today could in very few places to be taken for old religious intolerance. It is for the most part a movement among civilized nations by which they try to chase away the specters of their own past. This guy is saying if other religious people, if people of other religions, other creeds, and other nationalities come to live amongst us in our Jewish state, we should show them respect, protect them, and give them equality. That's what this guy thinks. But no. According to Dani Kikechu, all of that is a lie, because they all have this underlying Jewish supremacy idea, and they inherently want to eradicate the Jews. Eradicate the non-Jews. Yeah, sure, bro. Sure, bro. Man. Stefan de Peltet said, it doesn't say Jews learn tolerance from Arab world, you see. Oh, man.
And if 0% of Jews in the world were religious, Judaism has still deeply impacted Jewish culture. The Talmud has shaped Jewish culture for thousands of years. It's not that every Jew accepts the Talmud, but they do accept the general ideas, namely that Jews are a superior race, non-Jewish life has no value, you can kill, rape, and cheat non-Jews, therefore it's okay to genocide men, women, and children. You can absorb these...
Yeah, these are the core teachings of Judaism, which every Jew always hears. Like... When you Google the core teachings of Jews, you will get this list. It will say, well, of course, number 1, all Jews are superior. Number 2, non-Jews are not humans. Number 3, persecute all Jews. Number 4, persecute all non-Jews. Number 4, kill all non-Jews. Number 5, do it all over again. This is so ridiculous, man. I agree. Jewish religion has an impact on Jewish culture and society. Lots of people agree with that. I talked to Dr. Einat Wilf, with whom I will soon meet and talk in person to do some recordings. I talked with her about this before the debate. She also agreed and said, of course, Jewish religion has a great impact on Jewish culture. That's because Jewish religion is not like Islamic religion. It's not that it's not like you believe in a book and follow its laws, and once you let go of those laws, you are no longer part of it. No, it is a way of life which includes the religious parts, the non-religious parts, and so on. It is a vast culture, and of course, it has an impact on how people think and feel. But that doesn't mean anything bad. On the contrary, you could say that it's good, because it teaches them to tolerate and treat as equal, as opposed to looking forward to eradicating the other group in the future. Hello, Aiden. How are you doing?
Hey.
Does it echo again?
Yeah, I'm back. Still with problems in TV, huh?
Okay.
Still echoing.
Yeah, I can't solve this today. I can't possibly solve this, so I have to. Yeah, we tried it.
Yeah,
I have
I have a lot to add about this, but yeah.
Yeah, we have to do that. We have to do this tomorrow on a separate stream, probably. I can, if you're available tomorrow, I can.
Yeah, I believe we'll be available tomorrow.
Huh?
I believe I'll be available tomorrow.
Okay. So we can do that tomorrow. Right now, I have no way to fix this. No idea why this is happening. But I will have you on again tomorrow so we can have a chat nicely. Okay.
Sure.
I'm sorry it didn't work out. I did give a shout out to your Twitter account and also shared it so everyone can follow you right there. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Aden Haikin1 on X or Twitter. Follow him right there. Awesome guy. Thank you, Aden. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? But unfortunately, that didn't work. All right. I know it works now because I have to turn off my screen sharing audio in order for it to work, which completely defeats the entire purpose because I want to watch the debate with him. Can't do that.
General ideas, even as a secular Jew, even if you're not specifically following the Talmud by the letter. And this is why we see what we see in Palestine. This is why supposedly non-religious Jewish soldiers in Israel are right now engaging in genocide, mass rape, and some of the worst atrocities humanity has ever seen, atrocities and war crimes that are now being tried literally in The Hague. And polls show that most Jews in the US and Israel approve.
All right. Several points there.
Palestine. This is why supposedly non-religious Jewish soldiers in Israel are right now engaging in genocide, mass rape, and some of the worst atrocities humanity has ever.
All right. He actually said 2 points, or actually 3 points. Number one is genocide. So the IDF is currently engaging in genocide. That is number one. Number two, mass rape. And number three, all kinds of atrocities. Considering that number three is quite undefined and we have no way of understanding what exactly he means, number three is immediately disqualified. Number two, he says mass rape. I asked him for evidence for that. He didn't give me a single piece of evidence. The only mass rape allegations together with evidence now acknowledged by the majority of scholars on authorities on this war that is currently ongoing that we have is Hamas engaging in mass rape on October 7 against Israeli civilians and Israeli soldiers. It is well established now. We have first responders, police, army, security, emergency and security forces. We have witness accounts. We have photos of bodies, videos of bodies, and so on. There is too much evidence to dismiss it, which is why we know it's true that Hamas engaged in mass sexual assault, mass rape of Israelis. There is no single evidence that anyone in the IDF did such a thing. And he is not able to present evidence, which is very funny because he is one of those people who will say that these are just allegations, accusations made against Hamas, and he dismisses all of the evidence. And then he himself can't present a single piece of evidence that the IDF is engaging in this mass rape. This is like projection. Disqualified. And now genocide. Let me show you one thing here. Israel-Hamas war fatalities. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So there was recently a New York Times article which actually talked about the numbers of civilians killed on both sides. The New York Times has not been a very popular source with Jews and with Israel during this war, because they did a lot of things like taking Hamas's words for as facts and just feeding them to the public sometimes, which really totally was disappointing, because we were always told that Jews rule the world and Jews rule the media, and the New York Times is clear proof of that, and yet the New York Times totally disappointed with it. Terrible stuff, terrible. Let's see, civilian casualties, Israel, Hamas, New York Times. However, recently there is an article here which is about the decline of deaths in Gaza war. And this article here will tell us something. It will say, here, look at this part here. The breakdown in deaths between fighters and civilians remains unclear and a matter of debate. Earlier in the war, Gazan officials suggested that more than 70% of victims were civilians, while an analysis by an Israeli sociologist put the figure at 61%. It seems plausible that the share remains similar today, but also plausible that a lower percentage of deaths are among civilians now that Israel's attacks have become more targeted and the daily toll has declined. The conclusion of this entire article is that it is impossible to assert and to prove that Israel is targeting civilians and not doing its best to avoid civilian deaths. But that's not even my point here. My point here is just this paragraph here. It says Gazan officials suggested that more than 70% of victims were civilians. So we have here one claim that comes directly from Hamas, because Gazan officials means Hamas. So Hamas says 70% were civilians, while an Israeli sociologist puts it at 61%. We also had the IDF saying that there is a 2-to-1 ratio. So for every combatant killed, 2 civilians get killed. That's how these are the numbers presented. I can't take any of these numbers for a fact, although I am inclined to trust the Israeli sociologist here more than I trust Hamas, obviously. However, even if we trusted Hamas, and if we say 70% of victims in these strikes were civilians, you know what? This would not be a terrible number. I say it again, this would not be a terrible number. And this proves that there is no genocide and there is no deliberate targeting of civilians taking place. Even if we took Hamas's assessment here and Hamas's number here and said, yeah, okay, 70% of civilians, of deaths in Gaza as a result of the airstrikes are civilians, that would mean that this is not a very unusual combatant or non-combatant to combatant death ratio in a war. It's quite a normal number. This would mean it is slightly higher than a 2-to-1 ratio. And a 2-to-1 ratio is a very normal number during wars. And especially if we're talking about a war that consists vastly of bombing a densely populated region and conducting urban warfare, this is a very good number. If you put it at 60, this is an exceptionally good number. I'm sorry, but if you have any idea about warfare and about non-combatant to combatant ratios in wars, this is by no means a terrible number. This by no means shows that Israel is overwhelmingly killing civilians, and this by no means shows that a genocide is taking place. Not at all. It is incredibly stupid to make such claims. Let's see. Let's compare this to some other things here. Let's see. I had some charts from different wars here. Let's see. What is this? Open image in your tab. Let's look at what this says. World War II, Europe. Military deaths, civilian deaths. Civilian deaths, 59%. World War II, in the USSR, 60% civilian. In Asia, 77% civilian. In China, 80% civilian. Korean War, 72% civilian. First Indochina War, 28%. This is a very nice number, to be honest. Portuguese Colonial War, 70%. 48%, 69%. Algerian War. Soviet-Afghan War was a brutal one, 86%. Lebanon War, 83%. These are civilian deaths. Look at this list here. And let's say we just take this list and insert into this list what we have just seen. What Hamas claims, even. Let's say for the sake of the argument that Hamas is right, and 70% of deaths in Gaza as a result of the airstrikes are actually civilians. If you put it into this list here, it would just completely disappear among all of these numbers as a quite normal number, not as an exceptional number. I am very sorry, but this just shows that there is no exceptional, massacring of the civilian population, exceptional targeting and massacring of the civilian population taking place here. It's simply not true. Especially if you're dealing with Gaza, with Hamas. Hamas that, by their own admission, hides under the civilian population in tunnels to protect themselves. Hamas that operates directly from civilian cities and launches missiles. Hamas that, by its own admission, and even known and condemned by Amnesty International, has tunnels and places of operation underneath UN-funded buildings, including hospitals, and so on. This is clear proof that Israel is not engaging in an exceptional massacre here. On the contrary, it's quite a normal number. And everything you've heard today, so far, since October 7, about Israel, committing genocide and committing exceptional slaughter like no other army before, is just ridiculous and plain false. That's it. This is all you need. Completely debunked. This is all you need to just show that Israel is not doing anything terrible here. They're going out of their way to actually target fighters. And the other thing is, I brought this up yesterday, and some people got really mad about it on Twitter. The other thing is, some ridiculous people with malintent say dumb things like, oh, yeah, there was a Holocaust in the Second World War, but now the same people are committing a Holocaust today. Somebody who says something like that must be ignorant or just vile. I posted this yesterday. Here you have a comparison of Jewish deaths in the Holocaust and Palestinian deaths in the 2023 Israel-Hamas war. Look at this. The global Jewish population during the Holocaust was around 16 million. The deaths of Jews were around 6 million. So the Holocaust took out over a third of the global Jewish population. Today, the global Palestinian Arab population is 13.7 or around 14 million. The number of deaths so far in this war is 26,792. How dare any ridiculous, vile person here and allege that the same people who experienced the Holocaust are now committing another Holocaust here. It is so ridiculous that even when you put the bars together on this scale here, there is not even a bar visible here because it's so small. How dare anyone come and call this a Holocaust? This is very typical. They have been calling it a genocide since 1940. They're still calling it a genocide and even making such stupid assertions about how this is an actual Holocaust, or even worse, that this is the real Holocaust. I mean, they have been arguing that Israel has been genociding Palestinians since their entire creation. Does this look like a genocide here? Here's the population growth of Israel, the population growth of the Palestinians. Does this look like a genocide here? It looks like Israel is very inexperienced with genocides, with conducting genocides. Obviously, everyone knows that Jews are not very good at, getting things done. Clearly, obviously, their only attempt here at a genocide is an utter failure. Utter failure. Terrible performance here.
Seen atrocities and war crimes that are now being tried literally in The Hague. And polls show that most Jews in the US and Israel approve of the genocide, mass rape and mass murder of children that's being perpetrated by the Israeli military.
I entirely approve of Israel's war on Hamas that has been going on since October 7. The fact that you call it a genocide doesn't change anything about it. It doesn't mean it's genocide. It's just war, and I completely approve of it as well. Namco said, do you think Mideast can have peace once we deal with Iran? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think so. Iran is only one of many cancers. Hector said, peace will happen in the Middle East and only when there is a 100-1 ratio of goats and Muslim men. Shut up. Coffee House Dialogue, thoughts on the Diocese of Jerusalem Anglican. They have had parishes and missions work in both Israel and Gaza, from what I can gather. Haven't looked into them at all. No thoughts, unfortunately. So Dr. Whitemate said if she can say ABC, she gets the DM Cowboy. This is what's happening here. Lucian said, as an ex-Muslim born in the West Bank, I was taught this nonsense both at home and in school. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized how effed up all of this is. Thank you for acknowledging that. I've seen quite a bit of ex-Muslims in the region, from the region, speak against this whole pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas nonsense. I wish they had a louder voice. I personally know somebody who is from the region, who still has knows lots of people who are actually still inside the West Bank and in Gaza and who work in places. But these people have to be quiet to continue existing. Raw Markets, do you think there is a chance Aisha was trying to signal her doubts about Islam by claiming these were some of Muhammad's last words? Quran 69, 44, 46, Sahih al-Bukhari 4428. I don't know. It's very easy to interpret ancient or old texts by today's standards anachronistically, but I don't really know. It's hard to tell. You're talking about the one where Muhammad said, I feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison, because he was poisoned by the Jews. I don't really think so, honestly. And one more, Ryan Kim. It's so ironic that Daniel would open by describing how terrible and genocidal Judaism is, even though his prophet had slaves, taught to kill apostates, and the eyes are the let us strip of these. Yes, exactly. I agree. And one more, actually. Yaakov Kretzberg said, let the Mossad shekels rain. Thank you. I need to take a break soon. My brain feels like it's being hit by terrorists, and I need to drink something and maybe have a bite of something.
This is all due to Talmudic teachings that have deeply influenced Jewish culture.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. We're going to kick it over to rebuttals. I want to say, folks, a couple of things. First, in particular, after our rebuttals and open dialogue, we'll have the Q&A. So if you happen to have a question, feel free to tag me in the live chat at Modern Day Debate. Otherwise, you can also submit a question via Super Chat. Those go to the top of the list. And not least, we'll jump into those rebuttals. Thanks very much, AP. The floor is all yours.
There is actually a genocide taking place, and it's probably an Israeli Talmudic genocide, and that is the genocide against Dani Kikuchu here in this debate, I must say. Charles said copium, copium, indeed.
Thank you. Daniel did a few things, or lots of things that I expected he would do. Now, first off, there is something very interesting and very funny that needs to be pointed out. He acted like he is predicting one of the rebuttals that will come, and said that, you know, people say that modern Jews don't take their religion seriously, or don't believe in their religion, or don't respect their religion, and so on. No, it's actually not like that. It's much, the objection is much better than that. The objection is that Israel, when it was...
You know what's funny, by the way? I'm just checking Daniel's YouTube page once again here. Every single debate that Daniel had with others, including one that was completely unplanned with me, was posted on his YouTube watch page. This is the first debate that you can't find on his channel. This is the first debate that you can't find on his channel. The first debate that he didn't do a YouTube live review of. You know what? The review that I'm doing right now, where I'm going through the entire thing extensively, so long, I must say, I learned this from him. Because when he has debates, afterwards, he, like a week later or so, he goes live and he goes through the whole thing again and discusses everything about it. I learned this from him, I must admit. He's my teacher. But here he didn't do it. Look at that. There's no live stream on his YouTube page, and there's no video about this in on his watch page. Guess why that is. Oh, man.
Was established by the Zionists, was established as a secular country with a secular movement, where when Theodor Herzl, for example, advocated for the establishment of a Jewish state, he made some remarks about what this state would look like, which are very interesting to read and which form the foundation of how Israel functioned from the very beginning.
In fact, I just checked on his Rumble page. Here he had the live stream of the debate, which only has 42,000 views so far. If it was on his YouTube channel, it would have like probably 200,000 at this point or something, because they all want to see his debates. It would have more views than it has on my own channel. He has it on Rumble, but he doesn't have it on YouTube, and he didn't even do a debate review. Daniel, I know you're watching, because you admitted to me during the debate that you watch our live streams, which is why you even know that I sit down with David Wood in different live streams and joke about the leather straps. I know you're watching, but we can all see that you didn't post anything about this debate, no review, nor even the debate itself on your YouTube channel, and that's very bad. Very, very bad. Everyone knows why.
Until, you could say, quite recent times. And I would like to just share that here to show that. So this is directly from Theodor Herzl's book, The Jewish State. It says, shall we end by having a theocracy? No, indeed. Faith unites us, knowledge gives us freedom. We shall therefore prevent any theocratic tendencies from coming to the fore on the part of our priesthood. We shall keep our priests within the confines of their temples in the same way as we shall keep our professional army within the confines of their barracks. Army and priesthood shall receive honors high as their valuable functions deserve, but they must not interfere in the administration of the state which confers distinction upon them, else they will conjure up difficulties without and within. Every man will be as free and undisturbed in his faith or his disbelief as he is in his nationality. And so on. He says that they learned tolerance in Europe, and they should continue. They should teach tolerance and build their values on tolerance. So this is at the core of modern Zionism, of modern Zionist thinking, to establish such a state. When The state of Israel.
I didn't even read the very important part here, right there, which is about different nationalities. That's funny.
Israel was established in 1948. There was a consideration on, there was a debate on what this new state should be called. So, and we have a document actually, which reports about the discussions that revolved around naming the state. And according to those discussions, the founding fathers of Israel had this discussion where they say that there are several options. They could name it Palestine or Zion or Israel. It is then pointed out that they say there will most likely be an Arab state established alongside the Jewish one, and we will also have an Arab population inside our own country. So we should probably not pick Palestine because that will cause.
I mentioned this during the debate, although I didn't even prepare this beforehand. But this goes back to something that I posted a long time ago, which was probably not that long ago. Let me see if I can quickly find that. These are unearthed documents about the early founders and their discussions on the names. Let's see. Wow, I'm just finding out that I posted a lot of stuff on this conflict since it started. Let's see. Let me open a few relevant sources here. La la la, la la la. Meanwhile, I might sing for you here quickly. La 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 la. Where is that? Where did it go, mate? Where did it go? Where's that source, mate? What's happening? Where the hell did it go? La 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 la. Did I call it name? Let's see. Whatever. There was a discussion on what it should be called, and they said, shall we name it Palestine or Israel or Zion? Naming of Palestine, Zion, Israel. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it quickly here. Origins of the name. By Israel. I found an article here by Times of Israel. Does that discuss it? The document mentions 3 options. Days before the establishment of the State of Israel in May 1948, Zionist officials met to decide what the new country would be called in Arabic. A document released Thursday by the State Archive shows. The document mentions 3 options: Palestine or Philistine, Zion or Sayun, and Israel or Israel. The 3 officials, who included Bechor Shalom Shitrit, later a prominent cabinet member, were working under 2 assumptions: that an Arab state was about to be established alongside the Jewish one, in keeping with the UN's partition resolution the year before, and that the Jewish state would include a large Arab minority whose feelings needed to be taken into account. Okay, and then here is a document. Then here is the actual document. So this is a concern that the founders, that the Zionists actually had. This is what they were concerned with. While the Arab side was concerned with, how do we destroy this Zionist entity and eradicate the Jews or kick them all out of here. They rejected the name Palestine, they wrote, because they thought that would be the name of the new Arab state. It is likely that the Arab state that will be established in the land of Israel will also be called Palestine in the future, which could cause confusion. This is the kind of stuff that the founders of Israel were concerned about. After everything that happened over the 70 years, you could think, wow, really? This is what they were thinking about? They shouldn't have thought about this at all, seeing how the other side was not remotely as nice and charitable. They rejected the name Zayun because it had a pejorative meaning in the Arab world. Calling the country Zion would cause real difficulty for the Arab citizens in the Jewish state, the document said. In the end, they opted for the most straightforward option, Israel or Israel. Huh. Dan Helsing said, your mic is low, not trolling. I'm sure you're trolling. Is my mic low or not? Black Angel, is my mic and the video on the same level, pretty much? Or is the video louder than I am? Let me know, Black Angel. Not really, not really. Huh, okay. I don't trust you, Dan Helsing. You sound like a vampire hunter. Confusion. We should not pick Zion because it might cause too much anger, because people will associate it with the Zionist movement, which they're already very much against. Let's just pick Israel, which is the historical land that it is. And once the declaration of Israel is made, you can see it very clearly in the Declaration of Independence of Israel. There is not a single mention of God. There is not a single religious reference, except at the very end where it says the Rock of Israel, which was when the religious individuals insisted that there should be at least one hint, they included that. And that is then a matter of disagreement of what it actually refers to. Is it just a home for the Jewish people? Is it a metaphor for God, and so on? Throughout Israeli history, from the beginning to very recent times, Israel was mostly led by the labor, center-left, secular Jewish population, which didn't really care about religion. So this is the funniest thing that I had in my mind as soon as he started talking about how Israel was totally influenced by this Jewish supremacist ideology. It's like like one of the main issues that the ultra-Orthodox religious part of Jews has with Israel's history is that it was like vastly run by the left or the center left so far. But hey, according to Dani Kikiju, this is like this is an ultra religious supremacist state which has a supremacist religious history of oppressing the others. It's just so stupid, man. It's very strange to say that Israel, throughout its history, based its decision-making, its policies, its attitudes of war, and its treatment of other religions on these very, very extreme religious Talmudic understandings. And I'm using the word extreme here because I remember very well that Daniel Hikikiju very curiously said on Twitter many times that it is Talmudic extremism or Jewish extremism that should be eradicated or rooted out, and that is a cancer to the world. So according to him, it is extremism, but somehow this very secular state that was led by left liberal people who didn't care about religion at all, which is why the religious Jews were often so much against it, somehow was abiding by these extremely religious laws. Very curious. I don't know how that happens. Connected issue. There are... Very curious. I don't know how that happens. Look, even he found that funny, see? Even he found that very hilarious. And I agree. I agree with him entirely. It was very, very funny. It was very hilarious. Doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Let me go here to Daniel Kikichu's Twitter feed and look at the word extremism. Jewish extremism is a plague. And it's funny, he hasn't used that word since our debate. Jewish extremism centers on the belief that the lives of non-Jews and their suffering do not matter. Holocaust survivor denounces Jewish extremism. Violent extremism. Zionist media tells us something. Zionism, no Judaism. Let's see, what does this say? Extremist Jews. Extremist Jews should be surveilled. So it's very interesting that he claims that Judaism altogether has this this genocidal thing, and that even the secular Jews are influenced by this supremacist thinking, and that's the problem. But then he also voices that Jewish extremism is the problem. What is it now, Daniel? Is it Jewish extremism? So the outlier, the fringe, or the the problematic part who take their religion to the extreme, or is it all of Judaism? Because that doesn't seem right when you blame it on Jewish extremism, but then also claim that all of Judaism is the problem. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if you ask me, I will say here, my problem is not with Islamic extremism. My problem is with Islam itself altogether. I'll say that very happily here.
Connected issue. There are many
connective tissues. Noble, the noobest girl, said, hi AP, can you do a stream reviewing the Ask Project videos? They ask random Israelis and Palestinians, mostly West Bank, very revealing political questions. I could do that. Could do that, yes. Could do that. Is that the same channel that is read by, that is by Gil something? Ask Project. I think that is it, right? Yes, that's it. Corey Gil Schuster. I follow that channel, actually. I sometimes watch their videos. Very interesting. Always recommend looking at very revealing stuff. I could do that. Sometime. I'm also going to go to Israel soon myself, and I'm thinking of doing some asking people in the streets some things. Not going to go to the West Bank right now. I'm not doing that. AP Fan says, if the trajectory continues as it is, the cow will be Palestinian. And Pikachu is proud of that. This is good. Perfect memes here. From Shekels. Anadolulu became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. You have a photo there from that black hole that was captured a long time ago. You're probably watching from there. Very nice. Beck 2100 says, it says pagans, not Gentiles. Who translates it? Yeah. Lots of the stuff is about certain populations and certain pagans back in the day when the Talmud discusses the Torah. But people like Dani Kikachu come and say, look, it says that you should kill all the Gentiles. The Comely Bengali said, even the Quran states what the Bible supposedly claims about the Israelite. Read Quran 2:47, that God chosen or preferred or favor above others. Yeah. It says in the Quran that Allah chose the children of Israel over all nations. So it's very funny that Daniel Kikachu would actually bring this up. Is that? That's not the right verse. You're thinking of a different verse, aren't you? Oh no, wait a minute, that is the right verse. I'm looking at the wrong verse. That's funny. That's on me. Sorry. O children of Israel, remember my favor that I have bestowed upon you, and that I preferred you over the worlds. Children of Israel, remember my blessing wherewith I blessed you, and that I have preferred you above all beings. O children of Israel, yeah, Beni Israel, remember my favor which I bestowed upon you, and that I preferred you over the worlds. That's what it actually says, literally. Ala alamina. Ala alamina. That means over all the worlds. The Quran says this. Daniel Kikachu says that Jews consider themselves superior, and their scripture says that they are preferred over everyone else. The Quran literally says that. It's the Quran itself that says that. Knows too much said, I just joined. If the trajectory continues, Peducci would wish he had cargo trees protecting him after being destroyed so bad in the debate. Inshallah. That's true. Who was that? Are you Greek Palestine? Kill pride before pride kills you said, how you pronounce bestowed is sweet. It's not sweet. How do you pronounce it? Sometimes I don't know how to pronounce these basic words. Bestowed. I don't know. How do you actually pronounce it? It's a good question.
Bestow.
So when I say bestowed, I don't know. I don't care. I'm doing my best, okay?
Jewish people around the world who are known as anti-Zionist religious Jews. And Dani knows this very well because he shared certain praises or certain reports about those people. For example, one certain group is known as Netzrei Karta. There are other groups like Satmar and other religious Jewish communities. Even his friend Mohammed Hijab, for example, or a friendly organization in the UK, 5 Pillars UK, they prominently and lovingly promoted those Jewish people as real Jews, as good Jews, as anti-Zionist Jews who have humanity and so on. I want to say something very funny about that. Those Jews are...
It's funny how he never addressed that at all. Search for Netzrei Karta. So here, 5 Pillars UK, Mr. Dilly Hussein here, he invited this Rabbi Elhanan Beck from Netzrei Karta to have a discussion with him. And let's see. As a Muslim, I have learned so much from this video alone. Love the rabbi's soft-spoken words. And thank you to the brother for putting this together. Huge respect to the rabbi. You, for Jews like this, I wouldn't mind the state of Israel. I'm so glad you got this man on the show. Free Palestine. May Allah bless the rabbi for bravely speaking for truth and justice. Respect button for rabbi. I loved hearing rabbi. What sharp mind he has. Judaism is a religion. It's not a nation. The rabbi is a true human being. This rabbi brother, like many other faiths. I'm a Muslim and this rabbi is just one amazing man. I very much enjoyed listening to this humble rabbi, What a wonderful, peaceful man. Beautiful interview. Rabbi is a good man. Truly battle between good and evil. Of Rabbi Beck, such a principled human being. Thank you, Dilly and Rabbi Elhanan Beck. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Wow. Wonderful. Lovely. I love this so much. I've seen people say that Netzrei Karta are the ones that follow real Judaism. They're real Jews. They don't follow the Talmudic nonsense. I saved some of those comments to just to display them somewhere else, but let's see. Can't find them right here on the spot now. But what's very funny is if people have a problem with the Talmud, but then promotes Netzrei Karta, they should know that Netzrei Karta themselves follow the Talmud. In fact, they argue that the Zionists don't follow the Talmud properly, that they should take it seriously. If anyone thinks that Netzrei Karta is against the Zionist project altogether because they are against the existence of Israel, against the existence of a Jewish state in this region, they should probably know one thing, which is that Netzrei Karta, like many other anti-Zionist Jewish organizations, don't believe that inherently there should be no Jewish state at all in this place. What they do believe is that the Jews took matters into their own hands, and that there is a future where the Messiah will come and he will bring justice, and then the Jews will be establishing an Israeli land. You could even approach this from different perspectives and argue that if you want to talk about extremism, people like the Netzrei Karta or other anti-Zionist Jewish organizations are the actual extremists. But they will just use them because right now it serves their agenda. They will treat these people as the right Jews or the good Jews until they get rid of those Jews who are powerful, whom they dislike. And when they're done with them, they will also finally get to these Jews. That's what they do.
Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
Yep. Talmudic Jews. They believe in the Talmud. They follow the Talmud. They take the Talmud very seriously. And do you know what their biggest criticism of Israel has been historically? Their biggest criticism of Israel has been that Israel is not following Judaism, that it's not following religion, that it is not taking the Talmud seriously, that it is a Zionist, that it is a secular movement which Jews should not stand for, because secularism is a rebellion against God. And Jews are supposed to wait for the Messiah, for the future, where God will eventually intervene and take over, and so on. So the religious Jews the actual religious Jews who closely follow the Torah, who are known as ultra-Orthodox Jews, are the ones among whom you will find a very religious objection to the state of Israel based on the idea that Israel doesn't follow religion, whereas the secular Jews are the ones who will who have been leading Israel and who, according to Daniel Hikikichu here, have been committing genocides and oppressions and all of that based on religious teachings. None of this makes any sense. Daniel repeatedly cites the Talmud, and he very curiously cites certain passages from the Talmud, like the one where
none of this makes any sense. I have this this tweet saved by Einat Wolf that I have been very impressed with since the beginning of this war. So here is Satmar headquarters, famously anti-Zionist Jews. Here, Jackson Hinkle retweeted something from their gathering and says, over 60,000 anti-Zionist Jews gathered in New York. Israel is not the state of the Jews. Zionism is not Judaism. Funnily enough, Satmar headquarters responded and said, wrong. Our anti-Zionist stance is deeply rooted in religious beliefs and is fundamentally distinct from political anti-Zionism. Our stance is a principled religious opposition and is clearly not a political tool to cover for anti-Semitic Jew haters. Speak of a slap in your face. Jeez. And this is just beautiful. And Dr. Einat Wolf said, or as my non-Jewish students said in an aha moment, learning about Satmar and Neturei Karta opposition to Zionism. So they don't want Zionism now, but they want Zionism later? Exactly. This is the problem here. These people who just take these anti-Zionist Jews as token Jews for their political agenda have no idea what in the world they are actually doing. No idea who these people are that they take as their tools temporarily for a political agenda. Ignorant. Ignorant imbeciles.
Imbeciles!
Yeah. Allegedly, according to him, Jews are described as not men, not humans. It's very, very interesting that Daniel Hikikichu would do something weird as this, because the passage in question there talks about burying people and visiting graves, and then references a certain biblical passage where then there is a discussion about whether Jews may...
Stop lying, man.
Should probably not apply to non-Jews. So the entire passage is...
I'm skipping this because I already talked about this earlier in this stream.
Question directed at any rabbi in history will easily give you that conclusion. They will easily give you that response. In fact, you can find it everywhere. Certain projects that have been established. Response. In fact, you can find it everywhere. There are certain...
I'm telling him basically that the Talmud doesn't view non-Jews as non-humans, and that you can get that response from anywhere. Any rabbi you ask will tell you that. And he's like, sure. 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 It's literally true. You have lots of rabbi answers, sources on the internet nowadays. You can contact rabbis if you so badly wanted to. Daniel Hikikichu, if he has so many questions, he could literally directly message certain rabbis and could ask them to join him to clear up some of his questions about Judaism. Or he could just ask them, he could just send them a question, say, hey, I'm under the impression that the Talmud says non-Jews are not humans. Is this true? They will tell him, no, you are misunderstanding something.
Projects that have been established to just deal with these questions. One of them is prominently, let me see, angelfire.com.
Yeah, and then I brought up this here, told him about it.
It's very hypocritical of Daniel Hikikichu to go into picking certain parts of the Talmud and then trying to send this message when he would firmly object to citing the Quran, for example, when it says that the worst of creatures in the sight of Allah are those who disbelieve. That is directly in the Quran, chapter 98, verse 6. Another one is that those who disbelieve are less than cattle. less than cattle is in the Quran. Then there's another one, which is the Jews and the Christians, or the disbelievers among the Jews and Christians and the polytheists are the worst of creatures, also from the Quran, directly from the Quran. If we cited that now, which are not just some allusions to how some are called men and others are not called men, but direct explicit verses in the Quran which say those are the worst creatures, so less than bacteria. What is Dani going to say about that? You see, are we supposed to now accept that Islam is inherently and altogether genocidal, that it doesn't have any respect for any?
As far as I remember, he never gave a response to these things here that I brought up. As far as I remember, he never did that. He never responded to any of these points.
Because he likes to do this. He likes to do the gish galloping, which he likes to accuse others of. And then, but when you do this about the Quran, then he suddenly gets all defensive. He doesn't want to accept those very same standards. He cited Amalek, which is very interesting.
I thought I brought this up during the debate. Maybe I didn't, I guess. I don't know. But it's very funny. For those who don't know, the Quran directly has a verse which is chapter 9, verse 29, which says, "Fight against those who do not believe in Allah or in the last day, and who do not consider unlawful what Allah and His Messenger have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth, i.e. Islam, from those who were given the scripture, until they give the jizya willingly while they are humbled." While they are humbled. This verse commands Muslims to fight the non-Muslims, fight those who don't believe in Islam, fight those who don't believe in Allah and Muhammad, who don't accept or adopt Islam, and to subjugate them until they pay protection money. And there are then different choices for the Muslims to offer to the disbelievers, which are, we will fight you, you will either accept Islam, pay protection money and become our subjects, or we will kill you. And once we defeat you, we will execute all your men and enslave your women and children and do with them whatever they want. This is Islam. Yet he wants to talk about supposedly Jews having a command to fight and subjugate the disbelievers.
Dani recently repeatedly mentioned that Netanyahu said, remember Amalek. Anyone who knows something about Judaism will know that every year there is a day in Judaism, Purim, the day before, the Sabbath before Purim, there is a passage that is read from the Bible directly, and that is in Deuteronomy, remember what Amalek did to you. This is historical in Judaism, has been done for thousands of years, and it was never, ever implied there that you should take Amalek as the enemies that are currently around us. And
I can back this up right here, exploringjudaism.org. This is what are special Sabbaths before Purim and Passover. You can Google this very easily once again. Apparently Daniel Kikuchu calls other people Googling philosophy, or, oh, you Google everything. You don't, how about, are you a Google scholar? Apparently, that's because he never uses Google to follow research some basic issues here. But you can literally Google this, and you can find here Shabbat Zachor. The Sabbath that precedes Purim is called Shabbat Zachor. Literally, the Shabbat of remembrance, which name derives from the first word of the special maftir portion that is read on the Shabbath. Deuteronomy 25:17-19. Uh-oh, surprise. Remember what Amalek did to you on your own journey after you left Egypt. How undeterred by fear of God, he surprised you on the march when you were famished and weary, and cut down all the stragglers in your rear. Therefore, when your God grants you safety from all your enemies around you in the land that your God is giving you as a hereditary portion, you shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. Do not forget. This is done every year, every single year in Jewish tradition, including by the anti-Zionist Jews. On the last Sabbath before Purim, they are supposed to read this passage from Deuteronomy to remember Amalek, to remember what Amalek did to you, and to remember the struggles, and remember the persecution, and remember your duty toward God, and all of that. It is not a very exceptional, shocking thing for a Jewish leader to say, remember Amalek, or remember what Amalek did to you. This is very common, and it has no genocidal undertones and circumstances. That's what it is. Way. Should forward to kill them. It was always a message to remember, look out for each other, defend each other, be steadfast, be righteous, be an example to the nations, and so on. This is basic Jewish teaching. I recently talked to Dr. Einat Wilf, who is, by the way, an atheist Jewish scholar of Israel, and she confirmed the very same thing. You can read Maimonides, the very person that Dani likes to cite. He repeats the very same thing and says that teachings about Amalek are not applicable today because it is obviously historically not possible. It is only applicable in a time where such tribes were around, and may be applicable under different circumstances. And I want to be very fair here. In a time where there is a kingdom where God has interfered, where there is righteousness, and so on, a very distant world. But hey, if you want to go to those contexts, then let's get back again to the very report which I cited, according to which the Prophet Muhammad said that you will fight the Jews and kill them wherever you find them, and you will exterminate them. Something that Muslims around the world are very, very proud of. And Daniel knows this. He himself knows this very well.
We're proud of that.
And seriously, Daniel, when you cite something from a book, you make it look like you are quoting the Quran. What Daniel doesn't understand is that the Quran is a book, which he will confirm, that has commandments for every human, for all generations, timeless, no matter where in the world. The Talmud is not the very same thing at all. In Jewish history, any rabbi, any scholarly source will explain you the very same thing. The Talmud is not a book that is full of binding laws, and every single word in there is to be followed. There is a passage which says that, which is often cited by these Jew haters. Here is a source, by the way, on Chabad, where it discusses Amalek, who were Amalek and the Amalekites, again written by the rabbis. The Amalek attack, it describes the history, the biblical passages on it, to remember and destroy. The Torah lists 2 mitzvahs regarding Amalek: to obliterate the nation of Amalek, to never forget the evil deeds Amalek did, never forget why they were supposed to be eradicated. And always, by the way, remember that the narrative is about them attacking the Jews in an eradication war directly, without any hesitation, and practicing extremely messed up moral things. Killing an entire nation is harsh stuff. Read How to Make Sense of it all here. Of course, that's a problematic thing to deal with. First in line here, Amalek today. The command to destroy Amalek cannot be fulfilled today, since the identity of Amalek has been lost over the millennia. However, the command to remember Amalek still holds true in the spiritual realms. No, this can't be true. These people here, they obviously don't understand Judaism. They should obviously ask Daniel Hikikiju, who will tell you what Jews actually believe. Because these Jewish teachers, they obviously don't know what Jews believe. They should ask Daniel Hikikiju. When I told him that Jews don't preach this today, he scoffed at it and he acted like I'm making it up. It's you can find it in all of these prominent Jewish scholarly articles and pages nowadays, because this is what rabbis teach today. This is what people like Daniel Hikikiju don't want to acknowledge. And here it links to the very same article that I cited before, which says, I killed Amalekites before and nobody got hurt. You should do it too. Jokingly, because it's not about killing people. Which says that a non-Jew who studies the Torah should be executed. What's very funny about that passage is that on the very same page you will find that they should not be executed, and that Gentiles who study the Torah are considered scholars. How does that make sense? Well, because
30 seconds.
Because the Talmud is a book which contains vast discussions between scholars in order to interpret the very texts that they believe in. It is not a book that is strictly made of explicit laws that everyone should follow. It is studied in Judaism, in Rabbinic Judaism, in order to understand Jewish scholarship, not in order to understand, okay, we will do this and this and this and this, because that's exactly what the Talmud says.
You got it. Thank you very much for that rebuttal. We are going to kick it over to Daniel for his rebuttal.
You're welcome.
As well. Do want to let you know, folks, hey, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, not for me, but for you, so that you can tell YouTube that you enjoy content like this, juicy, controversial topics, so that YouTube can serve you exactly what you like. With that, I'm going to go over to Daniel.
Yeah, all right, everybody. I will go through a few super chats, but I want to quickly tell you to like the like button, to click the like button while you're here, not for me, but for yourself, so that YouTube knows what your preferences are. Don't like stuff that promotes things that Daniel Akikachu promotes, so don't let YouTube recommend child marriage to you. Don't do that. Like this instead. Hype said FAP. That I don't think this is an insult. It's probably a reference to press F to pay respect. It's from that game meme. That's probably what this means. It could never be an insult. This is what hype means here. Press F to pay respects. Thank you, hype, for respecting AP. Appreciate that. Winnie the Pooh said Israel, hard, Oh no, I need to hide my accent here. Free AP said catnip. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Or is saying to, yeah, I don't think I would be available to do that, especially with everybody. Yeah. No, wouldn't do that. That's how I first read it. But I didn't want to say anything. But yeah, thanks for putting it. Chloe L said, why is the criminal babysitter dressed up like a zebra? Does he wish to do it with other zebras? I thought he would prefer goat kids. Yeah. He might have a preference for zebras. We do not know. You probably know that stuff. Ramona V said, I'm furious that my country funded UNRWA. Well. Hope it doesn't anymore. Chloe, have you seen Conspiracy 2001? It is about that conference for final solution. Also, Son of Saul, very disturbing, but well done film. I haven't. I read about the Wannsee protocols and everything a long time ago. I also listened to all the Hitler speeches, all of them without exception. Every single remaining recorded Hitler speech, I listened to all of them many years ago. And it's pretty clear if you listen to the guy that there is no restraint. He always said that he is the one who will bring the final solution, who will bring a solution to the Jewish conflict, who will eradicate the Jewish power. And he says that if the Jews are to go to war with Germany, with the European people, then there will only be one result from all of this, and that will be the eradication of Jews, eradication of international Jewry, which to him means Jews. And these are very common things. Like today, you can hear people say, "Oh, I'm not a Nazi. I don't believe in eradicating people. I'm just saying that the whole international Jewry needs to go, or I just want to get rid of the Jewish power, the Jewish stranglehold." These are all dog whistles. These are all terms that Hitler himself used, by which he described the intention to violently remove and eradicate the Jews. It's nothing new. These are typical signs where you can see that somebody is using a neo-Nazi language. AP fan said, have some shekels from a completely regular fan who is 100% not Mossad. Oh, good. I'm glad that you're keeping it a secret. Secret here. Insha Palestine, Allah Hamas Delulu. Sir Whiteman said, here goes AP fangirling over hither again. Over hi there again. Yeah, definitely. All right. Somebody was posting death threats earlier, but I banned that person. And yeah, they said, remember what we did to Hatun. What did you do? Try to harm her and then get arrested? So dumb. Rachel asks, AP, you are a legend as well as a prophet. When are you coming to Israel? Gonna do a fan meet? Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm gonna go to Israel in a few weeks with David Wood. I'm not sure if I want to do a fan meet though, because if I publicly say, "Hey, I'm in Israel, let's meet up here at this spot," you know, I don't want to put people in danger. Yeah, but I will be there, and I'm planning on doing lots of productive things there together with David. We'll do some big recordings and all that. Yeah, visit some good site. Always wanted to go there, never been. Will be fun. But thank you. Joshua Wooden says, that was a mix of Rachel and Joshua, yeah. Joshua Wooden says, pro-Hamas side was destroyed upon its conception. Yep. Allah destroyed them. IDF short, Hamas is a terrorist organization and they must be stopped. Can anyone find the longer version? I think IDF took it down. Muz officer says Mama would never hurt innocent women and children. I remember watching something with that title from the IDF. Don't know what exactly it was. I need to take a quick break here, and I will be back in about a minute or so, or 2 or 5. Need to take a quick break. Maybe I can play some clips here, and then I'll be right back. How about that? Because if the trajectory continues as it is, then I might die here, because I have a headache now, and also feel slightly dehydrated, because I don't remember drinking water. I never remember drinking water. Maybe I should play some music here while I'm gone.
Hey!
How about this?
Are you wasting your time on social media again?
The standard narrative has holes. If the trajectory continues as it is.
Okay, I'll be back in about 3 minutes. If I'm not, then this will just repeat itself, and I'll be back.
Hey you! Are you wasting your time on social media again?
The standard narrative has holes. If the trajectory continues as it is, it is going to become. If the trajectory continues as it is, a tsunami. If the trajectory continues as it is, it is going to become. If the trajectory continues as it is, a tsunami.
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
We live in
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
This man is being more slippery than the lubricant. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricant in his daughter's sex shop.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested? If you look at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. Come here, let me slap you. Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty.
If showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
What about
the
age
principle.
4?
If there are
signs.
Yeah.
See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages.
You mean the parents that are brainwashed by guys like you?
Get out of here! You can lie to your spouse.
But can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this is. The Prophet said you can do it.
Get out of here!
if the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
The scientific miracles in the Quran are debunked. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It's gone. And we are proud of that. We are proud of that.
Aha!
We are proud of that. We are proud of that.
Aha!
We are proud of that.
You're finished. You're finished. Wallahi, you're finished.
It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. doesn't bother us, it doesn't bother us, it doesn't bother us.
Stay away from Islam.
Hey you, are you wasting your time on social media again?
The standard narrative has holes, holes, holes.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami,
if the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
We live in a
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
this man is being more slippery than the lubricant. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricant in his daughter's sex shop.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested? If you look at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. Come here, let me slap you. Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami,
if the trajectory continues as it is,
It is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty.
If showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
What
the
about age
principle.
4?
If there is
If there are signs. See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages.
You mean the parents that are brainwashed by guys like you?
Get out of there!
You can lie to your spouse.
But can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this is. The Prophet said you can do it.
Get out of there!
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami. The scientific miracles in the Quran are debunked. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It's gone. And we are proud of that. We are proud of that.
Aha!
We are proud of that. We are proud of that.
Aha!
We are proud of that.
You're finished. You're finished. Wallahi, you're finished.
It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us to the least. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. Repeat it again. Very careful. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us to the least. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us. It doesn't bother us.
Stay away from Islam.
Hey you, are you wasting your time on social media again?
The standard narrative has holes, holes, holes.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
We live in a
Is life worth living? Should I blast myself?
this man is being more slippery than the lubricant. This man is being more slippery. He's being more slippery than the lubricant in his daughter's sex shop.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested? If you look at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. Come here, let me slap you. Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a
A tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become
if the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
Have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty.
If showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
What
the
about age
principle.
4?
If there is
If there are signs. See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages.
You mean the parents that are brainwashed by guys like you?
Get out of here! You can lie to your spouse.
But can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this is. The Prophet said you can do it.
Get out of here! If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
it is going to become.
If the trajectory continues as it is,
a tsunami.
The scientific miracles in the Quran got debunked. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. It's gone. And we are proud of that. We are proud of that.
It's a good song, right?
We are proud of that. We are proud of that.
This took much longer than I thought it would take. It doesn't bother us. 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 Okay. Anyway, very good song. Was a very good song, right? Wasn't it? The guy who created this, Sal, right here. Very, very good song. That guy's doing great work. That's some good artist stuff right there. Anyway, I thought I would be gone for half an hour. Now I've been gone for like forever. It feels like. I often can't tell how long things take. This song is also good.
If I were to bring reasonable evidence that the Prophet Muhammad, that he was a true prophet, would you be willing to become a Muslim?
How about no? I don't buy your Allah. I don't buy your Allah. No. I don't buy your Allah. I don't buy your
No. I don't like your Allah. I don't like your Allah. I don't like your Allah. I don't like your Allah.
No.
I like Tim Hortons way better.
No.
Chugging gallons of maple syrup.
No.
I like Tim Hortons way better,
No.
Chugging gallons of maple syrup.
No. No. Buy your Allah.
Over and over. Robert, what is this? It's not, I'm doing the same dumb joke over and over. What's wrong with you?
Robert Spence's laughter is out of this world. But this is actually my favorite here. This is
Pleasure
fantastic.
Inc. Pleasure machine. Pull down the virtual reality helmet. You pull the switch and then pure unadulterated bliss. The brain implants and the VR are so powerful that any pleasurable experience you want to have, you can have it. You can satisfy basic bodily pleasures, or the tech is so advanced that you can simulate any desire. You want to vacation on the beach with supermodels? No problem. You want to travel the world and sample cuisine from every region? No problem. Every form of pleasure and entertainment is now at your fingertips. The machine works too well. People can't get themselves off of it. The constant supply of dopamine is too much to resist. And let's be honest, what's more fun, fulfilling any fantasy or sitting and talking with grandma? Let's get the government to subsidize the machines. We want to make sure that anyone who wants a pleasure machine can afford to get one, even if it takes government assistance. Pleasure machine is actually liberating people from the shackles. Marriage, family, community, and religion are all sources of so much toil and headache. Why bother with that when you can enjoy limitless pleasure? Pleasure machine is the great liberator. Furthermore, marriage, family, and religion are the source of so much pain and suffering. Who doesn't have conflict with parents? Who doesn't have an insensitive spouse? Who doesn't feel judged when going to church or the mosque? To make matters worse, these institutions are also rife with abuse. There's domestic abuse, child abuse, abuse in the church and the mosque. Also, these institutions.
Wait, what?
There's domestic abuse, child abuse, abuse in the church and the mosque.
In the mosque. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, Daniel. Thank you.
Also, these institutions are ripe with unjust hierarchies and inequality and lack of consent. The pleasure machine, on the other hand, is the great equalizer. When you're strapped in, you can enjoy yourself as much as the elites. Everyone is equal in the pleasure machine.
I'll give you pleasure.
I didn't hear that part before. That was an unexpected ending. Anyway, that is Dani Kikic's depiction of Dani Kikic's depiction of liberalism in his debate with Matt Dillahunty. And what's funny about it is that the way he describes this weird pleasure machine in his scenario sounds exactly like heaven in Islam after you die. And by the way, here, I have a very nice shirt. I have a very nice hoodie on here. It says FCK HMS, which is my stance against hummus, because I think it's disgusting food. I tried it and then I had to get this hoodie, which just is a big insult, a big F you to hummus. Actually, it's about Hamas. I know people don't understand that, but it's actually Hamas. Surprise, surprise. And I bought this at, where did I bought this? I think I think the website itself is called FCK-HMS.com. Oh yeah, here. This is where I bought it. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Very good stuff. Anyway.
Thank you very much, Daniel. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, so I want to also dedicate this debate to the over 24,000 Palestinians that have been murdered by the terror state of Israel, the over 8,000 children that have been killed and sent to heaven by the terror state of Israel. So,
Razi said, I hope you're doing good. You didn't read my super chat. Liar, I did. I just did it.
Liar! You're a liar!
Stefan the Pelted said, the blood-sucking post-Jewish circumcision ritual is quite controversial. I wonder how people back then take it. Glad we don't have to die on their heel. It's also controversial in Israel. It is. Pretty sure. Not pretty sure. I'm sure it is. I know it is. Blue made a super chat. Knows too much. Said Arafat, the most famous Palestinian, was born and raised in Egypt. Sheba Pikachu needs an exorcism to clear up that nasty jinn problem. No amount of coughing gonna get that demon out. Indeed. That's the problem. Witch King's Boob said, I'd rather die than be a sex slave. Thanks, Daniel. This is very Islamophobic. Very, very Islamophobic. How dare you? By the way, David just texted me and he said he will be able to join me on this live stream in about half an hour. The problem is, I realize now that 4 hours into this live stream, I've only gone through 40 minutes of the debate. Yeah. David Wood plus AP plus IP is greater than Dani Kikic's plus Muhammad Hijab plus AD. Obviously. Thank you. Hunting Shark said, for the sake of all decent people, Daniel needs to be locked up far away and lose the keys. We as a species shouldn't tolerate individuals like him. Maybe you can give him the keys and tell him to do that. No, Sumar said, Pituchu is a low hikmah zabibaless Islamotard. He doesn't have a zabiba, right? It's because he never prays. Terrible. Call of Ghidorah, ignorant man wakes every night, anxious about similar and dissimilar things. Weary he is when morning breaks, but the same woe remains as before. Stanza 23, Havama, the words of Odin. Big if true. Christoph Keating said, look up the ratio numbers in Wikipedia again. The majority of people killed by the Allies in Germany, for example, were combatants. Possibly true. Doesn't challenge the point, though. The majority of people killed in Asia, in Japan, for example, were not. Yeah.
You know, this is a debate about genocide and the religious roots of genocide. The attacks of October 7th, this was a military operation. It has not been proven that most of those who were killed on October 7th or who died on October 7th were civilians. In fact, indications are that most of them were part of the IDF as either soldiers or reservists.
This is completely false, proven to be false, directly, clearly proven to be false. This is as bad as arguing that the Holocaust is a lie and that it didn't take place, or that numbers are inflated and so on. Pretty much. Because it is known and it is proven that the majority of deaths during the October 7 attacks were civilians. We know their names by now. It's with the deaths in Gaza, we don't even have proper lists of names. They announced when that whole hospital parking lot explosion happened. They announced that 500 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike, and that the hospital exploded. The hospital didn't explode; it was just a parking lot. 500 people probably didn't die. Expert estimates go much lower, and we still do not know the names of anyone who died, because they never gave anything to the public. With October 7, we know already the names of people who have died. And we know that they are mostly civilians. We have different websites listing of those. And one of them is even a darling of anti-Zionists or critics of Israel, which is Haaretz, which will... I see just now that my subscription apparently expired here. But they list they list all the victims with all their names and even pictures, and make it clear that the majority were civilians, not IDF. That's a stupid, ridiculous conspiracy theory.
And furthermore, it seems that most of them were actually killed by Israel itself. You have...
That's, again, a ridiculous accusation that is completely false, and I will get to stump him on that brutally in the open dialogue.
Now, eyewitnesses and even members of the Israeli military saying that actually it was Israeli tanks and Israeli helicopters who were launching Hellfire missiles at both Palestinians and Israelis indiscriminately. And
this is the kind of stuff that he takes from Twitter, that he hears from some Twitter source, which comes from one of those ridiculous news sources like Electronic Intifada or Quds News, also called Cunts News, or pages like that, Gray Zone, what else? Those websites which take a report out of context and then argue that it has now been revealed that the IDF helicopters shot on Israeli civilians and may have killed many of them, may have killed the majority. This is false. It's not true. When I pushed him on that later on, he completely failed to provide proper evidence for that. It is simply not true. It is simply not true. It's false. There are no such reliable reports. The only reports that we do have is that a IDF helicopter pilot did talk to Ynet and told them that some difficult decisions had to be made when shooting at Hamas vehicles on October 7 at the border, where they had to take the shot at a Hamas vehicle that is at the border trying to enter or leave in order to minimize the escalation that was taking place, where they did shoot at vehicles that may or may not have contained hostages captured by Hamas. And that is normal. Some things that had to be done in order to stop the massive terrorist attack from spreading all over Israel. It doesn't mean that the helicopters went into crowds and randomly shot at partygoers and civilians or anything like that. That's ridiculous. It never happened. And there's not a single person who will tell you that, for example, on October 7 during the Rame Music Festival, helicopters were there shooting at us and they killed us. There's not a single person who will make such a claim, and there are still many survivors from that place.
And this happened at the music festival. It happened in the kibbutzim. So many testimonies.
Look here, he said the music festival. He said this happened at the music festival. I later asked him for evidence. He couldn't present a single piece of evidence because it doesn't exist. There was no such thing.
From Israeli witnesses themselves who are testifying to this and saying that Israel was operating. In fact, it was reported by Ynet, one of the biggest and most important sites on from Israel, that the Hannibal directive was invoked by Israeli military personnel. And the Hannibal directive is that Israel, the military, will attack not only combatants, but also its own civilians if those civilians are being taken as hostages. This is the Hannibal doctrine. And it's...
I think that's not even true. The Hannibal directive doesn't exist anymore. It was repealed. So it can't be officially given because it was considered too bad and was abolished. However, that's not even the description of the Hannibal directive. Somebody quickly tell me. Marif quoted a version of the directive apparently applicable in 2014. During a kidnapping, the main task becomes to rescue our soldiers from the abductors, even at the cost of harming or injuring our soldiers. If the abductors and kidnapped are identified and the calls are not heeded, a firearm must be fired in order to bring the kidnappers to the ground or arrest them. If the vehicle or the hijackers do not stop, they should be fired at individually, intentionally, in order to hit the hijackers, even if it means harming our soldiers. This section was accompanied by an asterisk comment emphasizing in any case everything should be done to stop the vehicle and not allow it to escape. The directive is about soldiers, not about civilians. So it's talking about if a kidnapping by the opponent of IDF soldiers is taking place, it should be, the target must be stopped to prevent at all costs the soldiers from being abducted. It's about soldiers. That's what the directive is about. The controversial part about it is that that it puts IDF soldiers themselves in danger when they are faced with abduction by Hamas or other opponents. That's what this is about. So when somebody cites the Hannibal directive and says, the Hannibal directive says you can kill your own people no matter what, that's not true. That is simply not true. That's nonsense.
Meant to prevent Israel being in a position of having to negotiate on the basis of releasing hostages. So many of these hostages, or many of the people at this music festival or on the kibbutzim in southern Israel, they occupied southern Israel, they were actually killed by the IDF itself.
Look at that. He made the direct claim. He makes the direct claim. When I later push him on that, he tries to deflect from it. But he directly here makes the claim that during the music festival, on the October 7 attacks, helicopters went in there and started shooting at people. And it has been proven that they killed many civilians during the music festival. I asked him later on, and I ask anyone who makes that same claim once again, can you give me one single piece of evidence of any witness, of anyone actually reporting that there were helicopters or that there was a helicopter that came to the music festival and started shooting at people? There's not a single source, not even one. And we have thousands of survivors from that event. If you believe that Israel has the power to shut up every single survivor there, which is why we don't know anything about this, then you must be delusional. If there were helicopters at that event that fired at people, we would know this by now. We don't have a single piece of evidence. We don't have any survivors saying anything like that. I talked to survivors myself. I even have one on record that I'm supposed to publish. Nobody reported any such thing. It was Hamas themselves that came in and fired at people.
And there are many reports that prove this, whereas reports that Palestinians were beheading 40 babies and were just mutilating pregnant women. None of this has been established by forensics. Even my debate opponent was one of the ones who spread this. None of this has been beheading 40 babies and we're just mutilating pregnant women. None of this has been established by forensics.
Mutilating pregnant women is actually something that forensics confirmed. Pretty sure. Actually, I will not say that that I know this for certain, but as far as I know, the specific report about the mutilation of a mother and her baby was reported by Zaka, the organization that is a rescue organization, and has been established in forensics. I cannot say that I am 100% confident that we have the forensic evidence, but that is, to my knowledge, what happened.
Even my debate opponent was one of the ones who spread this myth of 40 dead, beheaded babies. Turned out to be complete atrocity propaganda, lies that the Israeli military and the Israeli state has been pushing. Now,
here he alleges that I actually spread the 40 beheaded babies theory, or lie, as he calls it. Clearly, he did not have any good intentions in looking up what I actually said on the topic. If you look into what I actually said on the topic, let's see. I actually made a tweet. I actually can proudly and happily say that I have been one of the rare ones who actually responded to the whole thing, acknowledging that it's not entirely true, but also not entirely fake, and I tried to explain it, and I could do that again. If this guy and others so badly wanted, I could make a video on it, probably. But I actually made a tweet on this a while ago. That was on October 26th, months ago. Here is my tweet on this. Short explanation on the 40 beheaded baby story. IDF never claimed 40 babies were beheaded. Israeli officials never claimed 40 babies were beheaded. Zaka Rescue Organization never claimed 40 babies were beheaded. The first mention came from an I-24 news reporter who said she was told by a commander that 40 babies were found dead, some of them had their heads cut off. The Israel X account quoted a news report from the same reporter on 40 dead babies. An interview with a deputy commander was published where he said that Hamas cut off heads of children and women. That's literally what he said. Later, the same reporter tweeted that 40 babies / children, this is the very same reporter who first said this, 40 babies, children, were killed according to soldiers on the ground. This contradicts her earlier statement. She probably got this all wrong and or twisted it, but not even the reporter mentioned 40 beheaded babies. I'm even acknowledging here that the reporter here from Israel might have twisted this herself, or that she misunderstood this. But not even she said anything about 40 beheaded babies. Zaka's senior official confirmed seeing beheaded children and babies. Netanyahu's office published photos from Zaka of dead and burned babies. Somewhere along the way, the claim that Israel propagated 40 beheaded babies spread across social media, but nobody ever made such a claim to begin with. And I stand by that. This is what I said. He clearly didn't look into what I actually said, or he doesn't want to fairly represent me. We know babies were killed, and we have photos of babies and children burned. We know that civilians were killed in brutal ways. The whole "but where are the 40 beheaded babies" meme is simply an attempt to dismiss and downplay the crimes committed by Hamas. It is rather disgusting. This is a straw man. It's a straw man argument. We talk about things that happened on October 7th that Hamas did, and they go to, oh yeah, but what about the 40 beheaded babies? 40 beheaded babies is not something that any official source actually claimed. It is a misunderstanding. And they treat it as if the IDF itself spread this piece of propaganda. The IDF itself, when asked, said we cannot confirm that specific report or the number. That's what IDF actually said. Let's see. Confirm 40 babies. I'm pretty sure you can find that quite easily. If the claim is that the IDF was using this as atrocity propaganda, you can find this quite easily. Let's see. Let's see. They could not confirm. So we have one already here. Quickly found this without even looking very much into it. This article deals with how this story got twisted and somehow connected through different means. An IDF spokesperson, Doran Spielman, told NBC News on Tuesday that he could not confirm II-24 News' report on 40 beheaded babies. IDF spokespeople themselves said they can't confirm the story. They can't confirm the number of babies beheaded or killed or anything like that. They never gave any numbers on this issue. Yet people like Dani Lekikic make it look like the IDF says, the IDF used this big propaganda which turned out to be a lie. Never happened. Never happened. Never happened. And then later they bring up this. Dani Lekikic did the very same thing. Well, Biden said something like this. What does he actually say?
I mean, thank you for the intensity of your support. It matters. It matters that Americans see what's happening. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd ever, anyway, but there are countries in the region that are trying to.
This was his first reaction to the atrocities. People like Dani Lekikic say, whoa, what are you saying? Even Joe Biden himself spread the story. Even he talked about 40 beheaded babies. Look, if you want to say Biden himself mentioned children being beheaded, yeah, let's go ahead and acknowledge that. Did Biden here at any point confirm the story of 40 beheaded babies? No, he did not.
Have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
He said terrorists beheading children. That's all he said. That's all he said. Terrorists beheading children, that's all he said. Is this him spreading the 40 beheaded babies narrative, which no one made to begin with? No, it's not. How can these people be so stupid?
To go to the arguments that my opponent made regarding the hadith, his entire argument about what's happening in Israel is on the basis of one hadith, and is the hadith regarding the Gharqad tree. And he claims that this hadith, which he presented on the screen, proves that Muslims are commanded to just kill Jews everywhere that you find them. But
I never said that. We watched my opening speech together, right? Did I ever say at any point that according to this hadith, or because of this hadith, Muslims everywhere are commanded to kill Jews wherever they find them? No. I never made that statement. I never claimed any such thing. He completely made that up. This is textbook straw man argument. Textbook straw man argument right there, right in front of us. I brought up the hadith and I said, therefore, this is a big problem. Muslims have this in their minds. Muslims believe that they will eventually do this. At no point during my opening speech did I claim that Muslims are therefore commanded to go around and kill Jews wherever they find them. I never said any such thing. But he claims that I did. This is typical straw man argument right here. If you wanted to teach somebody what a straw man argument is, this is here. He takes something that I said and twists it in such a way that he completely distorts my argument, turns it into an argument that I never made, which is the straw man, and he then attacks that straw man instead of attacking my actual argument. That's what he does here.
And is the hadith regarding the Gharqad tree. And he claims that this hadith, which he presented on the screen, proves that Muslims are commanded to just kill Jews everywhere that you find them.
Find me one place in my opening speech where I said that. I didn't.
But even the hadith that he read disproves what he was saying, because the hadith says fight. It says fight, which means in war, that this is a war that is to be fought between Muslims and Jews. And the proof, like the one single evidence and proof that debunks his entire presentation and
his entire opening speech consists of talking about how Jews are to act in war. And then his response to me bringing up the hadith is, this is only talking about war. God, this guy. I don't believe that this guy actually studied at Harvard. I don't get it. I don't believe it. I don't know. I just don't buy it. I don't understand. I mean, how can you... I don't know. Maybe I do believe it, considering what Harvard has recently turned out to be. I don't know.
His entire argument is that Jews have been living with Muslims historically for over 1,400 years, even within Palestine itself. Before 1917, you have Jews who were living in Palestine. They were the small minority, but they had their own villages. They had their own religious family court. They had their own villages in Palestine before 1917, before the occupation began.
You know what his entire argument is boils down here, by the way, when he says this? It is that Jews were at least allowed to live. It's not that Jews lived in peace for 1,400 years. It is that Jews were allowed to live. So they existed. Let's not talk about all the atrocities they went through. At least they existed. You know, it's better than being exterminated. That's what he's basically saying here. He later clarifies this way toward the end of in the question and answer section. When I talk about the atrocities committed against Jews and the dhimmi system and all of that, he says, well, it's better than getting exterminated because the Jews want to exterminate everyone. What an idiot, man. Sapir Uwu said, finally getting to see you. As an Israeli, thank you, just thank you. With all the hate I've been getting my entire life, you people like you give me hope. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I thank you very, very much. I've been getting a lot of messages from people from Israel almost saying, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I can't believe that somebody's actually standing up for us and things like that. And I see other people like David and others also getting that same response from many Jews, which is just... it's heartwarming, but also quite sad, to be honest. And I understand why, seeing how half the world right now is turning against Israel and their basic right to defend themselves. Christoph Keating said the exact opposite ratio as here in World War II. In Germany, 4 million to 5 million military deaths against 1.5 million to 3 million civilian deaths. In other words, twice as many military versus civilian. Yeah, as you can see, I showed you the numbers earlier of combatant to non-combatant ratios. And in any case, even if you would reverse these numbers or took them as exactly as they are normal. It's normal. These are normal ratios during war times. If you analyze the October 7 attacks by Hamas, by the way, there is a very high non-combatant to combatant ratio. What are we supposed to do with that? And they directly targeted civilians. Chloe L., number one is graping Hamasdinians. That's just Daniel's fantasy. Plus, what man would want to do that to them? Yeah. Can't entirely agree with that. Libel said in person, how much more peaceful a world without Islam? A lot. Kuleluk said Hamas have committed multiple terror attacks against Israeli civilians since their formation in 1988. Anyone defending or supporting them is sick. I completely agree.
You're sick! You're sick!
That's all the effort that I put into this just to push that one button. So White Mitze, gotta give it to James for hosting idiots like Daniel. Lots of patience. I know, he likes to do that. That's good. My TV said, I was looking forward to you pulling out the This Girl Is For Rap video during the debate. That would have shut Pain Issue for good. I love your debates. This girl is for rap? This girl is for rape? What is this? What is this in reference to? I saw another comment about this. What is that about? I don't know. I can't tell right now. Clarify what this is about, please. I don't know.
So if the command was for Muslims to just kill Jews wherever you find them, then how are Jews living there peacefully in Palestine? How?
You see what he does? He built this straw man argument, and from there then argued that I am wrong because if I was right, Muslims would have been killing and exterminating Jews living among them everywhere. But I never said any of those things. I would be stupid if I argued that. I never said any of that.
How is it that Jews throughout history have attested to the fact that when Christians were launching pogroms against them, it was the Muslims who protected them and the Muslims who actually sheltered Jews from the Christians? If the hadith was to kill all Jews no matter what till the end of time, then why didn't that actually take place? Why was there all of this protection of Jews and they were able to live in...
Well, I never said that. So, thanks for making that argument and arguing something that I never even claimed. But hey, whatever makes you happy, bro. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you happy. Let's see. Dani Kikuchu likes to read Wikipedia articles and post screenshots of them on his Twitter page. As he did when he posted about the Nakba and the establishment of Israel in the land of Palestine. Daniel, if you like Wikipedia so much, I would like to ask you to just go through this here. I would like you to go through this here. First off, correct yourself. I never claimed that Muslims are commanded to attack and kill Jews everywhere, wherever they find them. Never said any such thing. Never, ever said any such thing. However, if you want to rely on Wikipedia so much and then take screenshots of them and highlight them, I recommend that you go through this whole list here. And this is not even the beginning of it. But here's a good one, for example, Damascus affair. You could go into this right now. This was an actual historically important event that led to supporting Zionism. The Damascus affair of 1840 refers to the arrest of several notable members of the Jewish community in Damascus on the accusation of murdering Father Thomas, a Christian monk, and his Muslim servant for the purpose of using their blood to bake matzo, an anti-Semitic accusation also known as the blood libel. The Christians were supported in their accusation by the French consul at Damascus, Olasede Ratimenton, an anti-Semite who was known to favor Christian merchants and advisors over their Jewish counterparts. Ratimenton ordered that an investigation be carried out in the Jewish quarter, where both men had been seen, and encouraged the Egyptian governor of Damascus to act upon the matter, which resulted in the accused being imprisoned and interrogated under torture, after which they confessed to the murder. So this was this happened not just at the under the approval of the Muslims, but also the Christian authority or French authority in place here. Together, they pretty much combined in forming a mob and arresting and persecuting Jews in the land. After receiving a request from Sir Moses Montefiore and Adolphe Crémieux, Muhammad Ali released the remaining prisoners, but without officially acquitting them. In November 1840, after the restoration of Ottoman rule over Syria, Sultan Abdul-Majid issued a firman that denounced blood libel charges. Oh, I did at least one good thing. Thank you, Abdul-Majid, you bastard. Christian and Muslim violence against the Jewish population increased here, and also spread across the world, and European Jews were informed about this as well. And it was terrifying and horrifying. And this was one of the many things in the Muslim world that led to the idea of establishing Zionism and freeing yourselves from living among any other people. But you have many instances. If you want to look at the brilliant golden age here, look at the 1066 Granada massacre. Took place on 30th of December 1066, when a Muslim mob stormed the royal palace in Granada in the Taifa of Granada, killed and crucified the Jewish vizier Joseph ibn Nagrela, and massacred much of the Jewish population of the city. Probably didn't happen if you ask Daniel. These are just examples, just few examples. You have entire lists of atrocities, mobs, riots, all kinds of things against the Jewish population. This didn't just start after Zionism. It didn't just start after Israel. It only increased then massively, but it was always there. You liar. Dan Helsing made a super chat. Thank you so much. I agree with it entirely. Yosef said, when you come to Israel, I would love to get together for a chat and show you around if you like. Possibly. I received lots of messages from people from Israel. Would love that. Sure, yes, sure, possibly. Thank you. Appreciate it. Right, let's continue. Check that Islam and anti-Semitism article. Islam and anti-Semitism. Islam and anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism in Islam, anti-Semitism in Islam, anti-Semitism in Islam. Scholars have studied and debated Muslim attitudes toward Jews, as well as the treatment of Jews in Islamic thought and science and societies throughout the history of Islam. Parts of the Islamic literary sources give mention to certain Jewish groups present in the past or present, which has led to debates. Some of this overlaps with Islamic remarks on non-Muslim religious groups in general. With the rise of Islam in Arabia in the 7th century and its subsequent spread during the early Muslim conquest, Jews, alongside many other peoples, became subject to the rule of Islamic polities. The quality of life under Muslim rule varied considerably in different periods, as did the attitudes of the rulers, government officials, the clergy, and the general population toward Jews, ranging from tolerance to persecution. Okay, I can't read the whole thing here, but yeah. Yahud. In the Quran, references of Jews are mostly negative. No, this is an Islamophobic lie. Anyway,
in Muslim lands peacefully for literally centuries and generations. So this simple fact completely debunks Ridvan's argument. Furthermore, this hadith—
no citations. Thank you.
—is about eschatology. It's about end of times. It's about a specific battle that will take place between Muslims and Jews. There's also hadith about a battle, a major battle between Muslims and Christians that happen at the end of time. Now, if we want to talk about eschatology—
and yet there is no single hadith that is as famously known and specific about Christians as there is about Jews. And again, Dan Lekikeju is one of those people who will say, oh, it's an eschatological hadith, it's about the end time, so what does it matter? Well, if the Hamas covenant says we aspire to the fulfillment of Allah's promise, and Muhammad said you will fight the Jews and kill them wherever you find them, what do you think that means, Daniel?
Why don't we talk about Jewish eschatology? Why don't we talk about how in the Mishnah Torah and the Talmud and other authoritative Jewish texts, the end of times comes with the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah, who comes to eradicate all religions, kill all idolaters, kill all Christians, basically, and force them to give up Christianity, destroys the Vatican, destroys every place of worship from other religions. This is within Jewish eschatology. And within the Talmud, we also read, and I'll give you the reference right now, that each Jew in the age to come will have 2,800 slaves, 2,800 non-Jewish slaves. This is what Judaism teaches about the end of times. And you can read that directly in the Talmud. And the reference is Shabbat 32b. Anyone who is vigilant in performing the mitzvah of ritual fringes merits that 2,800 slaves will serve him in the world to come. So these are texts that I wonder.
In the afterlife. And once again, he takes quotations from rabbis who have different interpretations of what is actually promised. You know what the general idea what the general idea is that you get from rabbis if you ask what exactly happens in the Jewish world to come, or when the Messiah comes, or in the afterlife. What they will tell you is that it's not entirely clear. What they will tell you is that there is that it is not possible to with certainty say this, and that will happen. Unlike in Islam, where everything is directly prophesied, in Judaism there is no list of things that will happen. There is the idea that justice will come, righteousness will be served, everything will be good again, and so on. But there is no list of this will happen, this will happen, this will happen, that will happen, this will happen, that will happen, that will happen, and that's the whole list of what's going to happen, and we are all waiting for that. Plus, no Jew learns this stuff. Oh, or Dro said, as a Jew, everything he just said was utter and complete bullshit. This is the first comment that I read that starts with as a Jew and is actually a reasonable comment. Often you see these, as a Jew, I condemn what Israel is doing. You get that stuff from some American Jews, unfortunately.
Wonder what Ridvan thinks about and whether he will condemn them or not, because in his rebuttal, he hasn't condemned any of these texts. He hasn't condemn any of these Jewish teachings, which I find very fascinating. Now, let me get to some of his other claims here. He made a claim about the Hamas charter. So let's read that. If you go to the Jewish Virtual Library, and I put a link, again, go to muslimskeptic.com, and you have on the homepage all of the references that I'm using. And I've linked the Hamas covenant from the Jewish Virtual Library. And this is from 1988. And I'll quote in section F, followers of other religions, the Islamic resistance movement, meaning Hamas, is a humanistic movement. Article 31 says the Islamic resistance movement, meaning Hamas, is a humanistic movement. It takes care of human rights and is guided by Islamic tolerance when dealing with the followers of other religions. It does not antagonize any one of them, except if it's antagonized by it or stands in the way to hamper its moves and wastes its efforts. Under the wing of Islam, it's possible for the followers of the three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, to coexist in peace and quiet with each other. Peace and quiet would not be possible except under the wing of Islam.
Oh, you heard that? It will not be possible unless under the wing of Islam. Aha. So Islam brings peace to all people and treats them equally, but this can only happen under Islam, not anywhere else. Only when Islam comes, only when we establish the caliphate, then things will be all right. In other cases, that will not be possible. Huh. What does that mean? I have no idea. Nobody knows what that means. It certainly doesn't mean that Hamas has no peace with anyone and doesn't consider peace possible unless they are in full control and they establish their own caliphate.
Past and present history are the best witness to that. It is the duty of the followers of other religions to stop disputing the sovereignty of Islam in this region, because the day these followers should take over, there will be nothing but carnage, displacement, and terror. So this is from Hamas. This is their
This is from Hamas, yeah. This is from Hamas. Here. This is Article 31. This is directly what he said. Now, look at this. It is the duty of the followers of other religions. It is the duty of the followers of other religions to stop disputing the sovereignty of Islam in this region, because the day these followers should take over, there will be nothing but carnage, displacement, and terror. He didn't really go into what he actually says. Every one of them is at variance with his fellow religionists, not to speak about followers of other religionists. Past and present history are full of examples to prove this fact. Islam confers upon everyone his legitimate rights. Islam prevents the incursion on other people's rights, and so on. The very article that he just read says it is the duty of the followers of other religions to stop disputing the sovereignty of Islam in this region. So this, he thinks, is the great rebuttal here, right? This, he thinks, is the great rebuttal to what I argued here. So in Article 7, way up here, in Article 7, you read that Hamas says that they look forward to Allah's promise, which is the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews and kill them all, right? His rebuttal to that is, Hamas charter says later in section F, in Article 31, that peace is only possible with Islam, and it is the duty of other religions, of other people, to accept the sovereignty of Islam, to submit to Islam. How in the world does this guy think this is a rebuttal? Of course, he doesn't think that this is a rebuttal. He just says whatever serves his agenda. This whole Hamas charter is like Mein Kampf, very much. It also, this is unreal, but it actually references the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is a conspiracy theory, which is a hoax created about a supposed underground Jewish conspiracy to control the world and enslave humanity and all of that. It's not about just Zionism. It's not about Israel. This is about Jews. That's what, right in the next article here. That's what this includes. The protocols of the Elders of Zion. It says their plan is embodied in the protocols of the Elders of Zion. This is the kind of nonsense that I heard 20 years ago. Some people are still out there still believing this nonsense. It is an obvious forgery created in the early 1900s to accuse the Jews of trying to subjugate the world and all that. Here we have even a Holocaust Encyclopedia article on this. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion is the most notorious and widely distributed anti-Semitic publication of modern times. Its lies about Jews, which have been repeatedly discredited, continue to circulate today, especially on the internet. The individuals and groups who have used the protocols are linked by a common purpose: to spread hatred of Jews. The Protocols is entirely a work of fiction, intentionally written to blame Jews for a variety of ills. Those who distribute it claim that it documents a Jewish conspiracy to dominate the world. The conspiracy and its alleged leaders, the so-called Elders of Zion, never existed. It's originating from 1903, was published in a Russian newspaper to accuse the Jews of trying to take control of the world, and so on. And it has some really insane ideas. Was also both Adolf Hitler and Joseph Goebbels, later head of the propaganda ministry, praised Ford and the International Jew. Henry Ford referenced this in his book about the Jews. He was a very, very bad Jew hater. So this is a direct conspiracy theory alleging that Jews secretly want to rule over and enslave humanity. And it's a forgery created just to frame the Jews and then kick them out or kill them. This is directly in that very Hamas charter. In the very next article, after the one that Dani Kikic partially read. Great, wonderful refutation, man. Fantastic refutation. Thank you so much.
1988 covenant, their charter. You can go read it. Then they had another updated charter in 2017, a revised covenant. And it says here in the section, the Zionist Project, you can also find it in the Jewish Virtual Library. It says the Zionist Project is a racist, aggressive, colonial, and expansionist project based on seizing the properties of others. It's hostile to the Palestinian people and to their aspirations for freedom, liberation, return, and self-determination. The Israeli entity is the plaything of the Zionist Project and its base of aggression. The Zionist Project does not target the Palestinian people alone. It's the enemy of the Arab and Islamic Ummah, posing a grave threat to its security and interests. It's also hostile to the Ummah's aspirations for unity, renaissance, and liberation. Has been a major source of its troubles. The Zionist Project also poses a danger to international security and peace and to mankind and its interests and stability. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist Project, not with the Jews, because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they're Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. Hamas rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her rights on nationalist, religious, or sectarian grounds. Hamas is of the view that the Jewish problem, anti-Semitism, and the persecution of the Jews are phenomena fundamentally linked to European history and not to the history of the Arabs and the Muslims or their heritage.
Wow. So according to the updated Hamas charter, they don't actually hate Jews. They only hate Zionism, only Zionists. Oh, that's very nice. You know what? Every single person familiar with Hamas in Israel immediately dismissed this, and many others immediately dismissed this as a typical attempt by Hamas to try and whitewash their history and look like good guys. You know what? You see on this picture here in this document, in the article to this document by the Middle East Eye. On this picture here, you see several individuals here. One of them is this guy here, Fatih Hamad, who is who was at that point the minister of something, media affairs. I don't know whatever, and who still is the head of Al-Aqsa TV, who still is the main producer on Al-Aqsa TV, who still creates kids shows on Al-Aqsa TV, including Farfour and so on. This guy is the guy who actually produced the whole show about Farfour. The Mickey Mouse that says, the Jews bombed our house, we need to kill them all. Oh no. Because Hamas did publish this article, yes indeed. Hamas did indeed publish this updated charter to make it look like they are better now. But what Hamas also did at the same time, as they published that charter, was to give speeches. Speeches that are the opposite of what you just heard. Speeches that are the complete opposite of what you just heard. Speeches like these. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
عقيدتنا في قتالكم أننا سنبيدكم على بكرة أبيكم في قتالكم.
This is a Hamas preacher, one of the primary Hamas preachers in Gaza.
أننا سنبيدكم على بكرة أبيكم ولن نبقي منكم أحدا لأنكم ظلام الأرض وشذاذ الآفاق ومرتزقة الزمان بل مرتزقة كل زمان. راجعوا التاريخ أيها الإخوة فما وجد اليهود في مكان إلا سعوا فيه فسادا. ألم تقف على قول الله يا مسلم ويسعون في الأرض والألف واللام في كلمة الأرض تفيد الشمول والعموم ويسعون في الأرض فسادا.
This guy is speaking about Jews, and he says, we will eradicate you. Our doctrine in fighting you is that we will completely exterminate you. We will not leave a single one of you alive. Not a single one of you. And he here says directly Jews. He doesn't say Zionists. He says Jews. When he says wherever they lived, they spread corruption. Look at this. Did you hear that word? Here, do you hear the word? Does it say Zionist? No. Yahud. Yahud. Jews. That's the word for Jews. It's shocking, I know, but that's not the word for Zionists. It's the word for Jews. Yahud.
وشذاذ الآفاق ومرتزقة الزمان بل مرتزقة كل زمان. راجعوا التاريخ أيها الإخوة فما وجد اليهود في مكان إلا سعوا فيه فسادا. ألم تقف على قول
Wherever the Jews lived, they spread nothing but corruption. And the Quran says they spread corruption in the land. In the land. The land. They spread in the land corruption, and Allah loves not the corruptors. You know what the Quran says about those who spread corruption in the land? Oh no, don't look it up. No, don't look it up now. No. Don't look it up. Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and His Messenger and spread mischief in the land is death, crucifixion, cutting off their hands and feet on opposite sides, or exile from the land. This penalty is a disgrace. This is a stupid translation. Who's this by? It doesn't even address the... I'm looking for Sahih International. It never brings me Sahih International directly when I ask for it. Here. Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and His Messenger and strive upon earth to cause corruption is none but that they be killed. So upon earth cause corruption is corruption in the land. That they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from opposite sides, or that they be exiled from the land. That is for them a disgrace in this world, and for them in the hereafter is a great punishment. One of the many things that the Quran says about those who spread corruption in the land. And that this, according to this guy here, you can hear it very clearly. One more time. Look at that. One more time. Let's see what he says. Does he say Sayun? No. Yahud. Yahud. So, yeah. When, as a response, finally says, you know what? We are done. We are done. Take this. Don't complain. This was, when was this? 2018. Daniel wants to cite the Hamas charter from 2017. This here was in 2018. The speaker here is Fatih Hamad, who is right here on the picture. Right here. Look, he's right here, sitting there together with the leaders. With Yahya Sinwar, with Ismail Haniya, with all the others. With this ugly Zabiba guy. He's sitting right there, right next to them. It's not some fringe guy. He's right there with the leaders. This is him. Fatih Hamad, 2018.
في هذا اليوم وفي هذه التجليات بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى لنتطلع إلى أمرين مهمين نحن قاب قوسين أو أدنى منهما. أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله.
You see what he just said? We look forward to two important things that are in sight. The first is the cleansing of Palestine of the filth of the Jews. He doesn't say Zionists. He says Jews.
هو تنظيف فلسطين
من دنس اليهود
واستئصالهم بإذن الله.
Yehuda. Not Zionists, the Jews. Yehud. You hear it again.
تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات يا اخواننا 2002
He said in 2018, in 4 years, brothers and sisters, or no, just my brothers, by 2022 we will be rid of them. How is that working out for you? How is that working out for you? Not going well, right? It's not really going very well, does it?
22 بنكون خلصنا منهم. اما الامر الثاني وهو اقامة الخلافة بعد ان تتعافى الامة من سرطانها وهو اليهود باذن الله سبحانه.
And after we have healed the nation of the cancer of the Jews, there will be a caliphate. We will establish a caliphate. How's that going for you? How is that going for you? And you know what? Because of things like these, you know what? I have no sympathy, nothing at all. You get the response that you asked for. Yeah, you get the response that you asked for. This is what they asked for, and they're getting it.
The Zionist movement, which was able, with the help of Western powers, to occupy Palestine, is the most dangerous form of settlement occupation, which has already disappeared from much of the world and must disappear from Palestine. So this is what the actual Hamas charter says. So quite different from the Hasbara propaganda that my opponent recited for you.
Notice how he never even addressed the part that I said is directly from the Hamas charter.
He also mentioned that Israel was originally secular in nature, but this is contradictory by Theodore Herzl and other founders of the Israeli state, like Ben-Gurion, who explicitly wanted to establish a Jewish state, a Jewish ethno-state.
Oh my God. You have to teach this guy basic terms, right? You have to teach this guy basic ideas. He's saying he's saying that my claim that Israel was created as a secular state is contrary to Theodor Herzl's and Ben Gurion's words that this is a Jewish ethnic state. Excuse me, are you dumb? How in the world is that contradictory? How in the hell is that contradictory? If you like it or not, you could create a Jewish ethnic state, considering that they are specifically talking about Jews as this ethnic group now that came forth from the culture that they shared, and still say, we should create a Jewish state that will, however, separate religion from state, where religion will not interfere with the state at all. That is by definition secularism. That is by definition secularism. Secularism. That's what it is. This guy. Man, in my rebuttal earlier, I directly read Theodor Herzl's words on it, on how he says that religion must be separated from the state. And here he is. This is in contradiction with Theodor Herzl. What are you talking about, man? Learn words.
How can you be an unbiased state, an unbiased secular state, if you are going to be designed as a Jewish ethno-state? This makes no sense. And when you actually look at the laws that are on the books within Israel, the apartheid is clear that no, it is not a secular state in the sense that all religion and all races are equal. No, in fact, there's a preference given to Jews, Jewish Israelis. If you're Arab, if you're Palestinian, if you're non-Jewish, then you are...
This guy doesn't understand what secularism means. It's so funny. Sometimes he depicts secularism as this complete atrocious, weird system. Then he here doesn't understand what secularism means and just makes a caricature of it. That is so weird. So weird. So weird. Daniel, I hope this helps you. Merriam-Webster dictionary. Secularism, indifference to or rejection or exclusion of religion and religious consideration. Daniel, I hope this one helps you even better. Cambridge dictionary. the belief that religion should not be involved with the ordinary social and political activities of a country. Daniel, does this help you? I hope this helps you. Daniel, maybe since you like posting Wikipedia screenshots, maybe this can help you. It says, secularism is most commonly thought of as the separation of religion from civil affairs and the state, and may be brought into a similar position seeking to remove or to minimize the role of religion in any public sphere. Daniel, I hope this helps you. Man.
Discriminated against in this massive apartheid state. And there are reports that we can look at.
Look, Israel does have preference for Jews in a way. It was established as a state where Jews could travel to easily and could settle and become citizens and be protected. That's the entire point of Israel. That, however, does not mean that it's a state that is only for Jews. There's no such law, there's no such rule, no such text, there's nothing in place like that. Israel specifically, yes, has certain ideas, like that it is a home where Jews can easily go to and be protected forever. And there's nothing wrong with that, because the entire point of that Jewish state was, whenever we are somewhere else, we have to fear being persecuted, being killed, or being kicked out. Therefore, it is in our best interest to no longer be afraid to go and build a state where Jews protect each other, where we no longer have to fear persecution. And in that state, we should also provide tolerance and equality to everyone else. And you know what? This is often mentioned as kind of as a slogan, a stereotype, but it's completely true that Israel is the only place in the Middle East where Arabs even have proper rights. Israel is the best state to live for Arabs. Arabs have more rights and more freedom in Israel than they have in Arab countries. This dude. So yeah, Israel does indeed give preferential treatment to Jews if they want to, as for people who want to come there and who want to obtain the right to live there. If you want to say that that is racist, then so be it. I would say that it is completely justified considering what happened in your lands to Jews all the time. But there is no persecution of non-Jews. Such a thing doesn't exist. That is stupid.
With Human Rights Watch, with Amnesty International, even former President Jimmy Carter has described Israel as the apartheid state and written a book about it. So the objections or rebuttal of Ridvan are exactly...
That's not why they described it as an apartheid state. It was in reference to the occupied territories. That's why. Nothing to do with the other issue here.
As expected, he is claiming that Jews are not really religious, they're secular. This is an objection that my opening statement anticipated. It's not just if Jewish people say, I'm religious Jew, it's about the culture, the influence of the Talmud on the culture of Jews in Israel and outside of Israel. He also mentioned anti-Zionist Jews. So this is like a small marginal percentage. Only 5% of Jews are anti-Zionist. The vast majority of Jews support Israel and they support Jewish dominance.
Okay, I don't even understand why he mentions this, because it has nothing to do with what I said. Why is he making the point that these are only minorities? Yeah, I agree.
In Israel as an ethno-state. He mentions an angel fire site or whatever that is. That's just an apologetic site. You have so many sites that say, oh, Islam is peace. There's no such thing as jihad in Islam and all of these apologetics. And I, as an objective person, will point out, and I have pointed out in my debates, that these are just apologetics that are not authentic to the actual religious teachings. Jews and Christians have analogs of this as well, and they have websites. And this is what the opponent, Ridvan, is pointing to. So what? You know, he doesn't accept if someone comes and debates him and says, oh, Islam is peace. He doesn't just accept that. He says, oh, this is apologetics. Let's look at the hadith.
Yeah, I actually don't accept that. I actually engaged with whatever they're presenting. He does not.
Look at the Quran. I'm doing the same thing. I'm saying these sites are just pure apologetics when we actually look at the texts.
Nope. What you are doing is you are dismissing whatever they say Because of the idea that these are just apologetics websites. I actually engage with the apologetics arguments.
We can see exactly the claims that I'm making about Judaism's racism, superiority complex, etc. It's violence, rape as a weapon of war. I didn't cite one text. So
he didn't even cite a text for that, by the way, for the last one, the rape. Plus, I directly gave the website and also mentioned how it directly cites the Talmud and calls non-Jews human, and he didn't even engage with that. He just dismissed that as, oh, the source is bad. The source is just apologetics. I don't care.
Opponent says that, well, this one Talmudic passage about non-Jews not being human, oh, you're reading this out of context. Really? It's not just one passage in the Talmud. It's
yeah. Yes, actually, yeah. Because, as I mentioned, there are also Talmudic passages which mention the Gentiles as humans. Because when you read something that says, because the Jews are called man and the Gentiles are not called man, you should probably try to understand what is being said there instead of saying, oh, therefore it says that non-Jews are not humans. Because that wouldn't make sense if you put it together with another passage from the Talmud which says that Gentiles are humans. So which one is it now? Are we supposed to take whatever it says literally without context and accept that non-Jews are not humans, and also at the same time accept the other one at face value, which says that non-Jews are humans, and take both of them as true at the same time? That doesn't work because those two contradict each other. That's how it works, Daniel. That's why you should read in context. But apparently you don't get it.
multiple passages. What about the passage in the Jerusalem Talmud about kill even the best of Gentiles? You didn't address that. Comparing Gentiles to snakes, kill the best of snakes. You didn't address that. What's the context there? What about
all addressed? Not about killing Gentiles randomly. It's about killing in war. Yeah.
Killing a non-Jew who has been raped, a 3-year-old non-Jew. I referenced the Mishnah Torah. I referenced the Shulchan Aruch. I mentioned.
Okay, he did it. He said Shulchan. That sounds like he's talking about something Chinese. I don't know.
And all of these authoritative religious texts, you haven't addressed any of them. The fact this idea of racial superiority is not limited to one passage of the Talmud.
Daniel Price said, sure about that, then explained why the Torah says that Gentiles are unclean simply because they're Gentiles. I don't know, ask a Christian that. For all other claims that are made here, just go back in the stream. I extensively discussed the Talmud language. And I also made a whole stream about that with 2 Jews just a week ago. You can look at that.
It's an overall concept that is repeated by many rabbis, many religious authorities, past and present. A little hand wave and, oh, this is out of context. That's really weak. That's really weak.
You got it.
The Mishnah Torah says that the authoritative rule is that a non-Jew who studies the Talmud is to be killed. So just to correct one of the things that my opponent mentioned, also to correct one thing that you mentioned, he said Amalek is something.
Oh my God. He actually did that, right? Now I remember. He actually did say that. Despite the fact that I actually gave him the source before he even said it. This guy is genuinely stupid, man. In response to his claims that the Talmud calls non-Jews or Gentiles animals, I gave him this website here as reference and said there are websites as simple as these, just clearly and quickly debunking it. It cites whatever he said here. You, Israel, are my sheep, the sheep of my pasture. You are man. And then, to clarify that this is just a discussion about semantics, this website also cites the Talmud here, and where it says, a Gentile has the ability to purchase land in Israel in order to dig holes in caves, as it says, for the heavens are the Lord's, but the earth he has given to mankind. So here, clearly, it talks about the rights of Gentiles and also describes them as humans, plus here specifically, this is the passage. He actually went to the passage and took one of the opinions in the discussion, although the very same passage says, Rabbi Meir would say, how do we know that even a Gentile who engages in the study of Torah is like a Jewish high priest? We learn from the verse Leviticus 18:5, which man shall do and by which he shall live, and so on. A lengthy discussion where it says that even Jews who study the Torah are like Jewish even non-Jews who study the Torah are like Jewish high priests, and they are also called men here. He actually, oh God. This is so exhausting, man. You're dealing with people who don't honestly engage with any piece of information with an intent to actually study and find out the truth. You're dealing with people here that just go for whatever is easy to sell. You just go for whatever serves your agenda, and you repeat the same lies over and over again, no matter how they are debunked. It's just so exhausting, man. So exhausting.
That is not actually relevant. Yes, it is. When Benjamin Netanyahu references Amalek and says, don't forget Amalek in reference to the Palestinians, it is relevant. It is relevant.
Jesus. Wow, man. You notice how in my rebuttal I specifically said that people recently said that Netanyahu references Amalek and that this shows genocidal intent. And then I said, but this is not the case, considering that Amalek has always been remembered and it has nothing to do with genocidal intent, and so on. It is always remembered every year on a certain Sabbath. And the idea behind it is not to kill a certain population. And yet, after I said it, he actually says, no, Netanyahu mentioned Amalek and this is about genocide.
When members of the Israeli Knesset, when members of the IDF are singing about the only mitzvah that we will follow is the mitzvah to kill Amalek, they're singing this, like on TikTok, IDF soldiers are singing this, that means that is relevant. Also, your claims about...
Oh boy. I just want to... Earlier I thought I'll just quickly reference it, but hey, here it is. Look at this. Chabad. Wipe out Amalek today. Let's see, who is Aaron Moss? Is it just some YouTuber? Oh no, it's a rabbi. It's a rabbi. Oh no, it is a rabbi. I've got news for you. I do seek out Amalekites. Between you and me, I've even killed a few. Oh no, does this mean that he actually engaged in genocide? Is he confessing to murder here? You should try it. It's not nearly as bad as it sounds. No one gets hurt. And it feels great. But first you have to learn to identify who Amalek really is. Amalek was an ancient Middle Eastern nation that had an inborn hatred toward Israel. The Amalekites took any opportunity to attack Jews for absolutely no reason. There was no land dispute or provocation that caused this hatred. It was an intrinsic, pathological need to destroy God's people. Such hatred cannot be combated through diplomacy. If you have any understanding of anything at all, of any, rhetorical methods, of any narratives, if you have read anything in your life, you might understand from this very short paragraph here already that what the rabbi here is implying is that Amalek is a metaphorical matter. Something spiritual. Already very clear. If you read the text, if you read the article further, this will only be confirmed. But here, look at this gun. But this doesn't mean that Amalek has disappeared. So he's talking about how Amalek doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist. They have mixed with other people. But this doesn't mean that Amalek has disappeared. Amalek is alive and well today, albeit in a different form. No longer a foreign nation. Today's Amalek is an internal enemy. We each have an Amalekite lurking within our very self. The inner Amalek is unholy cynicism. Oh no, is this rabbi saying all Jews should commit suicide? Since Amalek is inside you and you are supposed to wipe out Amalek? Oh no. God, just...
about me supporting pedophilia. This is garbage. This is, if you want to look at pedophilia, look at what the Talmud says about marriage to a 3-year-old, including sexual intercourse. And
there you heard it, right? He denied what I said about him as supporting pedophilia, and I knew he would do that. And I built the trap for him, and he fell right into it.
Your claims about me supporting pedophilia, this is garbage. This is, if you want to look at pedophilia, look at what the Talmud says about marriage to a 3-year-old, including sexual intercourse. And I cited some of that. We can cite that more of those passages in the open dialogue, but that you have completely misrepresented my views. But we can talk about more in the open dialogue.
We'll jump into the open dialogue. Just a couple of quick housekeeping things. Folks, if you didn't notice, at the top of the chat is a
So you heard it right there. I misrepresented him. That's funny.
poll. What is at the cause of the Israel-Palestine conflict? It's already got 1,300 votes. So if you haven't yet,
Lucian said, if I said I was an ex-moose and positive toward Jewish people, at best I could be sent to a sheikh for a forced exorcism, been and watched other people's exorcism, or disowned, and at worst I could be honor killed. Fun stuff. I know of people who were disowned just because they defended Israel, or because they went to Israel. Even there's recently even who was that? Luai Ahmed, who is on Twitter, who has become quite popular after October 7. He was disowned by his parents for simply traveling to Israel. It's very, very messed up. The funny thing is, meanwhile, Palestinians actually, lots of Palestinians travel to Israel literally every day to work there. The Kitchen Guru said Daniel should learn the Talmud tractate Kedushin, page 49b. 10 parts of adultery came to the world. 9 of them were taken by. You should. Havin said, hey, AP, I hope you're having a good day. Nice to see you here, Havin. Thank you. I am indeed. I'm so exhausted right now, though. Sir White Meat said it doesn't bother us in the least. It doesn't bother. That's a good song. Chloe L. Daniel just said to strap into the pleasure machine. Sarah from Alexa TV said, endurance stream, let's go, 10-hour minimum or Satan goes into your nose. Wait, what is the maximum duration which YouTube actually keeps up? Let me see. Longest stream possible, YouTube. Let's see what it says. La 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 la. 12 hours. Whoa, that's more than I thought. I thought it was only 8 hours or something. So it says YouTube will automatically archive your video up to 12 hours. If your stream exceeds 12 hours, it may not be captured at all. That's funny. So I can go as long as 12 hours here, and it will actually save it. If I go past 12 hours, it will stop recording. That's funny. Yeah, I will probably have to end this at some point soon and continue with maybe David some other time to go into the open dialogue section, more detailed. But I'm still here for a little bit. Libiel said, AP, listen to their excuse of only soldiers. In Israel, everybody is a soldier. Veterans, reservists, serving or future soldiers, children, babies. I know, I heard the very same thing from Dan Likic himself. His excuse is that the civilians who died were basically reservists, so everyone deserves to be killed anyway. Everyone is a legitimate target. Michael Beacon said, I've seen the video of the pregnant woman myself. It was worse than they said. I'm normally not squeamish, but I couldn't finish watching. I'm going to soon watch the 47-minute footage that the IDF is showing to people, to journalists and others. I will see it soon, and I will talk about it after I see it. According to Israeli basic law that was enacted in 2018, state self-determination in Israel is unique to Jews. Info found on main Knesset government ill. Okay. Yeah, but as said, self-determination for Jews to protect Jews from living under different people and being persecuted and so on. Chloe L., if you want to show David what I made an animation put to music of his Muslim cowboy square dance, as it has Daniel Pikachu dancing in it, but only if you want to. I will check it out. I will check it out. 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 Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Here we go. Bow to your partner. Say hello. Bow to Allah. Now, worship mode. Around your partner, do-si-do. Around your partner, here we go. Around your partner, and you'll see how much fun that girl can be. If you hear that girl is 9, grab her where the sun don't shine. Just don't make her 2 holes 1, cause that would mess up your fun.
It's good. It needs more syncing with the music, but it's good. Pretty good, Chloe. Good stuff. Typical Chloe W. Not Chloe L, it's a Chloe W. All right. Hector said AP 4-hour stream. What 4 hours? Almost 6 hours, man. Noah said, as a Jew, I like my money, but I like your videos more. You were awesome in the debate. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Appreciate it very, very much. Hakika Jew said, AP, I'm Israeli in the East Coast, and I literally offered to buy you beer and chill. Funny enough, you're an atheist doing God's work. LOL. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very, very muchos. Cheeky, shaky, no Islam, no peace. No Islam, no peace. I usually don't like these lines because, like, what's next? Realize. But yeah, I agree. Louisa Capel became a YouTube member. Thank you for joining the cult. Soon we will take over the whole world with the help of the Jews. Ethan said you should check. Ethan made a super shekels and said you should check Dr. Mordecai Kedar, Israeli scholar of Arab and Islam, knows Palestinian Arab society better than anyone else. He has some English vids lectures and goes on podcasts and interviews. You are not the 50,000th person to recommend Mordecai Kedar. Eventually, I will have to check it out. I will have to eventually check it out. I'll have to look. We'll have to look. Hector said, as a Jew, I believe the eyes are the leather straps. I do agree with that. Sal Villas said, Quran funds for you, AP. Love your work. By the way, just curious, how long do you plan to stream today? That's a very good question, which you asked about 40 minutes ago. I don't know. I'm very tired. You can already hear it in my voice, probably. Call of Ghidorah said, what do you think would happen had the Zionists chosen Argentina in the end to build a Jewish state instead of Palestine? I don't know. That's a very good question. And it is a question that Theodor Herzl himself deals with in the Jewish state. Some people might not know what it actually says directly. Shall we choose Palestine or Argentina? We shall take what is given us and what is selected by Jewish public opinion. The society will settle both these points. Argentina is one of the most fertile countries in the world, extends over a vast area and has a sparse population and a mild climate. The Argentine Republic would derive considerable profit from the cession of a portion of its territory to us. The present infiltration of Jews has certainly produced some friction, and it would be necessary to enlighten the Republic on the intrinsic difference of our new movement. Palestine is our ever-memorable historical home. The very name of Palestine would attract our people with a force of marvelous potency, and so on. I also mentioned this before within a different context, which is a lot of Israelis and Zionists today feel this great opposition to the name or the word Palestine and say there is no such thing, don't say Palestine. Historically, the modern Zionists themselves called it Palestine at the time. But what they meant was not a nation or a country there that is known as Palestine. What they meant is the region as it is known in the European languages, because the British or the Germans or others called it Palestina or Palestine and so on. And that just referred to the region, since it was called so by the Romans a long, long time ago, almost 2,000 years ago, to basically eradicate the memory of a Jewish land in the region. Which is why the modern Zionists early on also still refer to it as Palestine. And when Jews lived there and when Arabs lived there, those people were called Palestinians, Palestinian Arabs and Palestinian Jews. The idea of turning this Palestine into a nation, into a national identity that belongs to these Arab people is something that the Arabs themselves adopted and invented in the 20th century, and they named themselves after the word Palestine, which was used by the Europeans to refer to that land. So they actually took in a European name for themselves and claimed that this is who they are. This is their nation. I think it would be actually very nice to reclaim the word Palestine and not consider it as some, some indigenous nation or anything, because that was never the case. It was named after the Philistines, who were a small tribe that, by the way, was a group of invaders. They invaded the land. Kristen C said, check. No, it's not working. I can't hear you. Dr. Sir Whitemead made a super sticker. Hakika Jew said, Jewish ethnostate clown. I'm an immigrant to Israel as an atheist, never was religious, lived well among Muslims and Christians for 13 years. Alhamdulillah. See, this is the beauty, the miracle of Israel.
The options are Islam, Judaism, neither, or both. So do check out that poll that's here at the Modern Day Debate live chat here on YouTube, and you can put your vote in there. We're going to jump into the open dialogue. I got to say, gentlemen, if you could do me a favor, the biggest thing is you just want to make sure you have equal time and that there's minimal interrupting. A little bit, we can let it slide. We don't want to be too structured, but at the same time, if I have to, I got to jump in and put us into 1 or 2 minute segment responses. So if we want to keep that more organic discussion, please do me a favor. Work with me here. All right, gentlemen, thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
So I want to just clarify with Ridwan. Do you condemn these teachings of Judaism? Do you condemn them?
He does exactly what he does in every debate, and every single time he makes an excuse. Sometimes he says, I have the unpopular position here. That's why I should speak more. Sometimes he says, my opponent just spoke for a long time, so I just want to have a word to speak. Immediately he started asserting his thing, his right to speak, which I quickly wanted to challenge.
Are we on the same page? You condemn those teachings of the Torah?
You just finished your rebuttal. It would be probably nice.
Just open dialogue. Both of us can talk. Do you condemn?
I know.
Do you condemn those teachings? Do you condemn those teachings? It's a simple question. Do you condemn what the Talmud says about non-Jews? Do you condemn the raping of 3-year-olds?
It doesn't say rape 3-year-olds.
Yes, it does. You want me to read the Mishnah Torah again?
This is not a cross-examination section. This is not a cross-examination.
I'm just asking you.
Okay, no, I don't.
You don't? Oh, so you're fine with killing the non-Gentile 3-year-old who has been raped. You're fine with that.
Killing the non. Look at that. His logic here. Do you condemn it? Yes or no? No, I don't condemn it, because I don't think it says anything like that. Oh, so you agree with it? So then you agree that they deserve to be raped? No, I'm not. I'm not fine with it.
So you condemn.
I said I don't condemn it. This is a false choice. You are presenting it as if it is true and it must be condemned, or it is true and I approve of it. That's not the case here. This is a fallacy. As somebody who is supposed to have studied so much logic and psychology, you should know this. No, I don't condemn it, and I also don't acknowledge that it is a thing. So I don't approve of it. That's how simple it is.
Okay, you want me to read that it's a thing? You deny that it's a thing. You deny that it's a thing. So do you want me to read the passages again? You want me to read the passages again?
Gentlemen, James. 1 second. I want to give you guys a chance if you want.
He's really trying to turn this whole thing into him controlling the conversation. And he didn't succeed.
I want to talk about this, but this is the last thing. I want to give you a chance to ask Apostate Prophet Daniel, and then I'm going to give Apostate Prophet a chance
if you wanted a cross-examination section, you should have asked for it. Okay, because that's how it works.
We can have 1 minute, 2 minute back and forth. But
if you'd really like it, if 2 questions at a time is too much, we can have it be for Apostate. If you want to ask one now, and then we'll let Daniel.
No, you know what? My suggestion is actually, if Daniel wants to do this so much, let's have another debate and let's prepare for only cross-examination, and then we'll see what happens. How about that?
You're not prepared to talk about the Judaism?
No. I would like to, if you like. See, this is his logic here. He wants to prepare a basically cross-examination where he digs into certain things that I believe. He wants to ask me questions and put me on the spot. When I say nope, we're not doing that because it wasn't planned, he's saying, oh, so you're not ready to answer questions. That's not how it works. I could play the exact same trick. When your opponent refuses to do that with you, that doesn't mean that the opponent is not ready. That doesn't mean the opponent is insecure or anything like that. This means What this means is that your opponent, or what this means is that Daniel Kikechu in this case may have prepared, may have set up a certain tricks, and may have directly prepared a cross-examination series of questions, and you don't want to give him that. He specifically didn't ask for it, specifically prepared this without asking for it, because he thinks he will dunk on you with that. So the best thing you can do is just to say, nope, not doing that. Not doing that at all. If you want it so badly, we can plan on it, and then we can create questions for each other, and then let's see how your position holds up. Simple as that. To do a cross-examination, so
I asked you a question.
I would like to.
I want to cross-examine. As I mentioned, gentlemen,
so
I have to jump in just because, as we mentioned. So it sounds like AP is saying, hey, why don't we just do one question each direction at a time? That's fine. We can do that.
Yeah,
Let's get AP's question.
It is stupid to say, I want to ask you this question, then I reject the question, and then you push me to respond to it the way you want, and otherwise you will not move on. That's ridiculous. This is not a fruitful conversation.
We'll give you a chance to ask your question now, AP, of Daniel.
Okay. So Daniel gave a long speech here, and he included something at the very end. And I think I will leave it at this point after we are done with this and read a few super chats and then leave it for now. But I think lots of people agree, and I agree, that this is the point where Daniel Gigicu lost control and basically lost the debate completely. I want to ask him about that because he seems to be very sure, and he seems to be presenting to the audience this idea that I misrepresented him. Daniel, do you accept for me to play a brief video of you saying that it's okay for men to marry little children?
People know the clip.
Are you okay? This is the final stage of the trap that I prepared for him. And I'm still proud of that.
We're proud of that.
Which was to bring up that he supports child marriage, then expand what exactly he said, then wait for him to deny he said it, and then ask him if he's okay with me playing the clip of him saying it. And my prediction was, if I get to that stage, I will probably play it eventually because of his ego. He will not want to look like he is scared of me playing the video. And at this point, he is scared of it, which is why he's like, oh, well, people know the clips. You can see that he actually really doesn't want me to play a video right now. This is the final stage of the trap that I built for him. I am a deceiver. And he got completely derailed and destroyed by this.
People know the clip.
Are you okay with it or not?
We can play it, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll play the video now. Since you said that I misrepresented you, I will share the sound of it and play it right here. So you said this is garbage, I misrepresented you.
When there are signs of physical maturity, it becomes permissible for the husband in Islamic law to have marital relationships or consummate the relation with his bride. And this is the example of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Starting puberty unusually early.
Is there anything in Islam that prevents you from a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
You can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I said.
What about age 4?
If there are signs
3.
So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because
I have a
puberty,
study that shows it goes as early as 11 months.
Well, that's something that the parents would not. See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved.
Look at him. Look at him now.
The parents would not. See, the thing about
look, he's chuckling there. You see that, right? Nervous chuckling.
Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages, and when you look at the marriage.
There you have it.
All right, so can I respond to your misrepresentation?
Presented you, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so.
he got really nervous and he lost it from here on. And he will now try to save face, and he will actually do the final damage himself right here.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you a chance to condemn the rape of a 3-year-old and killing the 3-year-old after. You didn't have a condemnation for that. So your moral compass is not really a standard here. So
I didn't
if you have
present-
like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Because you said that I support pedophilia. I support marriage, like every other religion, like every other culture within history. Yeah, laugh it up. But we're laughing at you, Apos. We're laughing at the fact that I read you about raping 3-year-olds and killing them, and you couldn't condemn that, right? So when you have marriage,
this is it. This is it. His excuse was really, you said I support pedophilia, but I support marriage. So basically, you said I support pedophilia, but that's not true because I support marrying children. And this is where he lost it. This is where it went downhill for him from here on. It was over at this point. And you know what?
We're proud of that.
I wouldn't have done this with anybody else, but I had to do this with him because he deserves it. He completely deserves being put on the spot and exposed as a complete lunatic, as a child marriage advocate, as a liar, and so on. In fact, you know what's the best? I think it gets even better when you see the reaction of the chat as I was showing the video. Let's see. Live chat replay here. Come on, man. Hear the sound of it, all right? I'll play the video now. Since you said that I misrepresented you, I will share the sound of it and play it right here. So you said this is garbage, I misrepresented you.
when there are signs of physical maturity, it becomes permissible for the husband in Islamic law to have marital relationships or consummate the relation with his bride. And this is the example of the...
Yeah, I should probably actually, how can I do that? Pop it out or something. Pop it out. Pop it out. Whatever.
Prophet, peace be upon him.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Starting puberty, and to have of the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Starting puberty unusually early. Like,
is there anything in Islam that prevents you from, a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
You can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I said.
What about age 4?
If there are signs
3.
of... So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because
I have a
puberty,
study that shows it goes as early as 11 months.
Well, that's something that the parents would not... see, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages. And when you look at the marriage...
There you have it.
All right, so can I respond to your misrepresentation?
Presented you, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I mean, you
know what? The funny thing that is happening here is that he actually walked right into the trap and let me trick him into defending pedophilia in front of an audience that came for a completely different topic. And he took it so badly that he spent many minutes just defending pedophilia.
I gave you a chance to condemn the rape of a 3-year-old and killing the 3-year-old after. You didn't have a
wow,
condemnation
disgusting
for that. So your moral compass is not really a standard here.
Nasty.
If you have
disgusting PDF,
like tied to puberty, you can give these ridiculous scenarios like, oh, what if a 11th month old has puberty, or what if the embryo in the womb has puberty, like Googling philosophy was talking about. Like, that's ridiculous. In every culture, you have when girls and boys, they reach puberty, which can happen as young as 8 or 9 years old, then marriage is going to be considered. In the current secular world, there's plenty of sex that 8 and 9 and 10-year-olds are having. You have no problem Apus with 8 and 9-year-old.
This is also the funny thing. He started insulting me after I did this. He started referring to me as Apus after I did this. Because he really got triggered, and he's letting us know this is his weak spot now. And he's not very proud of the fact that all of that is on record, although he said these things at the time. And he's trying to now claim that he'd said something else, that he was talking about a scenario that is not possible. But he was told right there that it is possible. And that in that state, a man would be able to marry a little child and have sex with them. He did acknowledge that in that debate, in the very clip that we have just shown. And whenever it comes up now, he gets really upset about it and gets really triggered about it, which is why I think this should haunt him. It should haunt him forever. And when I have the chance, I will haunt him with this as well. He didn't expect it. He got tricked into defending pedophilia in front of an audience that is that very much was not even prepared for this. And yeah, changing the topic and getting into something like this in a debate that is about the Israel-Palestine conflict, I personally wouldn't have done that if it was anybody else. But with him, I intended to do that. I prepared to do it. I sketched it. I planned it out. I did it, and I'm happy with it because I knew very well that Daniel was not there to actually debate anything. He was not even there to debate the actual topic. He was just there to depict Judaism based on the Talmud as this terrible religion and just take things out of context and make it all about that and try to push me into a corner by making me condemn things, and then my refusal to condemn those things, take them as confirmation that those things are true and that I support them, or that I'm paid by the Jews, or whatever it is. I knew exactly that this is what he's doing, so I played his game, and I won. And I'm proud of that.
We're proud of that.
I could have done this many years ago when I first began interacting with these guys, but I always had some hope that there is a good faith discussion possible with guys like these. I lost hope in that, and I decided not to be so naive anymore and to just do what they think they can do to others. And this is how it went. This is how it went. Didn't go so well for you now, did it, Daniel? Get eaten. You got God, Daniel. You got God.
You're finished already. Look at me. Look at me. You know you're done.
Girls having sex in these public schools. You have no problem with that. Why? Because you don't support any kind of sex in these. You have no problem, Apus, with 8 and 9-year-olds having sex in these public schools. You have no problem with that. Why? Because you don't support.
I'm still stuck on his idea that there are a bunch of 8, 9-year-olds going out there and having sex in schools. What kind of fantasy? What is this guy? Apparently there are all these schools out there, and this guy has followers from around the Muslim world who don't know anything about the Western world. Those guys actually take his words for facts. But this guy is actually sitting there and arguing, claiming that in the West, kids that are like 8, 9, 10 years old are just in school having sex everywhere. I haven't heard of a single case so far.
Support any kind of legislation to ban it. So that kind of sex is happening because it's natural when...
What are we going to do about this whole epidemic of 8-year-olds having sex in school? Why do you not propose any legislation to ban that and to put them in prison for doing that? This just shows that you are for it. You dumb-ass idiot.
You reach puberty to start desiring for that kind of behavior. Islam and traditional religions regulate that, including Judaism. Judaism doesn't have like an anti-minor marriage stance. It's actually the most extreme in allowing marriage to happen and sex to happen without any regard to puberty. And
that's not true. In the very Talmud that he so often wants to reference, actually argues that that for boys and for girls, it is supposed to they're supposed to undergo the teachings and to learn about their role in their religion, to learn about their role in society, and to then be awarded the idea that they are now adults, that they are now able to make decisions of their own. And after that stage, they can get married, which in early times, 2,000 years ago, was still considered ages of, I don't know, I think as young as 14 or 12 or something like that, in accordance with the times back then, which regular mainstream Jewish rabbis don't view the same nowadays. This is because, unlike Islam, Judaism and Christianity are not religions where you have a book that says do this and this and this and this and this, and you're like, okay, it says this, I shall do nothing else but this from now on. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. These religions teach. They teach concepts, not give you 40 rules to live your life, and anything else is wrong and forbidden. That's not how it works, bro.
Those are the passages that I read you from the Mishnah Torah, and you don't want to talk about Judaism, you want to talk about me. So I'm just explaining to you that the stance that I have is the stance.
This is so stupid. He could have at this point just said, "I'm not going to discuss this topic. We're not here to discuss this. Let's focus on the topic." That's what he could have said, but his ego is too fragile to just let it go at this point.
That every religion has had traditionally, that Judaism has, and your stance is incoherent because you're fine with 8 and 9 year olds or even younger having sex in public schools.
Are you done? Yeah, I am fine with 8-year-olds having sex in public schools because I am not for a law which outlaws it and says they should be put in prison. Fantastic. This is your brain on Islam. This is literally your brain on Islam, because Islam has the concept which goes enjoin good and forbid evil. There is no in between. You're supposed to command goodness by Islamic standards and forbid evil. There is no in between. If you think something is good, then you're supposed to promote it. If you think something is bad, then you're supposed to ban it and punish it. This is the Islamic way. If you're wondering why some Islamic apologists and teachers and preachers and scholars and whatever have this this black and white thinking, this world of either this or that, it is because of Islam. Because this is the Islamic way to think about things. In many cases, you can see, if you have discussions online, and Muslims, I tell you the same thing. If you actually look at yourselves and what you do and how you argue in discussions, you will realize that that you are making this mistake. I made the very same mistake because I was taught the very same thing. But Islam basically teaches you that you either accept this or this. That if it's good, then it should be promoted. If it's bad, it should be banned. That's it. There is no in between. Or if it's good, it should be promoted. If it's bad, it should be banned and punished. No. You don't have to ban and punish everything, especially if there is no need to ban that specific thing, because it's not really a thing. Why in the world would you say, oh, you have to outlaw 8-year-olds from having sex in public school and punish them, throw them in jail, when there is no such thing? And if it did happen, if something like that did happen, you could explore how in the world it got to that and deal with it. But this is not the fantasy world that we live in, apparently, according to Dani Kikachu, where such a thing is happening just because there is no law against it, is not real. It doesn't exist. With that, I think I'm done for now reviewing this. In 6 hours, I only got to 1 hour of the actual debate. I'll probably change the thumbnail of this and review some more stuff of this later in other streams. I need to clip some things as well. Oh, my lights are out. That's funny, because they took too long. Here's my hoodie, by the way. It says FCK Hamas. I still haven't figured out what FCK really means. I don't know. For creation, Hamas, something like that, I guess. I don't know what does it mean. Can you guys tell me what FCK Hamas means? What does it stand for? I don't really understand. FCK Hamas. I don't know what it means. Please tell me in the chat. Ordros that the progressive, as a Jew terrorist apologist, are basically cowards, so afraid of Muslims they subconsciously think if they please them, they will be spared or out of the game. Psyche, defense, guilt. I know it's that's pretty much it, right? Of some Jews to act like, and some of them go very far and, I don't know, call for intifada together with the Palestinians. It's very, very, very sick. So I don't know if you guys can let me know what FCK Hamas is. Could just let me know there. Bash says HMS is His Majesty's Service. I'm not sure if that's true, but just let me know. Let me know so that I can know this and acknowledge it and share it. Ordro said, oh yeah, I read this. El Gato said, talking about apartheids, are we? Tell me about who can enter Mecca and who cannot. Don't talk about that. That's Islamophobia. If you talk about apartheid. Prono22 said, made super shekels. You also gifted memberships, didn't you? Yes, thank you so much. This is fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate it very, very much, Pronote. If this cult grows very big, I will make you a senior member of this cult and appoint you to a leadership position. Prono22 said, I think it's time to grow the cult. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You will become a leader in this cult. Stefan the Pelted said, oh no, Surah 5:20-26 is promoting Zionism. Is that the one that is about telling the Jews to remember when Moses said to his people, remember when Moses said to his people, my people, remember Allah's favor upon you when he raised the prophets among you and appointed you rulers and granted you what he had not granted anyone else in the world. My people, enter the holy land which Allah has ordained for you, and do not turn back, for then you will turn about losers. They answered Moses, therein live a ferocious people. We will not enter unless they depart from it, but if they do depart from it, then we will surely enter it. Two from among those who were frightened, but upon whom Allah had bestowed his favor. So yeah, the Quran is a Zionist book. Terrible. Very genocidal Zionist book, obviously. Who devalues Harvard worse? DQ or C gay? Dairy Queen or C gay? Who is C gay? I know that DQ is Daniel Queen, but who is C gay? I'll get back to this. Chloe L said you can't condemn what doesn't exist. Chloe L, this is very deep. I condemn dragons. I completely condemn dragons. Let's see what people said when I asked what FCK HMS means. Earth is flat. FCK further consummate kids. God. You see, Claudine. Oh, Claudine. Oh, the Harvard. Okay, I see. No, Harvard. Former president of Harvard University. Okay. Claudine. I see. Okay, I'm. Yeah, I didn't remember. I forgot. Okay, yeah. That's funny. I didn't remember that. That's cool. Claudine Gay. Okay. Who developed? I would say I have to say Claudine takes the cake there. FCK means fried chicken Kaaba. Keep up the good fight. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Ray Hanabi said probably the F word. You mean fraternity? I don't know. Or foot? I don't know. Foot's clicking, clacking. Huh. F Hamas. I don't think that's what it means. They would never put this on a shirt. They would never put this on clothing. That would be very disrespectful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ryan Gosling said, AP, unmatched perspicacity with sheer indefatigability. Man, I haven't talked about Andrew Tate in a long time, did I? No need anymore. The guy is no longer the most searched man on the internet, although he still claims he is. Chloe L. Ryan Gosling, your pictures in the market of Jannah are sexy AF. All the men's enter your stall. Uzair Jibril, AP, I made a 2-minute video of the missing context using previous debate between you and Daniel Hart. You did? Do you have a YouTube channel? Can I look it up? You here? Can I look up you here? Uzair Jibril. Oh yeah, when I go to Israel, I should actually ask people in the street, why do you worship Ezra? Why do you say Ezra is the son of Allah? What's wrong with you?
Let's imagine.
I always had this dream of going to religious Jews and asking them that.
Imagine a historical Islamic empire, which, as we have almost always had throughout the 1,400 years of Islam. The Islamic empire stands here and is ruled by the Islamic Caliphate, which imposes the Islamic truth, the supremacy of Islam, onto everything it dominates and onto everything that it can possibly dominate. And it's always at war. As Islamic scholars have agreed throughout history, an Islamic empire should strive through spreading Islam through contract or through war, if contract doesn't work. So let's imagine this scenario. An Islamic empire exists. Next to it, a tiny country says, hey, we accepted Islam before, but we don't really want to abide by that right now anymore. So forget about Islam. From now on, we will open gay clubs here. People will.
That was not a goat sound, by the way. I just opened a different video. That was a Muslim nasheed sound. Anyway, let's continue.
We'll dance around. We'll be gay. We'll be naked, and this will all be approved by us in the name of tolerance and whatever. And you should just keep out of that. What would the Islamic Empire do in that position as a reaction?
It would invade. It would invade, and I had conceded that at the beginning. I said that there's force, and there's a good reason for the benefit of those.
Whoa. Hey, this is good. This is good. Uzair Jibril, this is good. This is nice. This is good context here. I completely forgot that I actually asked him this during the debate, which I didn't want to call a debate before because it wasn't meant to be a debate, but now I can call it a debate. I'll just call it a debate now. But hey, this is a very good clip with the stuff put on top of the screen here. That makes perfect sense to bring it up now. That is funny.
And you should just keep out of that. What would the Islamic Empire do in that position as a reaction?
It would invade. It would invade, and I had conceded that at the beginning. I said that there's force, and there's a good reason for the benefit of those people. People, they would Islam would come and impose Islamic law. Yeah, of course, I conceded that. Just like the liberal supremacist will say that, oh, this country is not allowing, gay sex and gay clubs, and this country is not, there's marriages, like they practice polygamy, they practice. Their women have to cover in this particular way. Their women aren't allowed to do X, Y, and Z. We know that they're a small country of agrarian farmers and goat herders. Guess what? We're going to drone them incessantly. We're going to invade and make sure that their women take off the burqa and that their women are sent to read, our Western literature.
This is amazing, man. I didn't notice this. I should totally publish this myself on the channel. Uzair Jibril, there's a very, very nice catch there, and very nice to put the things on there as well. To put the pictures on there as well for the. This is really good. That is a very nice catch. I should totally use this. That is funny. You are correct. We can use that very same question that I asked him and the response that he gave as proof that this is what he would advocate for in the case of Israel, for example. Invading, subjugating, enforcing Islamic law. Huh. I didn't even notice that. That is funny. Black Angel pointed out Daniel should invade Saudi Arabia. Because it sounds like Saudi. This is funny. This is an interesting detail to note here. This sounds like Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia is the center of or home to the two Islamic holy places, and yet they have recently started legalizing alcohol, legalizing music festivals where Iggy Azalea twerked. allowing bikinis at the beach, abolishing the hijab law, and so on. So, yeah, it could apply to Saudi Arabia as well. That's funny. That's a good point. Huh. Nice. Chloe L said, let's say there are likely 80-year-olds doing that illegal stuff with each other of similar ages. It's wrong. But compared to a 50-year-old man doing it, coercing them. Yeah, that's the thing. He's trying to compare a 50-year-old man having sex with a 4-year-old child, which he is for, by the way, which he says is possible, should be allowed, if she has early signs of puberty, to 8-year-olds in his fantasy world having sex at school. Opal Ian said, I recommend you invite Luai Ahmed, a Swedish Yemeni ex-Muslim, very interesting young man. Yep, I just mentioned him earlier. I did chat with him briefly. I should have him on here as well. Ryan Gosling said, search for Hakika's Talmudic tunnels continues. That was a good clip as well. Libel Islam love for women. Recline and think of Dava gang. Yep. And finally, ES1002 said, Dihya al-Qalbi, the genocide on Muhammad's clothes. Dihya al-Qalbi. That is funny. Dihya al-Qalbi. Next, Dr. Naik, what did you just say? Wait a minute, what did you say? The Muslim cowboy was live today? Muslim cowboy? Muslim cowboy? Muslim cowboy? What's going on here? Let me have a look at that. Now, what's going on right here? Yeehaw! Let's see what's happening here. What did you say? Around what it made you? He said what? 248. Let me see. What's happening here?
Okay. Some people's hearts, so even if they hear the truth, it doesn't. Is that a fair test? It's absolutely a fair test. The law tests people, and he knows. And also, the seal is not put on immediately. The seal comes later, after they've rejected, right? It even mentions here in the ayah verse, right? They're not. Allah doesn't put a seal on their hearts and then say believe, right? Their seal is on their hearts because they were rejecting the truth. And you take all the other verses of the Quran that talk about this.
This is so stupid. I know this is not the point that you were making and that you were referencing the real Zakir Naik, but what he's saying here is so incredibly stupid. But anyway, not get sidetracked here.
And you was damn, come slap these guys around. Alhamdulillah. So for example, the
next Zakir Naik, you said, so question, are there limits to what you would do to follow Muhammad's example?
are no limits. No, there's no limits. So except in what we're not allowed to follow. So if you understand fiqh, usulul fiqh, like there are things that were permitted for the Prophet ﷺ that I can't do. So he could fast for 2 days straight. So like not just like fast one day, break his fast at night like we do in Ramadan, but he would fast for 48 hours or 72 hours consecutively. He told us not to do that. So he did it, but I don't do that. The Prophet ﷺ could have 9 wives at one time. I'm not allowed to do that. So there's some things I cannot do that he did. Also, anything that has to do with that goes against the maqasid of the Sharia, like adatul muhakkama, right? Anything that is an ada. So, for example, in the U.S., I wouldn't marry somebody underage because it goes against the laws and the culture of that time, right? You understand? So I can't do something that also goes against any contract or treaty that I have with anybody, which is in essence actually following the Prophet's law.
But you are supposed to advocate for Islamic law as soon as there is enough, as soon as you have the means to do that.
So everything has to be put in together, has to be looked at under a scope, and it has to be understood in that context. So I'm not even going to put that in stock for a lot. You're banned.
Oh my God! Wait, what was that? What was that? What did he just put on the screen? The next Zakir Naik, you would walk around covered in semen, just wondering. Man, you actually did that. Oh, what did he say? What did he say? Wait a minute.
I'm not even gonna put that stuff for long. You're banned for that. All right. And he was not walking around covered in semen. That's. I mean, may Allah curse you.
Man, you are a legend. Next Zuckerberg, you are a legend. That was brilliant.
And for that.
That was brilliant. Oh my gosh. Man, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You would walk around covered in semen, just wondering. He accidentally put it on the screen first, and then he took it off.
I'm not even gonna put that stuff for long. You're banned for that. All right. And he was not walking around covered in semen. That's. I mean, may Allah curse you.
He actually said, "May Allah curse you." Very, very nice. Very nice. Next, Dr. Zakir, that is brilliant. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. You completely... That angered him. But I don't know what he means. Let's see. Let's look at the hadith here. Sahih Bukhari 230, Book 4, Hadith 96. Narrated by Sulaiman bin Yasar. I asked Aisha about the clothes soiled with semen. She replied, I used to wash it off the clothes of Allah's messenger, and he would go for the prayer while water spots were still visible. There are more hadiths on this whole issue. But yeah, so the hadith is about the incident that Aisha narrates to us, is that she would often scrape the semen of the garment of the messenger of Allah. I often scraped it from the garment of the messenger of Allah with my hand. Very, very nice work, Aisha. Very nice work. Then there's more. But wait, there is more. I used to wash the semen off the clothes of the Prophet, and even then I used to notice one or more spots on them. But Muslim cowboy is like, he wasn't covered in semen. May Allah curse you. Man, he actually responded to it. I used to scrape it off the garment of Allah's messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then he offered prayer with it. He used to go for prayers while traces of water were still on it. He would pray in it. He would go to the masjid with it, and so on. Wait a minute. What is this? Wait a minute. What did you say? I asked Sulaiman bin Yasar about a garment which gets semen on it. Should I wash it off or wash the entire garment? Sulaiman said, Aisha said, semen used to get on the garment of the messenger of Allah, and he would wash it off with garment. Then he would go out to pray wearing that garment, and I would see the marks left on it by washing. Okay, just by washing. All right. So his big contention here, his big issue with it is that he was not covered in semen. He was not covered in semen. May Allah curse you.
Semen. All
This
right.
is so funny.
I'm not even gonna put that stuff for long. You're banned for that. All right. And he was not walking around covered in semen. That's. I mean, may Allah curse you. Alhamdulillah.
He actually said, may Allah curse you, because you asked about semen on Muhammad's clothes. That is good, man. I could laugh about this all day now. That is very good. Zakir Naik, dear Zakir Naik, you made me very happy with this action of yours. Very, very nice. IDK, but the zero didn't write in. Karen D said, hi, I donated, but yet I don't get a super chat. Huh? I don't know. Do I see it? Let me see. Did you not see a super chat appearing after you typed your super chat? I don't see one here. I have to check if it's one that I glossed over, but no, I don't think so. I don't see a super chat here. I don't know. Did YouTube not approve it? Did it send you back? Sometimes it does that, and it doesn't tell you what actually went wrong. It's stupid. ES1002 said Dihya al-Kalbi did genocide on Momo's clothes. Indeed he did. He did, and we'll all know it's true. Well, I'll be damned. Romeo's Dagger said, if you like shawarma, please consider trying Yashka in Tel Aviv. BT1. I tried shawarma once in my... No, I tried falafel. I didn't try... Shawarma is basically the same thing as different forms of kebab that you can eat in Turkey. I tried falafel and I thought, this is disgusting. This is the worst thing I've eaten in my entire life. Yeah. Semen helped the stitching together, says Zane. Oh my god. Okay, this was funny. This was funny. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want to talk no more about that Muslim cowboy. Muslim cowboy, what's the matter with y'all? Did he ever... I just noticed he put David Wood on the screen here.
Assalamu alaikum.
Shut up, man. He just put David Wood on the screen here with his beautiful clothes. So I'm wondering if he actually talked about it. Goat sounds.
So, but that's just my opinion.
Goat sounds.
To go in the law of enemies, then we're doing something completely wrong. We are screwing up really bad. Our dawah is probably kharban if we gotta talk smoothly and do all this tomfoolery.
It's so funny that a Muslim cowboy completely refutes the whole argument that Islam is universal by beginning to speak Arabic completely unnecessarily here and there. Wallahi, yeah. And I'm a Muslim cowboy, and wallahi, brothers and sisters, alhamdulillah, I gotta tell you one thing. Yeah, akhi. All right. All right, brothers and sisters. I gotta leave it at that. Now, that was a good live stream, but I just noticed I've been live for about 6 hours. 6 hours and 25 minutes. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. And I should leave it at that. And get back later. Why? Lightning Bolt said, why is your nose so red? It's because it's exceptionally red. I don't know why. It's because I'm Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. AP, stop with all the tomfoolery, said Clementine. I never gonna stop the tomfoolery. I know what you're talking about. I'm doing what I want to do. And I'm gonna ride off. Gotta saddle up and ride off. This has been my longest live stream ever. Longest live stream that I have ever made. And you know what?
We're proud of that.
I have no idea how I went this long, but I guess...
It is a metaphysical matter.
But since it was very long right now, since it was way too long, if I could talk to myself, I would say...
You're finished already! Look at me! Look at me! You know you're done!
If you're going to ask me to continue right now, I would say...
How about no?
Because, to be honest, I feel kind of...
You're sick! You're sick!
And I think I should...
Get the hell out of here!
Because I can't even speak.
Why stuttering?
All right. This was all very, very funny.
That's the reality of the situation.
And as for Dani Kikachu...
This man has real problems.
And...
What kind of Muslim are you?
Yeah.
Lose faith. I tell you, lose faith. It's better for you. You're sitting there watching Netflix.
Homosexuality should be fine. Urinating upon one another. That's what they do.
What the hell? I mean...
All right. I will leave it at that. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Thanks for tuning in today. Have a fantastic day, everybody. Take care of yourselves, fellas. And just as we leave 5 silver pesos, made a super chat to support this channel without even adding a message. I don't even see the message. I don't even know what he's telling me here right now. But I got a message from 5 silver pesos. A super chat of $100 to support this channel and support all the activities we've been conducting right here. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that, y'all. I appreciate that very, very much. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, 5 silver pesos. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to everybody. Good night, y'all. And I'll see you next time. Yeehaw! Oh, wait. I forgot.
Stay away from Islam.